Oh my goodness, I didn't eat anything, so I apologize if my voice goes like this. But, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, Erica. Hi! Thank you. So very much for joining me today. Today is going to be a very long stream. I wouldn't be surprised if I am pretty much streaming almost basically until my exam, which is maybe a little bit of an exaggeration. So right now it is 11:12 a.m. in Bearcat Mountain Time, EST. My exam is at 7 p.m. We have about, let's see, my guide is 81 pages, but I think like 10 of those pages are like fluff and extras that I have at the end, so that will take a little bit, because we studied like maybe 3 hours yesterday. Ooh. And that was like, the study guide was half of that, so you know, we do some math, we double it, we do some Quizlets together. Ooh. Yeah, it's gonna be a long stream, but I have really good news to report. Ta-da! So I actually got the results back from my exam yesterday, and drum roll please. I passed. I passed! Yay! I know it's like, Tippa, that sounds discouraging. No, Cubs, I actually somehow did better this exam. And don't get me wrong, how do you call it? Review, I'm so sorry, was half bootied. I mean, I did the guide, I did the stuff, but I was just like, oh, I'm so sorry, cause pharmacology is not my passion. But I ended up getting an 87, and so my overall grade is an 87 as well in the class. I am fine, everything is okay, life is good. Today, however, we'll see how it goes, but We'll do our very best today. But thank you so much for the hydrate redeem, and thank you for the bad word redeem. Heck! That's how I'm feeling today. But let me say my hellos. We'll talk about exactly what we're going over in detail. And yeah, we'll have a really good stream. Yeah? Yeah. My Harry Cub, welcome on in. Welcome. Hi Galo, hi, welcome. Tipa Wicked. Welcome on in. We're gonna have a wicked day, hopefully. By the end of this, I'll feel like Tipa Wicked. Right now, I feel like Tipa not wicked. It's not that I'm even like not confident. I'm just nervous, you know? My whole life depends on this exam. I was just calling, you know, sorry, now I said I was gonna say hi to everyone, but quick segment. So today is my bestest friend's birthday in the world. So if you see Ryan, it's somewhere in chat because she said she'll stop by because I woke up and I called her. I'm like, happy birthday! I was complaining to her. I was like, happy birthday! And she's like, how are you? And I'm like, finals! Because, you know, did I tell you this? And she's like, no. And I'm like, okay, here's the thing. And I'm like, oh. And she's like, it's okay. And I'm like, yeah, it'll be okay because we're gonna celebrate your birthday this week. So I'm so sorry. I'm sorry I can't hang out today. I mean, she's working anyway, so I'm not gonna even see her until like after 8. But like, it would be nice to like catch dinner with her or something like that. But my exam's at 7, and I live an hour away from her. So I'm like, eating dinner that late? Blah. And then she has work the next day, and I have work the next day? Blah. We'll just wait till the weekend. Boo, boom. But yeah, the whole spiel again is, I have to get a C average on my exams. Doesn't matter even if I have an A in the class. If I get a below C average in the exam average, I'm doomed. So I did the math yesterday, and I have to get 13 questions wrong maximum sorry out of 57 questions to score like a 76. Maybe could get away with a 75 if my professor's really nice rounding it up, because it ends up being like a 69 point something, like a 0.5. Nice. But like that's only if she's very kind enough to do that. So we'll see. But no, I was telling her like, hey, look, listen, I don't care whatever happens. I mean, it would suck, but what happens is that there's not a cohort directly behind me. So it's not like, oh, you'll just take the class next semester. No, I have to wait 2 semesters. And as you cubs know, the semesters are like 4 months. I have to wait technically 8 months to get back to where I am if I don't get the 76% on the stupid final. Are you kidding me? So we'll figure out what happens. But they have to put the exams within 24 hours. So I will know definitely by tomorrow, and I can update you cubs when I come back from work, or I guess on Discord too, but we could keep the suspense. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. But basically that's why I'm like panicking if I haven't said that 5 billion times. I need to get the nerves out there. I need to make every other cub nervous for me on my behalf. Anyway, sorry about that. I said that was a small tangent. That was not small, but bleh. But anyway, hi Rins, hi, welcome. I will politely knock out the finals. I just have to knock this one first. We gotta go in order. Politely knocked. Knock. Hi friend, hi, welcome on in. Welcome. Hi Pinky as well, hi. Good luck with the finals. Thank you. I will take all the luck. I'll eat them up. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Hi Kala, hi, welcome on in. And Sleeper, hi, good afternoon. Hold on, maybe I should take the hydrate redeem. Hold on, one moment, hold on. Yay. Sorry, Moon, thank you for the hydrate redeem like 5 minutes ago. I apologize. But anyway, yeah. Hi, Rapper. Hi. Welcome on in. Welcome. Rin says, huh? Have you gotten sleep and are you hydrating? Oh, brother, I got so much sleep. I don't know what time I went to bed. 10? Maybe before 11? And then I woke up kind of late. I woke up at like 9:30. I just didn't want to wake up. But to be honest and fair, I did take a melatonin before bed. I had like little gummies because I'm like, I think my anxiety is going to keep me up. So I might as well take this melatonin and try to knock out. It knocked me out. But it's okay. I got enough sleep. My water bottle is super duper full. I took my mental health walk. I took my mental health shower. I took my mental health coffee. Everything to improve. I did my mental care skin routine. So I'm good. I have positive thoughts and I feel good. Oh my goodness. But yeah. Are your curves graded? No. So what they may do, or what they tend to do, they don't curve grades because this is grad school and doing that is like baby talk. Either you know it or you don't. So stupid, but it's fine. I get it. Sure, whatever. What they do is an item analysis, so it's not necessarily curved, but if a good chunk of people do really bad on a question, maybe the question was like poorly written, and so they'll take it out and give us back the point. So it's not necessarily rounding, it's just kind of staring and being like, yeah, I guess I could take that question out, and boop, your grade is boosted. So yay. But yeah, that's basically where I am. It's not the end of the world, but it's just worst case. The worst case scenario is getting kicked out of the program, but this program is very lenient. I think you need to have like a below 2.5. I don't even think that. I think if you have below a 3.0 average, which is like a C average, I think you get kicked out, which is again very lenient in my because the other program I was in, you couldn't score a C. A C wasn't passing. It was only B or higher, and then if you didn't get that C, or sorry, if you didn't get that B and you got a C instead, then sucks for you. You have to like get left back. But it's okay. We're good. It's fine. Don't worry. Not worried about getting kicked out of the program. Just worried about this exam. So let's get to it. Let us have our mental health stream. Let's go. Thank you, Kat, for joining. I appreciate it. I promise you, my promise as bearcat of the year 2023, going into the year 2024, that this will be my last study stream, and tomorrow will be a focus stream, which, you know, to some relationship it is a study stream, but this pomodoro timer and but tomorrow will be the last school related stream I have for the rest of the year, so I can finally game again and I can be happy. So let's do our best today. Okay, so Cubs, this is today this is what we're learning. We're gonna be going over everything on neuromuscular. It's partially cumulative for whatever reason, but it has a higher focus of conditions you may have heard about, such as stroke, Parkinson's, traumatic brain injury, and multiple sclerosis. And so that's the big chunk of the exam, so we'll go over each section. It's pretty linear, but I did insert some notes from some upperclassmen. You'll see like the formatting dramatically changed from it, but we'll talk about it. We'll try to go into as much detail, and again, I'm not passionate about neuro either. It's like, Tippa, what are you passionate about? Not neuro, but I know a little bit more to be more interactive, I suppose, and more kind of regurgitating like, yeah, Cubs, this is more in line than inhibiting the cyclooxygenase enzyme. It's, hey, have you seen someone with Parkinson's? They look like this. And you'll be like, yeah, I've seen someone like that. And I'll be like, I'm sorry. But yeah. So the first thing we're going to talk about today is CVA, or cerebral vascular accident, which is also just a really fancy word of saying stroke, and Pusher syndrome. Pusher syndrome is really interesting, but we'll hold off on that. Let's start off with the general idea of stroke, okay? So for stroke, I'm sure that you Cubs have heard of it before. What happens with this is that there is like a blockage in our blood supply, and so what happens is that either the brain becomes damaged or dies, and pretty much you either have this like pretty much long-term disability. The presentation, I don't think I have an image of it, but we'll talk about that in just a moment. they have a certain presentation, and or they even die. You can potentially die from a stroke, but for the people who don't die from the stroke, a lot of rehabilitation is pretty much needed. What happens is that they end up with one-sided weakness. Now the human body is like really interesting, because it's like, oh, if you have a stroke on the right side of your brain, because of how everything circuits through in the body, even though the stroke was located on the right side, it's actually going to be your left side that's affected, and vice versa. And a lot of this, again, it's going to just be like weakness, and stroke can impact different people in different ways. I'm sure you've heard of people who have speech difficulties, and I think we talked about this like a semester or two ago about like Winnegar's aphasia and Broca's aphasia. So aphasia is just having difficulty speaking. Broca was the idea that their language is broken. Sorry, it's like a stretch, but it works. Where they understand what you're saying, but their language is very delayed or very broken up. Of like, you ask them, hey, how's your day? And normally someone will be like, I'm good, how about you? But they'll miss a few words, being like, good? You? And it's very frustrating because they're cognitively aware of what they're saying and what they want to say, but their body just won't let them, which is very unfortunate. And then we have the other speech difficulty called Wernicke's aphasia, and this is like the word salad aphasia or speech difficulty, where they actually don't understand what you're saying, and then they'll reply in kind of mumbo jumbo, where you ask, how's your day? And you'll be like, the sky's blue. And it's like, what? Huh? What? There was it's very sad to kind of compare the two, but it turned out people with Wernicke's aphasia tend to be a little bit more happy-go-lucky, while people with Broca's aphasia tends to be, you know, a little bit more depressed because they are aware of their deficits in comparison. So anyway, so that is stroke. That is the general idea of stroke. I can show you cups of photo, but let me see. Stroke synergy maybe might be the best way to put it. A really common thing with stroke is that sometimes they end up in like some kind of synergy, and it's pretty much, it relates with the spasticity and tone and blah 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 blah. But you'll normally see people with stroke, again, with that one-sided weakness, depending if it is a left-sided or right-sided stroke. Also, it gets to so much detail about, okay, what artery was affected in the brain. I'll talk about that in just a moment. But this is how you'll typically see people with stroke. It's the middle image, the typical static pose, where they pretty much have their arm to themselves. Think about like if someone broke their, I don't know, arm, their wrist or whatever, and they have to be put into like a sling, and they're kind of like that. That's basically the position that they're stuck in. It's called a flexion, or well, it's a typical synergy. But then if you have them move into certain things, like if I ask them, hey, can you lift your arm, like bring your arm overhead, they might be stuck in a flexor synergy, where you see on the left. Hold on one moment. I realize I don't really have a cursor for these, so let me get a cursor. I will use Big Ham as a cursor. I have a screenshot of Big Ham telling me the order of Metal Gears. I told Big Ham, I'm gonna I'm gonna screenshot this. I'll play the Metal Gear series. I promise. I'll play it in order this time, and not just play Revengeance. Anyway. Hi, welcome on in, welcome. But yeah, any of these neuromuscular conditions are very nightmarish, so yeah. Not being able to say what you're thinking must be incredibly frustrating. It is. It must be. Like, I would be so angry. I already like stutter over my words, and now I have a condition over it. I'd be so mad. Big M just stares at you. Oh my gosh, it's like we fused. It's almost a line. Anyway, I love become. Anyway, let me play. So, if you ask someone to bring their arm overhead, by the way, what's gonna happen is that they end up in this flexor synergy, so everything is pretty much flexed. It kind of looks like, you know, in the cartoons where they show off their biceps and they're like, huh, look look at my biceps. They're kind of stuck there. They can't really bring their arm overhead. Same thing of like, hey, can you extend your arm? Everything kind of gets flipsy-doozy, whatever that means. But it's the idea of they get stuck in a synergy, and that's really why we're going to have that rehabilitation to pretty much kind of get them into normal. There's like a skew of difficulties that comes with stroke patients, unfortunately, and we'll talk about all that very briefly, or to the extent of the study guide at least. Can't wait for you to play Peace Walker to dox myself again. Absolutely no hecking worries. I will play stupid. I'll be like, what? What's doxing? What is this country that you're talking about? I'm not good with geography. Anyway, so yeah, that's our general view of stroke. So this is what we could do, because there's a skew of stuff that can be wrong. What we do to kind of measure where someone is we use an outcome measure, hence this like OMs that you see. Outcome measures are super duper helpful because it establishes kind of where a patient is, and the outcome measures relate to the ICF model, which we'll talk about way at the bottom. But ICF model can have different categories where it's either an outcome measure. Outcome measure basically, and maybe like layman's terms, would probably be more like a survey. And it's a survey about different ICF model categories. So it could be in relationship to their body structure or function. It could be their activity, and activity is anything, pretty much anyone at ING. It could be their walking, their balancing, their standing, their sitting. Like any of the INGs is considered an activity, and participation is more something within the community. Like, hey, I am unable to do my daily walks. I cannot go do Zumba with my friends again. I am unable to bathe myself independently. Stuff like that is participation. So, with that, there are very specific stroke outcome. There's a billion outcome measures, and we'll talk about it briefly, and then I have like a more detailed version of it. But for stroke, for the outcome measures, we have body structure and function. We have the Fugl-Meyer assessment. We have the stream, which actually has like an overlap between the body structure and activity, and we also have the Chodoke McMaster stroke assessment, which is also an overlap between the body structure and activity. For CPA, we specifically have PASS, the postural assessment scale for stroke. So we'll talk more about posture, especially when we get to Pusher syndrome, but we'll talk about that in greater detail in the thing right below it. And we also have participation, which is also going to be stroke impact scale of like, hey, how does this impact your daily life? Not being able to shower yourself sounds so sad. It is really sad. So in my experience, you hear a lot of people who are unable to dress themselves independently or bathe themselves independently. So they're always like, hey, I have my significant other, or hey, I have my child helps my their child helps them to like put on a shirt. Because imagine if you have your arm stuck in that position that we were just talking about, the typical like synergy, and you can't really get it out by yourself. You're really like stuck there unless you get some maneuvering in. You know how difficult it is to like, I don't know, put like a dress shirt on? I mean, probably you would have to put a dress shirt on instead of like a regular shirt, you know what I mean? You'd have to change up your clothing a little bit, or you could wear your regular clothing, but you need to have that assistance. And thankfully there's specialists to kind of help you out with that. I mean, don't get me wrong, I will help out with that, but there's another a specialty that can help with more activities of daily living that will help you with things such as getting dressed and toileting and etc, etc. But yeah, let's talk about this more in detail. So the Fugl-Meyer assessment, again, it's going to assess your body structure and function. It's going to be assessing your motor functioning, your balance, your sensation, and your joint functioning. So this is in relationship sensation, the joint functioning, about proprioception. If you're unfamiliar with that word, it's basically like if you close your eyes, even if you cannot see your hands or your limbs or your legs, you can still have like a vague idea of where they are in space. As you can imagine, if the stroke impacts your brain, sometimes you do lose a little bit of that proprioception. Again, every case varies, it depends, so it's really important because you're not always looking at your feet when you walk, you know what I mean? Go, go! Rosario, thank you! Thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the Cup Club. Welcome, 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 welcome. But yeah, you're not always looking at your feet when you walk. You're staring forward. You're like, I'm looking at the path, or I'm talking to my friend. I'm dual tasking. I'm ba 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 ba. Well, people who have proprioception issues don't know where their legs are in space until they see it. So that's why if you have a proprioception defect, you see people looking at their feet pretty much to be like, okay, I'm walking. But you can imagine how not functional that could be, and how overly cautious they have to be, because then they're not really looking at what's in front of them. And what if there's some kind of like obstacle and they end up falling, then you have like another skew of like a whole bunch of issues. So bleh. Anyway, you didn't miss anything. Well, no, you did. We're talking about outcome measures, or like basically surveys for the population, specifically of people who have stroke. So Fugl-Meyer is going to determine the severity of where you are in the stroke, because again, it's kind of like a spectrum of it depends on how severe it is. And basically just going to help to plan and assess the treatment. The McMaster stroke assessment, that's going to help with the impairment inventory. So we're going to see about, hey, if you have shoulder pain, the stages of recovery, and then your activity, again, all your INGs pretty much. And the pass for activity, that's going to be your postural control and maintaining your posture, especially when you change it. So like, how's your posture when you're laying down, when you're sitting, when I let you to sit for this amount of time, etc., etc. So even though pass is the most stroke specific outcome measure we can provide, there's some other outcome measures we can do that are more vague, that can be applied to a more general population. So we could do the 10-meter walk test, and it's pretty much just determine their gait or their walking speed, and this is going to determine if basically what kind of ambulator they are. Unfortunately, yes, it's great that people can walk in motion as lotion for the body, but sometimes people are not safe in different type of environments. If someone again is having that issue with proprioception and they have to look at their feet, or maybe they fatigue very easy, maybe all they can do is ambulate or walk around in their household. We're not gonna put them out at like a Dean Park or something, you know what I mean, and be like, good luck out there. It is something that you have to slowly but surely kind of work yourself up to, you know what I mean, and determining that and how to get them moving the most efficiently, the most functionally, and the most safest is very important, and the walk test helps determine that. And then there's like some minimum maximums, and I don't know the details, unfortunately, I'm sorry. We also have functional gait assessment, again very general, very broad. This is actually in tune more with like the dual tasking. So it's already hard walking if you have like some kind of deficit. Now imagine dual tasking. Dual tasking could be anything from as simple as I'm talking to someone else to maybe a little bit harder things like, hey, I want you to walk and do this lap, but I want you to count up multiples of 3. Okay, yeah, 3, 6, 9, and you kind of see that sometimes people will put all their power into thinking rather than walking, so sometimes you'll see them slow down and gait because they're too focused on the other task when it should kind of be like almost a 1-to-1 scale. So that's going to help determine that. And we also have for our last kind of vague outcome measure for activity for stroke, we have 5 sit-to-stands, and that's exactly how it sounds. Get up from the chair, get down from the chair, get up, get down, get up, get down, get up, get down, get up, get down, get up, get down. Congratulations, you did it 5 times. But this is to assess their lower extremity strength, which again, if you have weakness in one of your legs, you're definitely going to be biasing the leg that you feel more comfortable with, the side that you feel strongest with. And this goes back to the idea of the principles of neuroplasticity, and I'm sure you guys have also heard the saying of use it or lose it sort of thing. So it's the idea of like, hey, if I'm not using my left side because I know it's weak and I'm scared to even put weight on it, I'm going to put all my weight on my right, and so then you don't get, again, that strengthening that you need on your left. So some of the stroke interventions that we do and some kind of accommodation to kind of promote the principles of neuroplasticity is that we have them do sit-to-stands in a staggered stance. And so what does that mean? So Ideally, when you do sit the stands, I'm sure all of us are super comfy, sitting in our chairs, using our backrest. But when you do sit the stand, you want to sit on the edge of the chair. For staggered stance, it's basically one foot is a little bit more front than the other. Does that make sense? Let me see. Like when you're sitting, you have one leg there and one leg there. does that And so what you want to do is that you actually want to put your affected, or we don't like to use this terminology, bad, but you want to use your bad or weaker leg towards the back, because when you do this and you perform the sit to stand and you get back up, what's going to happen here is that you're going to be weight shifting or plate. Oh, that's an S for sure. You're going to be putting more weight onto this leg than this leg, and then you just do that multiple times over, and again, that's going to be promoting, hey, I'm comfortable with putting weight here, and hey, I am strengthening the muscles here, so yay. But yeah, sorry, I got on a whole spew, I'm sorry. But yeah, no, Reptile, you're so right. If they lose eyesight, it's over. And you know what sucks is because with stroke, it happens with an older population, typically. And then, you know, the older you get, and you know, people, their eyesight can deteriorate, and it's over. Yeah, it's definitely a straining lifestyle. They deserve theme parks too? Yeah, but something that you work up to. You can't just have a stroke and then be 2 days later like, yeah, let's walk around like Disneyland or something. You're a right leg bias kind of guy? Yeah, we all have like a dominant, non-dominant side, and that kind of plays a part of like, hey, I write with my right hand, so my right leg is pretty good too, if you ask me. I understand, but it's just one of those things where if you notice that bias, I really do recommend trying that staggered stance and being like, oh goodness, my left leg. So again, sit on the edge of the chair, put your left leg back, put your right leg forward, and then stand up, and then notice about all that weight that you're putting on your left now. Yay. And then I guess you could switch it up. You're like, okay, 5 on the left, 5 on the right, and just keep doing that. Ta-da! A fairy! Good hecking luck with your finals. Let's give it up for day 2. You have cardio palm? I have cardio palm next semester. I can't believe I'm gonna ask you and be like, oh my goodness, I don't understand the heart. Oh my goodness. You need to test your bias to do snowboarding? Oh? I've never snowboarded in my life. That's interesting. Oh my gosh, I think snowboarding is so scary. I think any skating exercise is so scary. I tried to like learn how to longboard like a few years ago, and I'm just like, I'm a baby. Anything that requires me to do this, and then in snowboarding, you have like the boots that you need to like be attached to. And I've heard about some scary fractures you can have with that. Again, I'm just scared because I haven't fractured a bone in my body yet. So anything, I'm just like, no. And longboard in the summer and snowboard in the winter? What a gamer! What the heck? I'll try. Question mark. My friends have been trying to do like a skating gang. That sounds like that, but we've been trying to have like group sessions where we rollerblade. I don't have skates like that. We used to do it in a ring, and then one day we went there where it was very busy and we were just so uncomfortable and it was so crowded, and then like the try-hard peoples were skating like through us or underneath us, and I'm just like, how are you doing this? And I don't, that sounded weird, but like when me and my friends like we're like, okay, we're like scared, let's hold hands, they will like skate under our hands, and it's just like, what the sorry. Now they're just showing off. But yeah, lung diagnostic is much easier. The heart is a fickle thing. It truly is. Sad emoji. Sad. But I wish you the best of luck with your finals. I'm sorry we're not Team Pomodoro today, but it seems like we have exams around the same time too, so plenty of time though, so good luck. Good luck, good luck, good luck, good luck, good luck. You also haven't fractured anything? Gamer, keep up the good bone health. Anyway. I'm so nasally, hold on one moment. Okay, so participation. So okay, we talked about body structure and function. We talked about we talked about activity, and now we're going to talk about participation. So within the community, we can use the stroke impact scale, and so this is going to help determine some of the strength, their hand function, because I won't get into it. Anyway, their mobility, their communication, their emotion, their memory and thinking, and basically their participation or role function in, their community or in their life. So that's going to be very specific to stroke. We also have another thing that is specific to stroke, but she didn't really have a focus on it, called the short form 36. Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry, because it's not specific to stroke. It's very general. There's basically, it's literally SF36, short form 36, and 36 meaning that there's 36 questions. Whoa! And it covers all like really general health stuff. So yeah, let's take that from memory, okay? Okay, so we have 3 categories for our outcome measures for stroke. What are they? So we have our body function and structure, we have our activity, and we have our participation. So for body structure and function, we talked about Fugl-Meyer, we talked about stream, but we didn't have stream in our detailed one, so that's a little wonky, but it's whatever. And we had the that one. Yay! And the later 2, because I didn't want to repeat the last name, also has some overlap to activity. Recall again, activities your IMGs, and an activity outcome measure specific for stroke is going to be our PASS, our postural assessment stroke. What's the other S? I don't remember, but it's PASS, okay? And we'll look back and we'll double check with it. And then our last one for participation is going to be that stroke impact scale. So, ba-boom! Oh, scale for stroke. Gosh darn it, what the actual heck? And look, okay, McMaster stroke is the one I was trying to pronounce. So yay, we're done with outcome measures for stroke, but now let's talk about a really interesting condition of stroke. So when someone has a stroke, another thing can occur, and I don't remember the probability. I don't remember if it's rare, if it's common, it's whatever. Thankfully, this condition actually heals within 6 months of someone getting a stroke, but Pusher syndrome is very interesting. So when you have a stroke, we already talked about one side being weak, right? And we're not feeling comfortable about being weak. And yeah, we don't want to like be on that side. We don't even want to shift weight to that side because we're scared. You know what I mean? But obviously with rehabilitation, you want to try to get back to normal function. So we try to weight shift to that side as much as possible. Sure. Pusher syndrome is, so we talked about stroke having a strong side or non-affected, and we talked about stroke having a weak side or an affected side. So your strong side, for whatever reason, you have this condition where you don't feel like you're in line. And I don't know if I have a picture. No, I don't. Let's see. Bringing out the MS Paint, baby. Alright, so let's say you are a cub and you know, like, hey, if I sit, I feel like a line, I'm sitting up straight, whatever, right? But for Pusher syndrome, for whatever reason, and gosh darn it, this doesn't really work because I forgot MS Paint doesn't have a rotate tool. For whatever reason, your center of alignment, or what you consider the middle, is thrown off. So basically, even though you know this is upright posture, someone with Pusher syndrome is actually more like this. They're just like, hey, I feel comfortable being here because this is actually what I believe to be my center of balance, when your center of balance, or like your center, is actually right here in the red. It's really weird. And what happens is that with Pusher syndrome, and now it's gonna all make sense, like, why is it called Pusher syndrome? You use your strong side to push towards your weak side. And it's kind of like, why do we want to push to our weak side? You don't want to push to your weak side because you don't actually have the strength to do that. And then you end up falling or getting injured or getting hurt, like, in some degree. So it's a really weird backwards order of, hey, my strong side wants to push to the weak side. And this is my posture. I think this again is upright. And it's like, oh, okay. Sure. I like this image. I'm gonna save it. Hold on. Anyway, so that's pusher syndrome in a nutshell. I'm in this picture like brother. I feel like I should actually grab a picture though, so give me one moment. Pusher syndrome. Hi Julian, hey hi, welcome on in, welcome. Pusher T syndrome. Yes. But yeah, you see, this is someone with pusher syndrome. So as you see how they're, oh my gosh, where's Big Ham when I need Big Ham? Alright, so look at them. So they have stroke, but they have pusher syndrome. So look at that synergy we were talking about. You see how they're stuck here? Kind of like in that casted position. And look, so you see this is their weak side, which is their left side, our right, but they're using their strong side to push over here because they feel scared. They don't want to be here because this is what their center is. Pull out the MS Paint picture again. So what happens is that it's super duper scary because when they go to stand up, they're gonna be like, yeah, I'm not upright. I need to make sure I'm upright. And their upright is that leaning, but they can't lean. Look how uncomfortable that is. That person is standing and you're standing like that. And Cubs, listen, even if you have stroke, pushers, whatever, if you stand in this position, you are not stable. You are not balanced. You are going to fall. So yeah, that is pusher syndrome in a nutshell, if I could ever explain it decently. Got that gangster lean? I guess. Oh my goodness, thank you for the brother ad. I appreciate it. Thank you. So, outcome measure. So we have an outcome measure, or again, a survey specifically for stroke pusher syndrome. So we could use the scale for controversive pushing, which is just a fancy word of saying pusher syndrome. And what happens is that they need to score 1 in each of these 3 categories to be diagnosed with pusher. So the symmetry of the spontaneous body posture, which is basically a fancy way of saying they have the lean. They're using their non-paretic extremity, non-paretic, very fancy way of saying they're non-affected or their strong side to push. So they're abducting and extending and thrusting to the weaker side. If that's present, put a little check mark. And they're resistant to passive correction. So I didn't tell you Cubs this, but yeah, so hey, if this person's leaning, what you should do is just push them back to their center, right? No, do not do that. You cannot push someone back into midline with pusher syndrome, because remember, their sense of what is centered is so thrown off that if you're pushing them to what you know is centered, but they don't know is centered, they're gonna get scared and they're gonna push against you. They're gonna be like, why are you pushing me to fall? Why are you pushing me to fall? And it's like, no, I'm not. I'm just bringing you back to your center. So what you want to do in these situations, and I'm pretty sure we'll talk about this more in detail, you want to use visual cues. So you want to have like a big mirror in front of them to be like, hey, you see how you're not centered? And they'll be like, oh, I am not centered. You're right. You can also have a tech with like a vertical pole or something and be like, okay, I want you to align your nose with the pole, and again, getting them back into the center and getting them adjusted to what should be normal, which is also more stable, is pretty much the goal for pushers. So hi Atomic, hi, welcome. Cinco, you're right, let's go. Thank you so very much for the stream streak. Thank you. 5 thank yous. Welcome on in, welcome. Good morning. Follow around with a mirror, basically, or again have the like. We'll talk about gait in a little bit, or sorry, the walking and how we're gonna do that with someone with this kind of condition. But yeah, it's really wacky, as you can tell. So yeah. Their body posture has to be bad, their strong side has to be pushing to their weak side, and if you try to push them, oh, my head pads are all the way up here, I'm so sorry. Arab, hi, thank you for the head pads. I thought it was really tall. Am I too short? Sorry chat, I guess I have to go up here now. Sorry. But yeah, am I slouching? Gosh, I hope not. Aaron says, hey, Tip, I haven't been around, but all the best for your finals. You got this. Thank you! Thank you, thank you, thank you. Absolutely no hecking worries. I hope life has been treating you super, super, super well, and I appreciate the good luck. I need all the good lucks I can get. I'm so sorry. I'm being greedy today. So thank you, thank you, thank you. I appreciate you stopping by. Thank you. Huh? My goal in 2024 is to old-proof my body? Honestly, that sounds like a really good goal. As a forever 17-year-old, I don't have anything to worry about, but I probably should do that. I want to get more flexible. Is that bad? Or it's not bad. I think it should be good. I can't touch my toes. Like if I like bend like to reach over, my hands could touch like above my knees or a little bit below my knees, and I'm like, yep, that's all I got. I am the most inflexible bearcat. But you know, flexibility is important and blah 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 blah. But yeah, I hope I'm really not slouching. I don't think I'm slouching. It doesn't look like I am. Oh, I'll fix myself. Hold on. Hi Rebel, hi! Welcome on in! Welcome! You're late for class? No, you're perfectly fine. Absolutely no hecking worries. Welcome! Big Ham! Big Ham, guess what? Big Ham, guess what? I'm using you as a cursor! It's the time that you told me to play Metal Gear and I said, hey, I'm gonna screenshot that. So I'm like, okay class, over here! Pusher syndrome! So you see the lead? Glad to support the cause. Glad to have you. But no one's late. Absolutely no hecking worries. I'm streaming relatively very early to everyone's time, I think, so do not worry. Brother, I can touch the ground with my palms. Hypermobility is real? Brother, that is real. What the heck? I wish I was that flexible. Not that I even need the flexibility for anything other than like boosting my self-confidence of like yeah, I can do that. But no one since I graduated high school has told me to be like, oh Tippa, can you touch your toes? You know, it's not a competition anymore. No one's randomly gonna be on the street like, hey, can you touch your toes? So I haven't really worried about it in quite some time. But we'll see. I definitely do wanna do stuff for my health, I suppose. And you know, I think 2024 is definitely the year to do it. So yay, good luck with every Cubs goals. Yay. But for every Cub coming on in, welcome on in. We're just talking about stroke right now. We're talking about pusher syndrome, which we'll talk about more in greater detail. But it's the idea of like they have, oh wait, let me pull out the MS Paint. We'll do the quickest review. It's it's the idea that they hey Big Cam. It's the idea that hey, this red line is your center of balance, but people with pusher syndrome, they think even though the red line is their center of balance, they think the purple is their center of balance, so they try to push over to that direction, but they push into the weaker side, which is very scary because again, they're a huge falls risk for that. Especially, you saw the guy with the standing posture. Hold on, let me pull that up. You see? Not stable. Not stable. Anyway. So, BLS, Burke Lateral Pulsion Scale. Lateral Pulsion sounds really fancy. It's just literally saying pushing to the side. Burke is some guy's name. Scale? Relative. Anyway, so BLS, the Burke Lateral Pulsion Scale, is going to measure the action or the reaction in stroke patients to keep position. So we have 5 different testing positions. So they do supine rolling, so laying on their back, that is what supine means, and then they roll to either left or right. They'll do sitting, they'll do transferring, so from sitting to maybe a wheelchair or sitting to from the bed to like a regular chair, standing and walking. Excuse me, I feel so nasally, hold on. Anyway. So there's a max of 17 points, but to be diagnosed with pusher syndrome, you need to score like a 2 or higher, basically. And that's gonna be diagnostic for, yeah, you have pusher syndrome. Sorry, my dude. And it's like, no! Well, in comparison to, Oh my gosh, what was the other scale? I don't want to scroll up. I want to use my really cool memory. SCP, scale for controversial pushing. Yay. SCP is for you have to score 1 in each category. This is just like, hey, if you score 2 or higher, heck, you have pusher syndrome. But again, no worries, because this is gonna get resolved in 6 months. You just have to be really patient. But when detecting or using an outcome for a pusher syndrome, BLS is actually it is more preferred, because it's actually the outcome measure that's going to be most sensitive to change. So yay. Alright, so this is a little bit extra. Our professor didn't want us to like go over this, but just in case she did, because I'm a paranoid bearcat, let's do our best, okay? Okay, so when we talk about stroke, again, we're talking about spasticity and and we talked about our synergies, So with stroke, they kind of go through the scale called the Brunstrom stages of stroke recovery. And as you see, sorry, let me bring my cursor out. It's a bell curve basically. So you have 1 through 6, and then 3 being the most, 6 being the least. So let me see if I can maybe get a comparison. Let me see. Spasticity. You get marked down for spelling? Oh, brother, you know it. No, not anymore. We got marked for spelling when we were taking gross anatomy, and it was just like, you don't know how to spell sternocleidomastoid? Mastoid? Actually, that word's pretty easy. It's just kind of long. But let me see if there's a picture I could show you, Cubs. Maybe like spastic and flaccid. Spastic limb. The names of people are worse? I know! So selfish. Why couldn't you just be like, I don't know, not doing that? I guess I could just show you the spastic. So spasticity, you're pretty much like stuck in that position, while flaccid is, well, as you can imagine, kind of like loose. Let me see. There's a baby picture actually. I was like, I'm not gonna look up flaccid. I'm like, no. There's a baby picture I always see, and I might be confusing it with flaccid or hypotonia. I'll just look up hypotonia baby. Sorry. But yeah, flaccid is like noodles, basically. Just straight up noodling. That baby, noodle. While spasticity is like you're kind of just stuck in that position. Ragdoll, yeah. Oh no, you're so good. Don't worry about it, Julian. No worries. And yeah, we'll get to more people's names in just like a little bit. So boom. Yeah, so this is what happens when people have strokes. They end up with this curve of like flaccid, and then they get spasticity, and then eventually it gets resolved. So that's really cool, right? So stage 1, flaccid ragdoll baby. Stage 2, the spasticity starts to occur. So we need to determine like where it is and how to rate it and Again, we're doing our bell curve, so it's increasing at 3. At 4, now we're going downhill. The spasticity will eventually decrease. You'll start getting complex movement combinations again, and then you'll get your coordinated movement, thankfully. So you get your 1 to 6, and we're all good to go. Yay! Alright, I think there's more specifics, so yeah. So this is the same thing right here. Let me go ahead, and this is the non-fun version without the bell curve, but it's okay. Hi, welcome on in, welcome. Thank you so much for the hydrate. I will take advantage of that. I will drink water. Hold on. Thank you. Seems like it's going to be the go-to phrase. Yeah. And that's why it's really important to have like the appropriate intervention, etc., to make sure that it does get better, you know, because some people get I would be depressed too, basically, if I get into a situation like that. But it's the idea of like, okay, don't worry about it. Yeah, this is life-changing, but we can get you back at least, you know, to a functional level. It might be your new normal, but I mean, you know, something is something. So this is someone else's notes as well, which is basically the same thing that we talked about. Again, our bell curve, flaccid, no reflex, to a reflex is present, what is associated. It's fine. All right, so let's actually talk about something super interesting with stroke. So this is more for people who've had stroke for quite some time. It's not for the acute level. It's more for like I believe like subacute and chronic. CIMT, constrained induced movement therapy. TLDR, again, are principles of neuroplasticity and the use it or lose it sort of thing. So again, when you have a stroke and let's say you have a right-sided stroke, which means that your left side is weak, you're like, hey, I'm stuck in this synergy. I have my arm to my belly. I don't really want to do anything with it. This is life-changing. I do everything with my right hand. I don't do anything with my left because it's basically useless. Yeah, no, that doesn't really work in the therapy world. We're going to make you use your left limb. So with constrained induced movement therapy, exactly how it's sounding, we use an oven mitt or some kind of glove basically to make sure that you're not using your right as often, and it serves as like a visual reminder of like, yeah, you're right, yeah, you can use it, but A, don't, because we put this mitt on it, and B or 2, I forgot how I listed this already. And B or 2, yeah, you can't really do a lot when you have like some kind of glove, you know what I mean? And so it's kind of a reminder of like, oh, I can't use this arm. Okay, I guess I'm going to be using my left arm more because this is the one that's affected. And it's like, yay! But this kind of therapy is really extreme. Let me also see if I have like a picture to show you, Cubs. Hold on. Do the things in different highlighter colors mean anything? It makes my brain happy. No, you're so right. So the highlighted bright yellow are things that she had mentioned like directly in the review, and I'm like, all right, baby, let's get to it. The other ones might just be color coded because I thought they're pretty. Less obnoxious yellow is things that I know are important that I should know but wasn't like explicitly in the review. The multiple colors that you see for the days, those were just different colors so I can associate like it's this, it's this, it's this, you know what I mean, instead of highlighting it as one color to be like, remember, this is for this time, for this days, for this many weeks. So yeah. Sometimes you'll see highlighter blue because in my old program we used a textbook and basically all the conditions were in like this blue box text, and so I had this quirk, I guess, that anytime I see like a set condition I will highlight it in blue, so sometimes you might see that too. Yay. Anyway. So this is like an image. Oh yeah, there you go. So this is like an image of constrained induced movement therapy. So look, they're doing their activities with this arm because it's not like it's useless, it's just weak. But again, if you force use it, basically, you're gonna get the principles of neuroplasticity, you're gonna get the connections again of like, oh, even though this is weak, I'm regaining my strength and my connections in the brain to be like, I can use this limb. Yeah. As you see, that glove is pretty useless. Or I mean, it's useless to do like activities with it at least. So let's get into the actual structure of CIMT. So using this glove technique, what's gonna happen is it's actually initially it was used as a behavioral intervention. Surprisingly, this technique wasn't introduced or made by therapists. It was made by psychologists who was just like, yeah, we'll do this, and then eventually it was adapted into the rehabilitation world. Again, the idea of CIMT is modifying the behavior of learned non-use on the paretic or the affected arm by the stroke by facilitating a behavior change that would ultimately result in forced use of the paretic or the affected or the weak upper extremity. As I mentioned, this is not something you want to do immediately right away. This is for the subacute phase or the chronic phase of post-stroke. And even though the mitt is really like, wow, that mitt is so cool, wow, that mitt must be the most important aspect of this entire therapy, it really isn't. It just serves as more like a cue, rather than actually doing anything. What's actually going to be doing everything is the repetitive and intensive force use of that upper extremity, because you know, use it or lose it, and then you know, the more you repeat something and practice and the better that you get at it. So unfortunately, even though this is a really cool technique, it's not for everyone. Sometimes if someone is a little too low level for this, like they just don't get it, or there's some other complications, you might want to use mirror therapy. And I'm sure you cubs have seen mirror therapy in some regards. Like I'm sure you cubs have seen it for like the phantom limb pain or whatever, but I will briefly go over it. Hold on. And we'll talk about it again in more details. Hi Taylor, hi, welcome on in, welcome. How long you use it before you don't wait, how long before you lose it if you don't use it? It depends. But it really does, and it depends on the task and and other factors that play a part of it. Just constantly keep doing the things that you want to do. Huh? I just want to say hi. Also, I have 12k points now, but I'm not in an impish mood. Thank you. It'd be kind of strange. Maybe it'll be more like... No, I won't get into it. Anyway, no, it's okay. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Alright, but welcome on in. Welcome. So we're just getting to mirror therapy. So mirror therapy, again, I've seen articles, or when I was first introduced to it, it was more for the topic with phantom pain and phantom sensation, like for amputees basically. But we can use it in stroke too. For stroke, what's going to happen is that you're going to put your paretic or affected limb in that little box, or I don't know what, it's not really the triangle. Sorry. You're gonna put it in this triangle, and then the non-affected or stronger limb is gonna be here. So what's gonna happen is that with your stronger limb, so we're gonna use this guy's reference, so his right limb, he's moving his arm, he's moving his wrist, and your brain signals like, oh, my right arm is moving, and in the mirror, that must be my left limb, right? Oh, it's also moving. They're both moving. Yay! I know that's so superficial. But it's actually really like you have to try it to understand how unsettling it is for your brain to actually be tricked by this. And it's like, this is like baby elementary things. I know what a mirror is. Yeah, but like for whatever reason, your brains will send signals to also move like your left limb as well, to move along with the right, because it understands the mirrored limb as your left limb. So it's like, okay, let's do it too. It's actually crazy. Though it's really cool, again, it's a very low level therapy sort of thing. It's just more to get the person to familiarize with their extremity or for their arm to get that kind of movement going, and then eventually maybe, just maybe, they may progress to the CIMT. But yeah. Alright. But yeah, mirror therapy is to trick the brain with visual information to maintain that motor output. So we have 4 principles of CIMT, and it's pretty extreme. and we'll talk about it a little bit more of how it can be extreme in just a moment. But yeah, 4 principles. Let's go one by one. I'm not gonna just read the list because did someone delete my shaping, or did I never add shaping? Oh heck. Whatever. Anyway, repetitive and intense task-specific training of paretic upper extremity over multiple days. So if we get you involved, or we have a patient involved in CIMT, what's going to happen is that they're going to be doing this therapy session 3 hours a day, 5 days a week for 2 to 3 weeks. That's insane. Imagine going to like rehab and it's like, yep, 3 hours a day, my dude. And it's like, what? Where are we getting this time? Like, no, not for anything. I felt like I've streamed for a little bit and it's only been an hour, and it's like, actually you have 2 more hours. And it's like, what? Not that there's a time limit to the stream, I'm just saying that 3 hours of just therapy alone is just crazy to me. Hi Daimo, hi, welcome on in, welcome. But yeah, with the 3 hours a day, what you're going to be doing is working on shaping tasks, which I don't have written, but I'll explain it in a little bit, and functional task practice. But that's under supervised therapy. For a home program, so you're still supposed to do this at home. So during treatment, you would have the glove and do your repetitive task and all that jazz, and you're supposed to do it 15 to 30 minutes a day with a specific repetitive task with, again, that weakened or the affected or the paretic extremity. After treatment, after your 2 to 3 weeks are up, what they want you to do is do 3 repetitive tasks for 15 to 30 minutes a day and 7 selected ADLs. ADLs are activities of daily living, using your affected upper extremity indefinitely. So activities of daily living is like brushing your teeth, bathing, getting dressed, cooking, brushing your hair, stuff like that. And as you can imagine, there is a multitude of daily activities we could do. You just have to pick 7 of them, basically. Juggling, if you're a juggler, and that's a part of your activities of daily living. But no, it's more like self-care sort of thing, you know? But yeah, the idea of this, of making it so extreme, again, if I have my eyes closed, to do the therapy for 3 hours, 5 days a week, 2 to 3 weeks, is that we want to overcome that non-use and promote neuroplastic changes of the use it or lose it. And again, it's kind of like, but we're gloving the other one. Don't we lose like our strong side? No, because again, this is only 3 hours a day. You have like the other amount of days or other amount of hours within that day to be free of the glove and be like la-da-dee, with both extremities, you know? All right. Shaping. I don't know why I don't have this here, but basically it's performing a task and you eventually make it harder. So let's see if we could get like a picture. I guess let me also oh, it's here. Oh, okay. I was just like, what? Okay, it's here, let's go. So look, this person also has some kind of glove on, right? And look, they're doing their stuff with their affected arm. So they're cutting bread and cheese, they're pouring water, they're buttoning with one hand, and they're putting like these colored pegs into where they need to be. Why the glove? It's to promote force use. So when you have a stroke, or let's say I mean, it's still a stroke. Okay, let's say, hey, your left arm is really, or no, let's change it up. No. Yeah, let's just say your left side is weak. You can't really do much with it. So you're like, oh, I'm going to do everything with my right hand. Well, again, the idea of this rehabilitation or therapy is, hey, I know you're doing everything with your right hand, but we need to get you using your left hand too. Again, the use it or lose it sort of thing. You had a stroke, and yeah, I know you can probably get away with everything with your right side, but that's not functional. We do a lot of things with both hands. So to kind of like, I don't know, kind of push your left arm to the side just because it's weak is kind of stinky. So what we do again is, okay, we're gonna restrain the right arm, and so now you have to do these things. What if you lose the other side? Well then, brother, we're still working on the same left side. The stroke, gosh, I hope not. But stroke doesn't affect both sides. It will only affect one side unless you have multiple strokes, which I have not looked into that. I don't know anything about having multiple strokes. I think people tend to have one stroke and that's it. But I'm not saying that as a game changer, and I'm not saying that indefinitely. I am just saying, like, yeah. Oh, what if you lose the other side? Oh, because we're not using it? No, I already addressed that. I said this therapy is only for 3 hours a day. And then guess what? You have another 21 hours to use it. So you're good. You're fine. Don't even worry about it. So shaping again, we're going to take small successive steps to make the task more difficult, all with the goal of meeting the motor objectives. So let's use C for, well, no. Let's use B for example. We're pouring some water. Hey, congratulations! You're pouring water! Yay! Alright, now let's make it harder. Let's make the cup of water further. So now you see how your elbow is bent like this? I know this is a really comfortable position for you. Let's actually start working on some of that elbow extension, okay? Get you out of that synergy as well. So we're gonna put the cup of water here. Alright, and so now the patient is forced to extend their elbow just a little bit longer and try to successfully do the task of pouring water into the cup again. And so, yeah. We could begin with a small distance and eventually start increasing the distance little by little. We can also do other tasks and we can modify the time. So let's say we're doing like this task with the pegs or whatever. Okay, you only have a minute to get all these in. While previously you had 5, we're gonna try to like amp up or shorten the team and amp up, you know, your ability to do this, because you know the faster you do it, the better you get at it, and yay for results of motor performance. We could change the size of the object manipulated, so maybe we can use bigger buttons for C, and then we work and then modify, and they're like, okay, can you do smaller buttons, something a little bit more realistic, maybe something that's on like your polo, you know, maybe if you get a little cold, or your dress shirt or your pants. Yeah, we'll do that. The reaching distance we just talked about with B. And then reps, we can always increase the amount of repetitions that we do with a task. Like, hey, congratulations, you put all the buttons in. Yay! All right, now let's do that again. Let's do that about 5 times, okay? Okay. So yeah, that is the idea of shaping that. Hey, you performed this task good? Sorry, I feel like my English is deteriorating as we speak, but did you protect what? Did you perform the task well? Well, congratulations. Well, now we're gonna work on making it a little bit difficult, you know? And then we keep working. Alright, so from there we can actually work on another characteristic with the CIMT, which is going to be your transfer package. And there's like a huge thing about it, so let me say hello to Lennox. Hello Kitcom. Hi, welcome on in. Welcome to final cramming day 2. So yeah, a part of the CIMT is the transfer package. So this is the patient's ability to transfer their gains from the clinical or research world to a real world environment. And pretty much it's the idea of like, hey, we're doing all these wacky tasks because, not for anything, you're going to be using this in the real world. You're going to be pouring yourself a cup of water. You do have to cut something. You do have to button something. And you do have to put things into small holes, I guess. But it's the idea of the manipulation of like the small item into a specific area. It's really where it's getting at. So pretty much it's like, yeah, let's promote self-efficacy and overcome these perceived barriers. So what's going to happen is that everything that we're doing will transfer over, and we're going to do 4 different interventions to make sure that you are staying on top of what we're doing, because this is super duper important to have this repetitive task to overcome the learn non-use. So with that, our first one is super duper important. Our first transfer package is going to be monitoring. So we can use a motor activity log, or MAL, my anime list. No. We can use a motor activity log to determine how well they're using their paretic or their affected or weak upper extremity during certain ADLs. So again, repetition. We're going to make sure that you are doing this. You are doing the motor activity log on the first day of treatment, each day of treatment, immediately after the treatment program, and then once a week for the first month after treatment. Spooky. You have to administer this a lot, because it's the idea of like, we want to establish a baseline, and we want to see if you're improving. Also, if you keep like a diary or something like that, also if you see the improvement over time, like, hey, when you first started this, you weren't able to do this, and now we're like a month out of the treatment, you remember, because the CIMT is 2 to 3 weeks, and we're doing it again even afterwards, the motor activity log. Look, you weren't able to do this, but after 4 weeks, look, you're able to do this now. Isn't that really motivating? Isn't that good? Don't you want to keep up with this? Yeah. So, first day of treatment, each day of treatment, immediately after the treatment program, so maybe after the 2 to 3 weeks, and then once a week after the first month after treatment. Super duper important. Problem solving interventions. So pretty much we can identify potential barriers and instruct and equip the participant of how to best overcome it, because maybe they have a very particular thing that they want to do. Okay, sure. Like, let's use it for the example, the juggling, because you're a pro juggler and it's like, I want to juggle again. Okay, we'll do everything in our power to see how we can facilitate that and make it like meaningful for you, and also, you know, still make it functional. Behavioral contracting, which sounds really strange. It sounds like something out of like a fantasy genre, like, oh, we are now making a contract together. But it's the idea that you're contracting with your therapist about like, you are going to be using your paretic or that weak limb. We need to make sure that you're doing this and that you're keeping compliant pretty much. And then our last thing is going to be social support. It's the idea of recruiting any kind of caregiver. And again, they don't have to be like super low functioning as a stroke. The caregiver again can be well, a caregiver. It can be a significant other, it could be a child, it could be their parent, it could be whoever is going to be taking care of them, and making sure that we're educating both them and the participant about this whole treatment. And then also there might be a contract for the caregiver as well, being like, hey, make sure this person does this because this is going to be super duper important. Right? And then the last characteristics about this is that actually what you could do is put the mitt on. And again, the mitt sounds like it's the most important thing to do during this treatment, but again, it's the repetitive and intensive use of the paretic upper extremity. Okay, now I didn't actually say this, so I do want to retract my statements to some regard, so I apologize. But yeah, they have to do the treatment for 3 hours, but also if you're in CIMT, you actually do have to use the mitt for 90% of your waking hours. So only 10% of the day you're free of the mitt, but 90% of it, even whether you're in therapy or not, has to be in that mitt. So whoopsie, sorry, should have took that statement back about your limb being free. You only have 10% of the day of the waking hours to be free. Sorry, but hey, it says waking, so when you go to bed you don't have to wear the mitt, so yay. Contract, do you sue them? No, you just try to keep them accountable, and even if they're not accountable, like in all actuality, really, if someone doesn't keep up to their word or something like that, especially in this like therapeutic setting, they're not harming you, they're only harming themselves and their interventions and their practice. It's their lives, you know. But I think it's really like weird ham if it's like I think it's really weird if you go into some like intervention like wanting to get better and then you just choose not to. Then you're wasting both our times. Anyway, so we talked about CAMT. So there's actually some prerequisites that you need to get into this therapy, other than not being like too low level, being like, again, I guess leveled enough. You need to have certain amount of range of motion with it. So with this in mind, the minimum active range of motion requirements for shoulder flexion, so shoulder flexion, bringing your arm straight up in front of you and then bringing it overhead, and abduction, bringing it straight out, like doing a T-pose and coming up overhead, you need only about 45 degrees or more to use this therapy. For elbow extension, so if your arm is, well, flexed and then you want to extend your arm, you need about 20 degrees or more. And again, this is starting from about 90 degrees from the table. And then for both wrist and finger extension, all you need is 10 degrees or more to be able to do this. You need all 4 of these range of motion requirements in order to be okay for CIMT. For wrist extension, it would be from full flexion. So basically, if you curled in your palms towards you, so if you had your palms up facing the ceiling and then bringing your knuckles towards you, that would be full flexion. And then extension would be just doing it the opposite direction, and again, all you need is 10 degrees. As for the fingers, again, the finger extension, that you just need 10 degrees and 2 digits, which means just 2 fingers. So yay. So okay, Cubs, we just talked about CIMT, of how grueling it is that you have to wear this glove or mitt or whatever for 90% of your waking hours, and we have to do therapy 3 hours a day, 5 days a week for 2 to 3 weeks, and then we have to keep this activity log, and then we still have to be practicing even during treatment or even after we're done with treatment? No way. Well, yes way, but thankfully, they've actually come out with a modified version of this. So 3 hours of therapy of just doing kind of the same thing well, maybe not the same thing, but you know, a functional task or your activity of daily living for 3 hours is a lot of time. So how can we modify this to make it more friendly and more feasible? Well, what we could do is that we do 30 minutes of shaping and functional activities, only 30 minutes for 3 days a week for 10 weeks. That sounds more reasonable, right? Again, of course, it's going to be a longer time, but 30 minutes 3 days out of the week, an hour and a half out of the week to practice and get better? Sure, why the heck not? But as for the restraint, though it might not be 90% of your waking hours, you'd still have to actually wear 5 hours a day for 5 days a week for that 10 weeks. But hey, this is actually better than again wearing it for 90%. So you know, you pick and choose your battles. Five hours is not bad, and again, after the 5 hours, you can free your limbs. So yay! All right, and I think that's for CIM. Oh no, we have more. So we're back to outcome measures again. So for outcome measures, specifically for CIMT, we can use Wolf's Motor Function Test with Functional Ability Scale 0 to 5. This is the common outcome measure we're going to use post. So after they're done with their CIMT therapy, whether it's the modified one for the 10 weeks or whether it is the regular one for that 2 to 3 weeks, and they're going to be testing strength. So we're going to be testing their grip in their paretic or their affected extremity. We're going to have them lift their arm to box with wrist weight. Lift arm to, oh, okay. They're lifting your arm to a box with some weight on it. And we're going to help, and we're going to also test the strength about strengthening your, strengthening, oh my gosh. Straightening out your elbow, but with weights this time. Other functional activities we'll do, because there's going to be 3 time trials for this, so we could get like your best average score, is to lift a pencil, lift a Coke can, lift a paper clip, and lift a basket. So as you can imagine, all these are like of various shapes of how we have to grasp this. Grasping a Coke can, yeah, or a soda can in general, your favorite soda, is much different than trying to pick up a paper clip, and much different than holding a pencil to write. We also will practice folding a towel, because you know, folding a towel or folding clothes, kind of a part of our daily activity. Not that we're folding clothes every day, but kind of like, hey, I have laundry, oh, I have to fold this, oh no, my other arm is so weak. Well, that's the reason why we did CIMT, so now we can practice folding. Turn keys into lock, because again, this goes into the aspect of like the gripping and using your hands specifically for more finer manipulations. Stack checkers, again, fine manipulation. Checkers tend to be kind of small. And flipping cards, getting that precision. And again, you just do all of these 3 times over. We get the average time, and if you're within a normal range, then hacking, congratulations, the CIMT therapy worked. But yeah, give me one moment, Cubs. I'll politely BRB. I'm going to take a little baby break really quick. But when we come back, we'll come back to upper extremities and lower extremities post CVA or post stroke. And there's about 3 questions. There's different contemporary treatments, as you can read here, and we're gonna go over these in just a moment. Woo! Virtual reality! Oh! Sorry, I got too excited. There seems to be at least partial overlap with robotics competitions as far as these goals go. Just a little bit. Are we so different from the robots? Beep boop, beep boop, beep boop. Please also ignore the beep boop that you may hear in the background as well. Yeah. Anyway, I'll be right back. One moment, okay? Alley-oop. Wow. Okay, sorry, I'm back. Life is good. And yeah. I hope you guys had a super duper good break. Sorry I didn't put like a specific time to it. Maybe I should keep the Pomodoro timer on? I don't know. Excuse me. I know we'll have a break. I will definitely have a break sometime soon. Because I didn't eat breakfast. I just had a little bit of coffee and I still have my chicken dumpling soup, day 6, sitting in the fridge, so I probably should finish that up if I can. And yeah. But we have to get through this guide. Would you believe we're only 11 pages out of 83? But it's gonna be okay. So, with that, we last left off on CIMT, the Constraint Induced Movement Therapy. Again, 3 hours a day, 5 days a week, 2 to 3 weeks. With the modified version being again, the non-modified version is 90 hours, oh gosh, help me. 90% of the waking hours should be wearing the mitt, but the modified CIMT, you have to wear the mitt 5 times a week for 5 hours, and also you're only doing 30 minutes of therapy 3 days a week for 10 weeks. So let's talk about other interventions we can have with both upper extremity and lower extremity post-stroke. So as you see, we do have an assortment of contemporary treatments such as CIMT, which we talked about in great detail. We could talk about FES, functional electric stimulations. We could talk about locomotion training. We could talk about mirror therapy again, in a little bit greater detail than we did previously. We could talk about VIA therapy for the upper extremities exclusively, and we could talk about virtual reality. So let's talk about functional electric stimulations, or FES. So pretty much the summary of this is you use electrical stimulations to deliver a stimulation to the peripheral nerve and muscle during a functional task. So I don't know what extent your cubs are with electrical stimulation, but sometimes maybe a family member you may have had like a TENS unit, and it's like, oh, this is to help relieve the pain, and it's supposed to send electricity, and it's like a little like massage or pins and needles, and it helps me get rid of my pain. Electrical stimulation can be used for a lot of things, and we talked about yesterday in pharmacology of how you can use electrical stimulation as iontophoresis to deliver medication into your body a little bit faster into the systemic circulation. Now we're talking about electrical stimulation, but we're talking about it with muscle activation and getting the muscle moving. Depending on how you put this electrical stimulation, you could basically trick your body to, well, not trick, you're not tricking, you're kind of forcing it, but you can have electrical stimulation on certain parts of the bodies or muscles to help stimulate it and help facilitate an action. So I commonly have seen electrical stimulation used as a therapeutic means of helping with knee extension after knee surgery, and there's this particular electrical stimulation that is called Russian, and basically it delivers really high volts into the the muscle, and the patient is also supposed to use it's also to help, in this particular situation, scenario, and imagination thing that I'm trying to talk about or discuss or describe or express is, let's say a patient just came out of knee surgery, their knee is slightly bent, they're having trouble extending their knee. You can use electrical stimulation onto the quadricep muscles or your front thigh muscles, put the pads there, and Russian is the type of electrical stimulation that's going to send the electrical stimulation to the quads, and it's going to send the high volt, and it's going to contract the quads. But while contracting the quads, the patient should also be contracting or also trying to do knee extension, and they do it a few times, a few reps for a certain amount of time, and again, that's supposed to help kind of retrain the body. So I think that's super duper interesting. This case, it's almost similar to what I just described, but we're going to apply it for more functional activities such as walking, and we'll talk about that in, again, in just one moment. Julian says I use a TENS unit sometimes. What was the name for the thing you said about the nutrient absorption rate increasing? Oh, I don't think the closed captions will get it. I'm saying iontophoresis. Oh gosh, closed captioning did not get that. Iontophoresis. But it's for certain medications and blah 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 blah. Not for anything else. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry, let me close that tab out. Alright, so all that said, functional electrical stimulation, we can use it for activities that are functional. It's going to help us maybe get walking again. So let's kind of read the goals of why we would even use FES. So FES, the goals are to promote increased recruitment of muscle activation for normal motor function. And also this is to facilitate functional recovery by means of augmentation. So we talked about this in the last neuromuscular study stream that I had when it was the midterm, and there's different kind of interventions that you can use. You could use a recovery intervention, or categorize the intervention as recovery, augmented, or a compensatory. Augmented is, well, in this situation, this. Recovery is like trying to get it more independent, blah 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 blah. Compensatory is maybe adding an assistive device because maybe they will not be able to function without this. Augmented is just kind of getting the right cues and making sure that they are doing it right. Like they're almost to the step to recovery, but they're not quite there yet, so let's actually use these in case. So FES is considered an augmented intervention when it's coupled with a restorative functional task such as, walking. But if for whatever reason the extent of the neural damage is too extensive, this is not necessarily working for the patient because their condition is so severe. What this now ends up being is that FES can now be a compensatory means to help promote safety and independence with functional mobility. So there's one technique that we can use with walking, and I've actually done this with my classmate. It's super weird, but I mean it makes sense that we're sending electrical stimulation to certain parts of the bodies. So we put it on our dorsiflexor muscles. And so I was speaking as a patient who is unable to raise their toes when they walk. So when I walk, my toe drags, and when my toe drags, I am more at risk of falling. You know when you kind of trip yourself up? That's basically the situation that I was in, basically. So my classmate, we put the pads on, and every time I walked in a certain stance of the gait cycle where I needed my toes up, they would push the button. I feel like I have to get a picture for this, but yeah, they would push the button and it would send electrical stimulation to that area that would help me dorsiflex or keep my toes up, and it helped me clear my stance for walking. Let's see, picture FES gait. These all look really extreme. I promise they weren't as extreme, but I guess I can kind of maybe if I look up this word, maybe I'll find a better image. Okay, kind of like this. I don't know why they have this giant thing here, but so you see the therapist is right here with the machine on hand, with the button in their hand as well. They have the electrical stimulation pads right here to help, I could only say, the quads, or straightening out the elbow, oh my god, where am I? The knee! When they do certain walking, and the patient is stabilized with the parallel bar. So every time they walk in, they need a little bit of knee extension. The patient will be also doing knee extension, but maybe they won't have enough, so then the therapist will push the button and the signals will be sent to the knee to help straighten out their knee, and then again facilitate that normalized gait or walking cycle. With that in mind, this is again an augmented means, but for people again who may have more severe neuronal damage, then this is just going to be within the compensatory means. So yeah. Hi Bata, hi, welcome on in, welcome. They all had the same floor? Oh, the safer to walk with, my dear. My hypota, hi. I will politely inhale air. Sorry, the sighs are not like sighs. I just want to make it like very audible that there is air getting into me, I promise. And thank you for the posture check. Thank you. And thank you for the hydrate. Let's go, gamers. Alright. Alright. Okay. Even though FES seems really cool, or even using an AFO, like a type of orthotic advice to kind of help normalize their gait or walking cycle, it can be very difficult to say, hey, just take this, because we want the best for our patient. And if they're not that level, or if they're way past that level, like, we have to kind of factor those decisions. So apparently there were 7 action statements and the CPG, the clinical practice guidelines for AFO and FES use post-stroke. So we have to see about the quality of life, their gait speed, any other mobility, their dynamic balance, so like if someone pushes into them, are they able to recover, their walking endurance, if they have plantar flexor spasticity, the muscle activation, and the gait kinematics of how they're walking. Is they're walking appropriately? Is there anything kind of lacking? That's just everything we have to identify before allowing this type of intervention. Alright, moving on, let's talk about locomotion training. So locomotion, fancy word for walking. We're gonna try to walk train, and there's different ways of how we could do it. So we could do overground stepping, which is just regular walking. Walking on a treadmill with or without a harness. The harness is there for like a safety system. Body weight supported treadmill training, so that's just again the kind of forced use of the affected side of just shifting their body weight more into it. Robotic assisted locomotion training, so we put them into a mech suit, a mech suit basically. High intensity stepping, yeah. Motor imagery, sure. And virtual reality, which we'll talk about again in greater detail. What we're going to be focusing most on is walking on the treadmill with or without the harness, and also the body weight supported treadmill training. All of these, by the way, are contemporary approaches. They're pretty much relatively new into the scene, with the exception, of course, with the overground stepping. Primary focus for rehab, at least for us, or what the professor wants us to know, is with the treadmill training. The other options, locomotion. Okay. There are specific clinical practice guidelines for locomotion for those who have chronic stroke, which again is going to be reported at 6 months or greater post-stroke. That is basically where the guidelines we'll talk about. We'll talk about those in a little bit greater detail. Locomotion can also impact those with a TBI, and I think a spinal and incomplete spinal cord injury. That also goes along with that. They all go kind of hand in hand with the same treatment when it comes to locomotion training. But yeah, so training on the treadmill without a harness apparently will improve your gait speed. You will be walking faster, again getting that practice in, and it will increase the step length. But there's really no improvement with comfortable gait speed. Yeah, you can walk fast, but are you comfortable? Is it like a casual stroll? It's the idea that, again, because you're without the harness, it's the idea of like, hey, your safety might be at risk. You know, obviously a therapist will be there to catch you. The treadmills tend to have the thing where if it's going too fast and you're getting too left back, they put like this kind of tag, and if the length is too long, it will pull, and then the treadmill will stop for your safety, of course, so it'll be okay. Obviously a prerequisite to start even this intervention in itself, to begin on a treadmill, is that you need to be able to walk. But yeah, with a harness is basically the same thing, but again, it's just a safety component. Body weight support treadmill training, with the harness, again, you have that safety, or yeah, the safeness involved, so the patient feels more comfortable putting that body weight into their affected side. It also has the capacity to unweight the patient while they're positioned over the treadmill, so if anything happens, it's like, whoop, all right, up you go. So what happens with this is that this is a really involved process from the therapist, but they can help assist with the weight shifting and kind of like pushing and pulling and cueing at certain areas to promote, again, a proper or normalized gait. Again, it can be really extensive. You can have multiple people working on you, and this is saying that you can have 1 to 4 people to help you with this process. Progression from this, we can progressively lower the body weight support for increasing limb loading, and this progression and this whole therapy intervention in a whole should help improve the gait speed and distance. Really important for early intervention. I know a lot of people, again, may kind of get down and depressed and that they're super like weak and they're not able to do the things that they're able to do, but early intervention is so important. You don't want to become compliant with your condition, is pretty much the idea. So the earlier that we're able to walk and the patient has the cooperation for it, the more likely they're going to have improved results, and in this case it's going to be improved functional gait ability. Definitely not superior to the other interventions that we can provide, but it's definitely a start and what can be most comfortable for the patient. Even though this is really cool and all, what's going to be most important is the intensity. The intensity of this is what's going to matter, and there's a picture down here that talks about that the aerobic intensity should be high, and that people seeing chronic stroke, incomplete spinal cord injury, and brain injury should be getting up to 85% of their heart rate max. That is what's really recommended in the clinical guidelines. Well, I really appreciate what you're studying right now. Oh, thank you. Thank you. This is what I'm gonna be applying in my life and into my career. So thank you, even if I might not be training in the neuro population. It's amazing that we figured out stuff like this. Yeah, exactly. And then we're just constantly learning more things. Blah blah blah, evidence-based practice, blah 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 blah, and it's super cool. When the alternative was just like, LOL, enjoy not walking for so long. Yeah, no, it's, again, use it or lose it. We gotta walk. We gotta do it. You're going to physical therapy? Maybe. But yeah. So with that in mind, intensity is really what's really super duper important. The value of the body weight support system is pretty much, hey, is your patient medically stable? Great, love that. Because even if they don't have the ability to walk, they can still do it because they have the harness. As long as they're able to stand and walk, even if they don't have like the full ability, just get them to do it. It's fine. We're gonna practice it. It's a-okay. Anything, it's really anything, you know? But yeah, the goal of this pretty much is to, again, accept forward weight acceptance of the affected limbs, and the unaffected limbs to take longer steps to, again, normalize that gait pattern. Progressions of what we can do other than increasing the intensity is, well, I guess still increasing the intensity, but also doing it in different means, such as the modification of speed. Oh, okay, you got a nice good pace? Okay, let's try this now. Let's get you on like a little bit faster, even if the speed is like a 0.1 or 0.2 faster. We could raise the incline. Maybe the patient, I mean, obviously other than increasing the difficulty, maybe it's very applicable. Maybe the patient lives in a very like hilly area. The amount of hands-on assistance can be changed. We can either increase it, which makes it very easy for the patient, or we can make it more difficult by having a less hands-on approach, or having maybe only one therapist in comparison to the 4 that they were even suggesting. Oh my goodness. And the amount of body weight support if being utilized, because again, realistically, it's really cool to have the harness in the treadmill, but you're not going to have the harness in the treadmill when you're taking a walk around the park. We want to make it, again, functional and have that transference of, hey, even though we're doing it here, you're able to do it somewhere else. So let's start increasing the body weight so you feel more comfortable, so when this intervention isn't present to you, you're still able to walk. But yeah, parameters and all that are basically up to me, and to just know what's best and what's safe for your patient. after the treadmill training, if it's safe, basically we just want to do normal over the ground stepping for just carry over the task. Basically everything I had just said previously, just having that transference. So yeah, that's locomotion therapy. And again, for stroke, incomplete, spinal cord and brain injury, we want to try to get them at the 85% heart rate max. High intensity, because intensity is what's gonna matter, because walking and all that at like a slower pace is really cool and all, but again, we want it to stick, and we want it to be applicable to all these other kind of situations that the patient may be present in where they need to have that capability. So let's talk about mirror therapy again. So we talked about it, we talked about it a little bit with the CIMT. If the patient who had just had a stroke, post-stroke, and they're, well, maybe not just post-stroke, because remember, CIMT is good only for subacute or chronic stroke patients. Mirror therapy, again, is going to be a little bit more low level, and again, it's the idea of tricking the brain to have that motor output. It's to trick the brain into thinking movement has occurred without pain. It helps create a positive visual feedback, and it involves the affected limb being placed behind a mirror. So you're moving with your non-affected or your strong limb, and your brain is recognizing that, hey, that limb I see in that mirror, oh, that must be the left limb. And so that's pretty much kind of the science behind that in the most informal way possible. Mirror therapy can be used for upper and lower extremities, meaning it can be used for both the arms and the legs. This is just describing how it's used. The premise of this is that the reflection of the unaffected limb moving in the mirror, and the mirror, blah blah blah, neurons will create an illusion that the affected limb is moving. It tricks your brain into moving. So the goal of this pretty much is to improve the attention to the paretic limb, being like, you know, before you're like, oh, I can't use it, oh, it's so weak, I could barely do this, to, hey, maybe I can move it, hey, it's definitely moving right here, I see it in the mirror. We can help improve motor function, and it's gonna help reduce the pain. And again, that's why, again, in other therapies, and other articles, again, they're using it for phantom pain and all that jazz, and all that for people, again, who may have had an amputee, and again, to trick the brain, like, hey, the limb is really there, hey, you're itchy right there, oh, we'll just scratch it right here, don't you feel relief on that affected limb? Wow, amazing. So why is intensity so critical? What does the heart rate have to do with things? So it's the idea of just having that intensity for, I believe, more neuroplastic changes. Intensity matters because if it's super easy, and I mean this in the politest ways, you know, when people are like, oh, this task is so easy, it's like brain dead in a very informal terms. It's not gonna stick with you if it's super duper easy. Yeah, good job, you could do the task, like you could start walking or maybe flipping cards, but maybe you should have something that kind of challenges you more and more with your brain sort of thing to kind of get those neurons going and making that connection. And then again, that's why the intensity is going to matter in that case, and then it's applicable to situations where, hey, maybe you don't need this intensity but you have that experience, or hey, this intensity is needed, good job, you were training for this, basically. I hope that helps, kind of. Alright, but yeah, mirror therapy is going to be good for people who are motivated, that they have that like neglect, whether it's on one side or the other, whether it's left or right, depending on the stroke. And it's good for people who, again, just need that jump start to that motor system. It's a very, very low level intervention. And though, again, it's very spooky to do it yourself, again, it's not intensive enough. Unfortunately for mirror therapy, this could be bad for people who are having cognitive or attentional defects. Yeah, they see the thing in the mirror, well, it's not going to recognize with them if they're not mentally there. Same thing kind of relates hand in hand with dementia. Receptive aphasia, they just have trouble, again, processing the information. And people who are high functioning, that's basically, it's going to be bad for them. But that's why, again, it's going to be good, again, for low level, good for people with neglect, and people who are motivated. But yeah, definitely don't replace mirror therapy with any other intervention. It's important to maybe add it into the plan if needed, but again, it shouldn't be your main treatment. But Atomic, thank you so much for stopping by. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Enjoy the new Godzilla movie. Have fun. Good luck. I was shared a TikTok about the Godzilla movie where someone had watched it in 4D or something like that, and every time Godzilla had popped up or something, it was like a smoky barbecue smell for whatever reason. And so they were saying, like, every time I now smell barbecue, I get scared. And I'm like, what? I hope it's good. Same. Baycam says I watched it in 4D. It was so scary. Was it? Oh! I remember when I was a wee lad, a baby even. I remember watching the King Kong movie, and I just remember not liking it because that movie was like 3.5 hours or something. So now seeing the new Godzilla movie, I have like a slight apprehension to it, but I've been hearing that's really good, so... The fear of spilling my soda. Oh, I paid good money for this. Please, please! I'm glad you enjoyed it. Or that's my safe assumption. Eh, the movie is really good on its own. It's just 2 hours. Oh, let's go, gamer. I definitely will try to see if I can watch it, because again, I've been hearing really positive outcomes. Gosh, my brain is stuck in school. Positive good reviews for it. So yeah. You're not airing it over here? No, why? It's Godzilla. It's like a international classic. That's so weird. Do they have something against Godzilla? Are we not getting all the facts? Oh no, I'm sorry, Gabe. I hope you do get the opportunity to see it one way or another. Maybe they'll put it online. Maybe we'll have a gamer night or something. Be like, I legally obtained this movie. Let's watch it. You know, that's actually what I did for Parasite. I don't remember if they were playing Parasite and what do you call it, in theaters, but I remember I got it off Amazon and I was like, okay, movie night, and I invited a few of my friends who watched it. Parasite was such a good movie. We'll be happy to stream it again to any other cubs who hasn't watched that movie, because that movie got my heart rate going. Anyway, moving on. Let's finish up some of the upper and lower extremity therapies we can have, because we're almost done, at least with this section. So, VIA therapy for upper extremities. So, VIA therapy is actually an application that therapists have made. It uses an algorithm for upper limb extremities, interventions post-stroke. Excuse me. This is to help clinicians with, again, upper extremity specifically, and it's based off this principle of SAFE, which is another intervention people have. So SAFE stands for shoulder abduction and finger extension. So the idea is that 2 days post-stroke, if patients are able to have voluntary shoulder abduction, bringing their arm away from their midline or arm away from their side, and they have finger extension, there's a 98% probability, very good odds, of achieving upper limb function very quick, very fast. Unfortunately, this is again within the idea that they could do it within 2 days, but thankfully most stroke patients, even if they're not able to do it within 2 days, they're able to do it within 12 weeks. And so this application is to curate to those individuals who may or may not have it within this 12-week program to, again, get that upper extremity motion and normalization of moving it. But yeah, basically they just made an algorithm for this kind of intervention, and it's just more streamlined and more easy to access for more people. So and virtual reality, do I think it's so cool. The textbook barely goes over it because it's still a relatively new technology, but they say virtual reality is really good for people who have subacute or chronic stroke, and it's supposed to improve gait speed, and it's also a little bit of dual tasking too, so that's always really fun and exciting. I can't wait to be the really cool therapist who's like, yeah, I use VR in my spare time. Yeah, I can teach you how to use it in therapy too. Sure. But yeah, locomotion function, again, clinicians should again have high intensity, high aerobic exercises, getting about 85% of their heart rate max, and walk training with virtual reality, all super duper recommended. What we can consider but not necessary is that maybe we can add some strength training to about 70% or more of their 1 rep max. Maybe we could do some circuit training, maybe some cycling or recumbent stepping up to that 85% heart rate max, but that kind of aerobic intensity may not be as applicable. We just need to kind of get them walking. And balance training with virtual reality, cool, but maybe not as applicable. But it's really cool that we have that as even an option. But things that we should not even begin to consider is static or dynamic exercises, including pre-gait. We kind of just want to get them up and moving. They don't need pre-gait. They know how to walk, but we need to kind of get those neurons firing to get them to normalize their walking. So they don't need that. This is too baby for them, basically. Body weighted supported treadmill training with the emphasis of kinematics. So body weight training support, great, good, love it. But they know how to walk. We just need to get them with the intensity of cueing. We don't need to get them like, hey, your kinematics are slightly off. You should be walking with, you know, this amount of degrees during swing phase, or having this kind of stance during mid stance. We're not working on those particular what do they say, nitty gritty details. We just want them to walk. We could work on the kinematics later. And robot assisted gait training, as cool as that sounds, again, it's not, you're not always going to have a robot to help you assist while walking, you know what I mean? Having that intervention is not going to create that plasticity that we want. So those are why those treatments are not recommended. For cardiovascular and strength training, we'll talk about this again in the stroke patient population specifically. Again, we want to work with a higher intensity, again with the 85% max. I have some other details here that I kind of just copied and pasted, hoping for the best, so we'll talk about that in a little bit, and then this will actually wrap up, I believe, our stroke segment, and then we'll move on to our next kind of disorder. So for CVA, our cerebral vascular accident, aka stroke, cardiovascular guidelines for exercising, we want to get them to about 40 to 70% of their heart rate, 55 to 80% max of their heart rate. So if we were to use the Berg scale, which we'll see in a little bit, we want the exercise to be fairly easy and somewhat hard, or depending on the difficulty, we may want it to be somewhat hard to hard, which is kind of like that. What are these numbers? So here's the Berg scale. I forget the exact like calculations for it. It's something about the heart rate and how they're feeling, pretty much. So again, they want it from either 11 to 14 or what was it, 13? 11 to 14 or 14 to 16. So that's where it is on the scale. The scale is kind of weird. There is a modified Borg scale, but we don't use that, and I feel like the modified one is easier to comprehend. Not that this is difficult, I just feel like the numbers are arbitrary? Yeah. But yeah, we'll talk about cardiovascular and strength training just in a moment. But hi! Welcome! I hope you had a super duper good birthday, by the way, and birthday weekend. Wow. The way you teach is so engaging. BRB crying. BRB, I'm going. Thank you so much, guys. But thank you. You know nothing about neuromuscular stuff, but you make it comfy to listen to. Thank you. Thank you. I think, well, I hope I think. But I have a really strong belief that if I could teach other people who don't have a foundation for this in very layman's terms, even if I am just reading off my notes, but I can just kind of politely like regurgitate it into a more easily digestible content, that I feel like I'm gaining a decent appreciation or a really good grasp of the material. So that's why I like doing these streams. But these streams also tend to take a lot, and I feel like I'm like, okay, Cubs, we have to start from like step one. Hold on, stroke is this. But yeah, I'm glad that it can be super duper comfy. It warms my heart. Thank you so much. Thank you. Let me give you a shout out. And also, Beckham, I don't think I gave you a shout out, so I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Beckham! But yeah, thank you. Had great food and went to your favorite museum. That sounds so comfy. I'm glad you had a really good weekend and really good food. It's really nice to see ya. Oh my goodness. Sorry you had to catch each other again while cramming for finals, but it is what it is. But yeah, let's finish this up. I might take another baby break because I'm actually feeling really hungry. I might eat something or eat my hoard of chocolate from Vienna again. Or make a protein shake, and then I can eat like lunch in a little bit. But yeah, cardiovascular training and strength for how do you call it, the stroke population. Eccentric training can be really good. So eccentric, so that is lengthening of the muscle. So when you activate a muscle, you're doing concentric training. So if you're doing bicep curls, you're like, oh, I'm contracting my biceps. So if you're contracting, you're shortening the bicep muscles to perform this action of elbow flexion or shoulder flexion, depending on what you want to do. In this case, we're doing the bicep curls, but what muscle is going to be lengthening in this case is our triceps. So it goes into this whole concept of like opposite. So yes, if you're flexing, your flexors are going to be contracting or being concentric, and so that means that your extensors, because that's the opposite of flexion, that's going to be lengthening. Same with dorsiflexors. If your dorsiflexors are contracting, then your plantar flexors are lengthening, so on and so forth. So they're saying that eccentric training would be super good because this actually goes aligned with the cross education training, and the cross training is for both the paretic and non-paretic side, or the weak side and the strong side. Power training is also apparently pretty good for the stroke patient population. Power is pretty strong actually, but power is a oh my gosh, what is power? I'm gonna read it. But it's the idea of like almost like heavy weight and high speed sort of thing. So fast concentric phase, so like really quick bicep curl, but very slow eccentric phase. So you do it really quick, and then you slowly but surely unload. This is apparently to help with fall prevention and gait speed. And of course, as always with any intervention, you want to kind of start it off slow or at like a low intensity, and then we progress. This is like their first introduction to doing something like this. Okay, let's start it off baby easy, and then we're going to progress to getting to a higher 1 rep max. We're going to develop a strength base first because we don't want to throw 100 pounds at them. Oh, you feel comfortable with 5 pounds? Okay, sure, let's do that. That's as much as you feel comfortable doing. Fine with me. Let's do it. And then we're going to increase the speed of doing certain activities for the power training. Because this tends to be pretty much a high weight, you only want to do a certain amount, or like a moderate amount. So we'll be doing about 8 to 15 reps, and we'll do 1 or 3 sets. So at most you're doing like 45 of an activity. Power training is really helpful, and what you want to do, because it can be pretty exhaustive, is that you only want to do it 2 to 3 times a week. This is saying this is from Unit 5. I just learned that Unit 5 is not going to be tested, so I'm going to actually skip this. And, oh no! Gosh darn it. Gosh darn it. Okay, we'll talk about pushers because that will be our last bit of a stroke, and then I'll take a little baby break, okay? Okay. This is like bonus stroke content, by the way. This is saying if the hemisphere is damaged, what happens, So recall, when we're talking about stroke, we're talking about that there's something that is affecting the blood supply, then your brain ends up being damaged, and if it happens for too long, or if there's too much of a block, it may end up in death. So the people who do end up being a stroke survivor, there's different kind of complications depending on the left or right side. We talked about in stroke patients, again, if they have a stroke on the right side, they're going to show symptoms or weakness on their left side, and vice versa. If there's a stroke on the left side, then they're going to show it right-sided weakness. But there's a little bit of a bonus to it too. So if the right hemisphere is damaged on the right side, they may end up with more perceptual problems, especially if it ends up being an MCA or PCA stroke. So M being in middle cerebral artery, or PCA, which is the posterior cerebral artery. All these have like different kind of effects. MCA and PCA, if you were to have a blockage in the MCA specifically and you have that kind of stroke, your arms are most likely to be affected, the upper extremities, while PCA is more for the your vision. So that's kind of spooky. But if you were to have a left side stroke, congratulations! You have less perceptual issues, basically. Where's the lesion, the arteries that's damaged? MCA is going to be your most common artery that's going to be blocked or damaged when it comes to stroke. You'll see a lot of people who had like MCA stroke, and that comes with a skew of how do you call it? Complications. But again, most specifically for MCA, it's going to be affecting their upper extremities. As for ACA, anterior cerebral artery, sorry, I'm like shaky, I'm sorry. It is more cognitive changes because it's going to include the frontal lobe involvement. And as you recall, your frontal lobe is very important because it's going to be dealing with a lot of executive functions of what's right or wrong and your motivation and blah 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 blah. Alright, we'll talk about pusher syndrome probably in a little bit actually. Cups, let me be really quick. Let me get something in my system because I am going to die. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just gonna get my blood sugar up high really quick. So let me make a little protein shake. Give me 5 minutes maybe. Yeah. Hi Monte, hi, welcome on in, welcome. I'm sorry you caught me during break, but I'll be right back. I'll try to be as quick as I can. Okay, one moment. I'm back! Yay! Guys, sorry about that. I was just like, okay, so hungry, guys. I feel my sugar going low. I'm getting the symptoms that I was describing yesterday. How could my studies betray me? So I feel better, so it's okay. But yeah, thank you for the welcome back. Thank you. I hope you guys had a super duper good break. We're gonna keep going, chugging it through because we're on page 18 out of 83! And we've been here for 2.5 hours, so like I said, Cuts, here for a long time. Not necessarily a good time. Not that it isn't a good time with you, Cuts. I'm just saying, like, you know, I'd rather not be studying and cramming for neuromuscular. It's okay though. Let's get through it, okay? So this is our last thing with stroke. Stroke patients, pushers. Okay, so we're going back to the pusher syndrome, which again is a thing that can develop if someone is post-stroke, and again it gets resolved within 6 months. With that, what happens is that if someone has a right CVA or a right cerebral accident, it's more likely to have a higher prevalence in those who have the right CVA or a right-sided stroke, or not right-sided, a right stroke, sure, whatever, in comparison to a left. So there's different interventions that we could talk about with pusher syndrome. Again, recall pusher syndromes, there's what they believe is midline or middle to their body is not quite it, and they're using their strong side to push onto their weak side, and this could be whether it is in sitting and standing. And as you can imagine, if you're forcibly pushing yourself because you think, hey, if I push myself to my weak side, I'm actually aligned and I'm upright and I'm normal, when you're really not because you're having this weird perceptual defect, then you can be a super increased the forward falls risk. So how the heck do we have interventions with people who don't even know what their middle is? Well, multiple ways. So one of the first things you want to do is that you just want to kind of establish what is midline to them. You want to train their perception a little bit and do a little bit of visual exploration. So what you're going to do is that you are still going to be on the patient's weak side, and gosh, I feel like I need visuals for this. Alright, so let's say they're weak on their left side, so you're going to stay on their left side. Because what happens is that they're pushing on their right because they're afraid of going to the right. No, that wouldn't be right then. Did I write my notes wrong? Hold on. Wait a minute. Hi Tiffany, hi, welcome on in, give me. I think this is from the lab manual, so hold on. Maybe I wrote my notes wrong because maybe it makes sense, but I don't know. I'm gonna hydrate. I shouldn't forget that, but I'm really trying to find this thing. Where the heck is my lab manual? Hello? Hello? Okay, I found it. Alright, pusher syndrome. Oh, there's a little bit extra. Alright, let me go hydrate and then we could read this together, okay? Oh, hold on. Thank you for the hydrate, thank you. Alright. Okay, so apparently let's say again they have pushers and it's their left side that's weak and they're trying to push to the left side. Well, allow the patient to safely fall towards the paretic side. This is to learn that when they push to the paretic side, it's not safe or upright. Okay, that makes sense. So it's trial and error. So it's the idea of like, but I am upright. It's like, no, you're not. Keep pushing then. Keep trying to get to your midline. Oh, okay, sure. And then when they realize they get a little bit too far, they tilt over and then they begin to fall. But you want to be there as a cushion because obviously there's really no intervention for falls. There's interventions to prevent falls, But you never want to have like an intervention like, yeah, just fall, okay? Okay. But this is again just to give them that trial and error or like visual cue of like, hey, when you lean on this side, you're not safe. You're not really upright. We want to limit the ability to push, so patients what will end up happening is that, okay, let's say the pushers is on the left side, they're pushing with their right. You tell them, hey, I need you to supinate your hand, so palm up to the ceiling and place that hand on your lap. Don't even put it on the bed, because when they put it on the bed, they're gonna just push off. No, it's very hard to push up if your palm is up. I mean, you still can, but it's kind of a struggle. And if they have it on the lap and it's stuck on the lap, then you don't have any more pushing. Yay! Visual cues is gonna be humongous. You need vertical structures like, okay, can you align yourself with that door frame? Excuse me, can you align yourself with the pole that the tech is holding? Any visual aids like the pole really help, and a mirror with a vertical line tape for visual feedback, because anytime you see something vertical and you want the patient to align, it's like, okay, bring your nose to the center of this object. Okay, come on over. Alright, keep pushing, keep going. Alright, perfect. Alright, now you are in actual midline. Congratulations. And what you want to do is that you want to promote weight bearing on the non-paretic side followed by the paretic side. So this is actually much different than what we've been talking about and what we've learned so far with stroke, where it's like, hey, we want to train the weak side. We want to, you know, put weight to it. We want to get that force use. So why are we promoting weighting on the side that's strong? Like what's happening here? Pusher syndrome is such an interesting phenomenon. The reason why you want to treat the non-paretic or the strong side first is because they don't feel comfortable being on that side. So you start practicing a little bit of weight bearing or a little bit of weight shifting, like, okay, I know you feel more comfortable with the left, but let's move on a little bit right. You see how comfortable you feel on the right? You see how it's safe to bear weight here? That's something you work on again to give them a better sense of their perception. And then after that, then you want to train the weak side and do the typical treatment of what you would do for a stroke patient. Let's see. So that's perception. Another thing you can do is, another thing you could do is reaching a vertical body position actively. So yes, we're using the visual cues to be like, okay, do it yourself. But what we also want the patient to do, even with or without visual cues, is, hey, bring yourself upright, and kind of defining what their definition of upright is slowly but surely. We got the baseline, okay, they were here, and maybe they're getting better over time. What we're gonna do to reach that vertical body position is that we're gonna ask to reach with the non-paretic side. So one of the activities to get a little bit more comfortable with their sense of midline is you would tell them to reach with the strong side and shift towards the weak side to achieve upright posture. So bringing out the paint. So let's say this is us, and this is their left, and this is their right, and they have pusher syndromes right here, right? Before anyone says anything, there. Anyway, and let's say this is the one that has the pusher. Sorry, I didn't mean to change whatever. Anyway, so if they have pushers again and it's on their left side, or sorry, if they have pushers and this is the side that's weak or affected, then what happens is that, again, the strong side is going to want to push over here, and it's going to cause them to lean. Sorry, I don't know how many times. Sorry, you turned into cats, I'm sorry. But if we do exercises that help use this other side to reach over, right? Is that what it's saying? The non-paretic, shift weight towards the paretic. What? I drew this to help out, but now I'm confused. Okay, they use this. But why would you want to reach towards the paretic side if they're already towards the paretic side? Wah. basically, Cubs, you just want to train both sides, okay? Okay. Anyway, when we're standing, or when we want to encourage standing, what we're gonna end up doing is that we're gonna have the non-paretic or the strong side on the wall, and we're gonna work on weight acceptance. When they're against the wall, what we're gonna have them do is that you're gonna have them stand up with their arms straight, and we're gonna have them with the what do you call it, a palm opposite of the wall, so they're not able to push off as easily. And even you don't have to have the arm up. The wall actually just serves as a vertical reference, as well as, you know, if they're afraid of falling on that side, apparently, because that is the idea, that they're afraid of falling on their strong side, which is why they push towards their weak side. You have that wall as like a guard for them, and it's a mental and visual cue for them. And you could do pre-gate or gate training against the wall. So again, with the arm up so they don't push, and then you kind of just have them do small steps, whether it's just a simple, we practice phases and we break it up with the swing and stance phase, or we're just working on just one part of like, oh, we're just gonna flex your knee, okay, bring it back down, flex your knee, bring it back down, or we walk a little lap. All those precautions just need to be in place because, again, of where they are and keeping that in mind for their own safety, you know? Rory, hi. Good luck with finals. I'm working on essays right now. Due tomorrow. I'm sorry, gamer. But thank you so much for the good luck. I appreciate it. Thank you. Good luck with your final final essays. Yeah. Either way, writing's kind of stinky. Writing for a grade is stinky. But good luck. And bye. Hi. Welcome on in. Welcome. Ayo. Hi. Welcome. Happy Tuesday to ya. Oh my goodness. Alright, Cups, we're almost done with stroke. I could feel it in my bones. We'll move on to, like, I'm gonna be so good at stroke and Parkinson's, I swear, because all the Quizlets I've been looking at have been like heavy on Parkinson's, and I'm like, ugh. Alright, let's learn to transfer from a bed to a wheelchair. It's basically the idea of, like, you don't want to have them lean, and you want to actually transfer them to the strong side. And again, this goes opposite to whatever we've learned, because everything with stroke, it's a use it or lose it. So why wouldn't we want to use the weak side? And I know that sounds kind of scary at first. It's like, wait, why are we even transferring on the weak side anyway? Again, the idea of forced use, and also the idea of like, well, we're just training it for the neuroplasticity purposes, you know? And we're there, so we're gonna make sure that it's safe, and that they practice and they get stronger in doing this, so then they have the ability to transfer either left or right, you know? Oh, I'm sorry, WC's the wheelchair. I'm sorry, I got lazy. I get lazy, sorry. But yeah. But what happens is that with pushers, it's actually easier to transfer to the paretic side because they're already leaning towards it. And it's kind of like, oh, we don't want that. We want to make it more challenging. We want to make it difficult. And we also just need the patient to kind of perceive again that, hey, their vertical is not quite right. So what you want to do to train is to transfer them on the non-paretic side to overcome the pushing. But if you want to make your life easy, I guess you could also just transfer them on the easy side. So yeah. Positioning in the wheelchair, basically, it's just making sure they're comfy and making sure that their upper extremities are resting on a table so they're not pushing in any weird direction. But I'm sure you guys have seen a wheelchair, they do have their armrests, etc, etc. So it's not like the patient's going anywhere, but you definitely don't want them pushing. Alright, this talks about the scale again. We know we're going to use VLS because it's more sensitive. Understanding that pusher, even though how spooky it is, it has a really good prognosis, and the majority of it should be resolved within 6 months. Some people even get it resolved as early as 6 weeks, but by 6 months, it's rare that it's still present. Right CVA and pushing predicts a slower recovery, which, sure, that's a fun fact I just learned reading that. Neglect and pushing is going to predict a slower recovery. Patients who push take longer to recover. Okay. But yeah, really the thing we just need to know. Resolved in 6 months. Bam! Alright, let's talk about something really interesting. It's all color-coded too, yay! We are now moving on from pushers and stroke and CVA and we are now going to briefly, I say briefly, but this is probably going to be pretty long and dedicated. This is going to be traumatic brain injury. Also, you may see me or say shortened TBI, or just brain injury. Traumatic brain injury is what you would expect it to be. There's actually two versions of this. There's a primary and a secondary TBI. So primary, oh, I love you, Kisa. Happy birthday! Happy birthday, Kisa! I don't know where the Z came in. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday dear Kisa, happy birthday to you, Papa, and many more. Wow, yeah, that's how I'm feeling. Wow. Happy birthday. I hope your work is treating you super well. I hope you're having a good day. I hope your coworkers treated you to lunch. I hope you got 5 billion birthday cards. I hope I hope for a lot of things. Welcome in. Ta-dang. Yeah. Sorry. Alright, here we go. I love you, Kisa. Thank you for stopping by. Big kiss to him. I'm still here studying, so don't mind me. Thank you. It's been a good day. Good, it has to be. I won't fight the day if it isn't. I will. Watch me. Please have good study. Thank you. I will have the best of study. Now that you're here. No, but go live your best life. Thank you. We're just talking about traumatic brain injuries. So, yeah, traumatic brain injury. So, like I said, it can be divided by primary and secondary. Primary is pretty much like you hit your head. Like, maybe you get into a motor vehicle accident. Forbid any of that ever happened, but that it can occur to people, hopefully not you. They hit their head on like the dashboard or something like that. They hit their head because of a fall, maybe some trauma, war, stuff like that, where they hit their head basically. Secondary is more of a like weird complication where maybe they don't get enough oxygen to the brain, and that can cause a traumatic brain injury, but again, a secondary response. There's different other things about TBI, but she doesn't really go that much in detail because that's more of a neuromuscular 1 thing rather than a neuromuscular 2. So what's going to happen with TBI is that when someone gets a traumatic brain injury, they typically lose consciousness, and they may have some injury whether they wake up or not, and that whole waking up thing or not is determined by this other scale, which let me actually skip over. Excuse me. Okay. Skipping a little bit of order here, but basically if someone was to lose consciousness or whatever like that... Wait. Maybe I'm mixing it up. We'll just go in order. It's fine. Either way, there's just a scale of traumatic brain injury. That's basically the summary of what I'm trying to say. Not everyone who gets a brain injury is going to end up in a coma. They could be in different stages, especially depending on the severity of how it is, or how they got their injury, or how much damage there is. So we're going to go through the scale, which is a cognitive outcome measure, which is going to help measure again the current status and also have like a recovery prognosis. Again, outcome measures again be in our survey to see where we are right now and how likely are we going to have a good, bad, fair prognosis. So we're going to be using the Ranchos Los Amigos scale of cognitive functioning, and it has 8 different ways that someone could be classified after a TBI. So for traumatic brain injury, TBI, we can end up with level 1. Level 1 is no response, they're in a coma. What happens with this is that they have complete and I mean complete, absence of observable changes. Even if there's a visual cue, auditory cue, tactile cue, proprioceptive visual, or painful stimuli, the patient will not respond. There's no sleep or wake cycle, and they're not able to be aroused. So we'll talk about this in a few details, but what I'm talking about is that, hey, maybe they would wake up if they hear a loved one. Oh, they're not waking up because of the fire. There's a fire drill going on and they're not waking up. Oh, I pinched them. They're not waking up. I politely shook them in a very respectable medical manner, but they're not waking up. They're not able to be aroused by any kind of cues. That is your definition of coma. But slowly but surely, this is like the worst case scenario sort of thing. As we go through the levels have more of a response, but obviously your goods and your bads basically. So what happens is that then a patient can evolve out of a coma, and then they can actually get into what we call a vegetative state. This is also known as a generalized response. So the patient, if you pinch them, hey, they're now going to have a reflex response to painful stimuli. What's going to happen is that the patient will pull away if you pinch them or anything of the sort. Not actively hurting them, but it's like a I don't know, just to get a response out of them. There can be responses to auditory stimuli, but overall there might be some gross body movement or non-purposeful vocalization. So they'll be like, so patient's response is not specific to stimuli, so it's very generalized. Like, yeah, of course they'll pull away for painful stimuli. That's like a natural response for anyone, but any other kind of stimuli is very non-generalized. Right now in the vegetative state, however, they are going to have some sleep-wake cycles, but it's very inconsistent or non-purposeful reaction to stimuli. So after coma, after vegetative state, we get into localized response. So localized response is also known as minimally conscious state, and now the individual will demonstrate again that same withdrawal or even vocalization to painful stimuli. They'll turn away from auditory stimuli, so if the patient's arm is pinched, the patient will withdraw. It's actually purposeful now, and it's very localized to the stimuli. So I guess you could say in the second one, the vegetative state, is not localized, while this one is more localized to, again, the painful stimuli, the stimuli that they're reacting to. So with the third one, the minimally conscious state, what you need to know is that there's actually established wake cycles now, sleep-wake. So you'll catch them sleeping, you'll catch them awake. The reaction, they'll start reacting specifically, but it's really still inconsistent. So these are our main three. I forget what is the correct word for them. But these are like the more serious, like you can't really do therapy with them. Like you could start doing passive range of motion stuff, you know, because you want to get them moving. Motion is lotion for the body, and if they're unable to move themselves, you kind of have to move them. But once we get to stage 4 and on, this is when we can start doing like set interventions to get them functional again. There's just a lot of challenges that come with it. So once they emerge out of their coma, basically, or more specifically, I guess, out of the minimally conscious state, they are going to be confused and agitated. And this can be super serious because you don't know how people can react, and when they're agitated, they can be very violent and they can attack you, and it's like, what's happening? So patients are alert and they're a very heightened state of activity. They have very purposeful attempts to remove restraints or tubes because they don't know what's happening. Why are they restrained? You know what I mean? It's because they don't know where they are. They don't know who they are, probably. They just know they're in this bed and they're locked and they want to get up, but they don't even know why they're there for. That's the state that they're in right now. Patients may perform certain motor activities, such as sitting at the edge of bed, performing ADL, so like, hey, can you brush your teeth? Can you comb your hair? And you know, they may be up and walking, but really it's without any real purpose. They're just doing it because they can, but like, sure, you know? These are really brief and non-purposeful movements, and they may not be very cooperative with therapists, unfortunately, so that's just something you have to keep an eye out. Excuse me, I don't remember where it is in the lecture, but they were talking about this kind of checklist, I suppose is the best way to say it, of how other healthcare professionals will be checking on this patient. It's not just you, like nursing, other staff, etc. And they'll do like a little check mark to see, hey, was this patient aggressive with me today? No. Was this patient aggressive with me? Yeah, they were. You should probably be careful. And it's like a scale of like 0, or maybe it's 1 to like 2. It's very minor, but it's just to kind of document when are they agitated, at what time, and is there even something causing it. And the voiceover PowerPoint, the guy was talking about his experience where he's like, the patient I had was confused and agitated. We confirmed that he was in that like Ranchos Los Amigos, a cognitive functioning scale, but he was only really mad at 7 p.m. and we were really confused, and it turns out that 7 p.m. or something like that was like the visiting hours, and the patient was just really aggravated at the person who was visiting them because the person got into a coma because of a motor vehicle accident, and started emerging into confused, agitated, and was mad about the other person in the room because apparently they were also part in the car accident. And I don't know any more details than that, but it's the idea of like that kind of stimulus of like, hey, this person's here, there's a memory associated, I'm angry, I'm irritated, I'm upset, okay, let's remove that so you could be more cooperative, so we could continue with our therapeutic sessions and help you slowly but surely retain some kind of independence. All right, so that's stage 4. Stage 5 is confused and inappropriate. So this is really interesting. Thankfully they're not agitated, but they're not orientated at times 3. Not orientated at times 3 is referring to multiple things, but typically it's person. So who are you? Place, where are you? And time. Oh, it's the year 1987. like, sir, it's 2023. like it's stuff like that. So they may not be fully oriented to all 3 of that. They may get 1. They may know who they are, thankfully, but they might not know the other 2 stuff, which is very unfortunate. They can start participating in a lot of the therapy sessions, but what happens is that they're going to need a lot of frequent breaks. Their memory is severely impaired, so they're not really good at directing their goals or having self-motivating behaviors. They're just kind of there, and they're really just unable to learn new information, which is very unfortunate. Inappropriate also, by the way, is the guy in the voiceover PowerPoint was also saying he was doing like gait training with a patient, or not gait training, he was just walking the patient around to get them up and moving, and he said that the patient just like took off their gown and started peeing in the middle of the floor. It's like, huh? What? So that's where the inappropriate part comes in. It could be stuff like that where they're just really not aware. But yeah, they're not able to learn new information, but it's still important to get some information, still do the interventions with them, because again, the motion is lotion for the body. Confused and appropriate, so they're moving on from 4, 5, 6. Confused and appropriate is they're now oriented to person, place, and time. They know who they are, they know where they are, and they know at least the date, the year, whatever. They're able to have interventions, but it has to be a closed environment. It has to be a non-distracting environment. And thankfully, even though they may still be confused, they can hold up their attention for about 30 minutes. But they may still need some redirection support from the team. Their remote memory has a little bit more in-depth than their recent memories, but you can actually start this compensatory approach, and you can start using memory aids to help them along the way so they get like a better handle of their memory. Memory aids could be like journaling, calendars, diaries, etc. They are required for max assist for new learning, and they're generally a safety risk because they're not really aware of their impairments. They're like, oh, I'm here, but I don't know what's wrong with me necessarily. I just know I'm here, you know? So it's kind of like, oh, okay, be careful with them still. Alright, we're gonna move on to 7, which is our second to last stage. So 7 is automatic and appropriate. So automatic and appropriate is that they're gonna be consistently familiar with the, themselves, the name, the person, and the place. And they're very familiar with the environment. They need very little assistance if they get kind of confused or off track though. they'll also be able to attend for activities with very minimal redirection, so they're starting to get the hang of it. They're getting better. They're able to carry out treatment plans. So treatment plans, again, now we can have like a home exercise program when they get discharged, and they're able to do more household and personal tasks on a more routine basis, because they're like, oh, I always get up and brush my teeth. Yeah, I could do that. Unfortunately, still, their memory still might be slightly impaired, and they might not be aware of their deficit. Like, what? I was in a coma? Nah. I'm still me. I know who I am. But you still have to watch out again for the previous things that we talked about, because again, they just might not be aware, and it gets a little bit frustrating, and I think that's what the next session talks about. Imagine knowing what to do, but people are like, no, you don't. And it's like, yeah, I do though. Like, it's again frustrating. But yeah, our last one, so if this is automatic and appropriate, our last one is going to be purposeful and appropriate. Huh? Emergency rate. What's the emergency? No, okay. No, it's not shadow. That's automatic. I'm sorry. Sorry. My rate notification didn't go off. I'm so sorry as well. Sorry, gamers. Sorry. But hi, gamers. Hi, Jay. Hi. I hope everything is super well. I hope emergency rate is I hope whatever the emergency is, that it gets attended to immediately, and I hope that everyone involved is okay. Thank you. Power just died? Oh, power died. Oh, I'm sorry. I hope that you're not in any natural disaster situation. I've been seeing a lot of storm videos or clips from people who live in XYZ, so I probably shouldn't like say that in case. So I hope it's okay. You're rating from your phone? What a gamer. Well, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Welcome, raiders. Hi. Again, I hope everything's daijou, booty. But hi. My name is Tipanya, and it's nice to meet ya. I'm a bearcat VTuber. I do and it's very nice to meet you. We're just doing some studying because I have finals today. So it is what it is, and so I'm politely cramming. We're just talking about traumatic brain injuries and the emerging stages of a coma. Hi Jack, hi, welcome on in, welcome. Oh my goodness. Oh, the alert went off?
I've been waiting.
Oh, I just don't have my volume on. Sorry. Well, thank you again so much for the raid. I hope your power comes back very soon. I remember when my power was out for like 3 hours, I was like, and then I took a nap. But it's fine. You're in the middle of a dungeon. I'm so sorry, gamer. Quite the pro gamer move indeed. I never expect to see an emergency raid. Me either. That's why I panicked. I'm like, what's the emergency? But I'm glad. I hope that everything can definitely work out. Crossing my my fingers for you. But thank you so much for the good luck with finals. Thank you. My finals in 5 hours. So hopefully we'll be able to get through the study guide in the next 3 hours, and life will be good. Power died on me enough times that I practiced emergency raid protocol. How awful! I'm sorry, gamer. And hi, CG. Hi. That was me yesterday. Shaster. No, we're not passing this over, right? I don't want it to be my turn. If my power goes off, I'm suing. I hope it doesn't. Like staring outside, I'm like, there's no reason for it. But we love it prepared. Welcome on in. Welcome. Like I said, we're just studying for neuromuscular. I have a final, so let's actually wrap up this other stage of the Ranchos Los Amigos, and then we'll just repeat it again. I was here already? You got you? Oh, I did get the morning stare. I'm sorry. And it's the streamer brain. Teehee, I'm so quirky. Sorry, gamer. But thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you. Alright, gamers, so the last stage of Ranchos Los Amigos levels of cognitive functioning is a purposeful and appropriate. So now this person is orientated to the person, place, and time. They're independent for up to an hour, even in distracting environments or open environments. Distracting could be people in the area, people passing by, people talking, you know, it's not like a quiet, calm environment. They can still do their task. They're able to now start recalling the past and more recent information, but they may still need to use memory aids. We talked about some, but again, it can be diaries, can be calendars, could be apps on their devices, so they can help manage their day of like, okay, today I have to do this, 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 and this. I remember I told myself 2 days ago that I have to do this, so excuse me, gotta do it. But yeah, they require no assistance once the activity is learned. And then pretty much they'll actually overestimate their abilities, so they might actually end up getting depressed and frustrated, and maybe have more self-centered behaviors because they're kind of like, I can do this, and then they realize that they can't, and they're like, but I was able to do this. This should be easy. They just really kind of overestimate themselves when they should be taking it easy, but they're not conscious or that aware of like, hey, I just had a traumatic brain injury, you know? So kind of stinky. But yeah, those are all the cognitive functions, or cognitive levels of functioning according to the Ranchos Los Amigos. What we're gonna go over now is basically the same thing again, but someone just rewrote it in a more condensed version. So I just want to read it out loud just to say, hey, I read it. We'll talk about comas again, and then we'll move over to ataxia. So that'll be fun and interesting. Alright, so here's the scale again. We got the no response, which is our coma, generalized response, which is our vegetative state, and then our localized response, which is going to be our minimally conscious state. It is a huge safety alert if we get Ranchos Los Amigos level 4, because as we had saw again, that is going to be our confused and agitated state. So they may be aggressive, they may start pulling punches, and you got to be ready for that. You can't pull the punches back because do no harm to the patient, but oh brother. Hi Auntie W, hi, thank you for the good luck, I appreciate it, thank you, I appreciate it, oh my goodness. But yeah, they're in a heightened state. The behavior is bizarre and non-purposeful relative to the immediate environment. The AAO stuff, they're unable to cooperate directly with treatment efforts. Oh yeah, verbalizations frequently are incoherent or inappropriate to the environment, and confabulations may be present. I forgot this. So confabulations is just, this person is telling you a story. Yeah? A fable, as you can kind of see the word in there. They're telling you a story, but it's not real. But they believe it's real, but it's not real. They're like, oh, my dog Spot, and it's like, you don't own any pets. They're like, yeah, I like taking my dog out Spot for a walk every so often, you know, like every day, you know, 2 to 3 times before I got here, you know? It's like, but you don't even have a dog. What are you talking about? You live alone. What happened? Anyway. Gross attention to the environment is very brief. Selective attention is very non-existent, so they're just not able to pay attention to things, and they lack short and long-term recall. Stage 5 is confused and inappropriate, so they're able to respond to simple commands fairly consistently, but with increased complexity, their responses are still going to be like non-purposeful, random, or fragmented because again, they're still in a confused state of being. They're highly distractible. Verbalization is still pretty inappropriate, and they still may be making stuff up because again, they're confused and their memory is severely impaired. But really, for the confused and inappropriate, they're unable to learn new information. So if you're trying to teach them, they're not gonna get it. Now we move on to stage 6 again. Confused and appropriate, so they're gonna have goal directed behaviors now, and they're able to follow simple instructions, and they can now have some carryover for some relearned tasks such as self-care. So this is where you want to start implementing that treatment plan as mentioned before, because they're starting to get it a little bit. Some of the responses may be incorrect due to memory problems because again, they're still confused, but at least they're appropriate to the situation. At least it's like, you had the right spirit, champ. The past memories are showing more in depth than recent memories, so again, their short-term memory might be hacked, at least for now, but their long-term, they can recall the time they were in 8th grade, and it's like, I'm happy for you. Anyway, our second to last stage again is the automatic and appropriate. So what happens is that the patient is going to go through daily routines automatically, but maybe a little bit robot-like apparently. They have minimal to no confusion, but still are having some shallow recall to the activities. But they do again have that carryover for new learning. and they're able to initiate social and recreational activities, but their judgment is still a little I wouldn't trust them with my life. And then our last stage is purposeful and appropriate, so they're able to start recalling recent and past events, and again is still aware 2 times 3. They're having carryover, and they actually need no supervision once the activity is learned. And then may continue to show decreased ability relative to premorbid abilities. Abstract. Basically, they're still going to overestimate their skills with these sort of things, and there might be some decreased ability. Even if they are on the highest stage of level of functioning, they're still not quite where they need to be, unfortunately. So, wow. Yeah. Faminga says it might be a stretch, but there's something about the section that reminds me of child development stages. Get back to me in 2 semesters and I gotcha. 3. Get back to me in a year and I got you. I take pediatrics within this curriculum. But I think it's like 3 semesters from now. I think child development stages are so quirky. I only briefly had reviewed them, but I don't know them in depth. High school, say hi. Good luck with your studies. Thank you, Galmer. I appreciate it. Thank you. I will try my best. We're getting there. Just anyway, Mega Gamers. Let's see. So Glasgow comma scale, coma, not comma scale. So this is actually something that's going to be performed more by the physician. So this is going to determine how bad their coma is, and what happens is that we're going to assess their motor, verbal, and eye-opening response. So my headpets are back. Thank you. But motor, so it's in response to stimuli, whether it's painful or not. Verbal, if they're like, hey, John Doe, can you hear us? John Doe. And eye-opening in regards to various stimuli. So here's like the scale right here. Sorry, it's a little bit small, but you just need to know these and understand that if it's less than an 8, they have a severe injury, and most likely it's going to correlate with a poor prognosis or poor recovery for functional improvement. And again, they have to be like, they're not responding to motor, they're not responding to verbal, and they're not responding to eye opening, you know? But it's kind of spooky, as you can kind of see here with the eye opening. Like, it could be spontaneous, like they just open it and they're good. To sound, because maybe they just have their eyes closed normally, but if you like call out their name or maybe a loud sound, they'll open it. And to pressure, maybe if you're applying a painful stimuli. And none, a verbal response, they talk back to you and they're pretty orientated, confused, what happened? Words, sure. Sounds, and then none, oh no. And motor response, they can obey commands like, hey, can you like flex your wrist for me? Sure. I'm not going to read the rest of it. Anyway, the idea of just, it kind of determines their prognosis. So if you get an 8 or lower on the Glasgow coma scale, gosh darn it, scale, then heck. If you have 13 to 15 on the scale, you have a mild injury. It's still injury, but thankfully your recovery is going to be much better than someone who has a severe one. So we have talked about cognitive outcome measures when it comes to Glasgow and Ranchos Los Amigos. Now we're going to actually talk about outcome measures that we can use in rehabilitation. So we're going to be using 2. We're going to be using the coma recovery scale, and we're also going to be using the disorder of consciousness scale. So the CRS and the DOCS. So here they are in a little bit more detail. Basically, they both do the same thing. You just need to understand that these are outcome measures that we do use, because we don't use the Glasgow scales. That's for people who are actually like, you know, physicians. And Ranchos Los Amigos is just more of to state where they are in their TBI rather than, I don't know. It's considered a cognitive outcome measure. Well, this is like your generalized one that you should be using as well. Again, for rehab. So coma recovery scale, you're going to be testing different things: auditory, visual, motor, or motor communication, and arousal. The scales are going to range from 0 to 23, and really the goal of this, both of them are able to do this, is to distinguish what type of consciousness that they're in right now. This is specifically, I thought it was for 0 to 2, so wait, why does it say 0? Uh-oh, there's no way. Yeah, I'm like, no way there's a 0. Why did I put 0? Yeah, level 1 Ranchos Los Amigos is no response or coma. It's not Ranchos Los Amigos level 0. It's level 1. I'm just like, gosh darn it. Anyway, coma recovery scale. It helps you distinguish between what state of consciousness, their prognosis, and it can help with the treatment plan. Disorders of consciousness scales. This is going to measure the arousal and neural behavior recovery with this particular outcome measure. There's a new and old one, and it's going to assess social knowledge, taste, swelling. Maybe I meant to say swallowing. Hello? Just excuse that. Swallowing, olfactory, proprioception, tactile sensation, so the sense of touch, auditory and visual function. Also going to be used to help delineate and differentiate the state of conscious and provide a prognosis. So just know those two. Ta-da! This is again the same first 3 stages, but more in detail. But we already talked about it, so I'm not very like, ooh, we need to talk about this again. But let's move on to our next topic. So we are going to be talking about ataxia. So ataxia is as the image says, it's lack of proper coordination. They're just not going to have the ability to move in a straight line, and I think this is something that you have to really see to believe. So let me grab a video really quick. Let me see if we can see someone with ataxic gait. I think I showed this video too. Let's grab the YouTube video. YouTube, ataxic gait. Alright, let me fix this. Sure. So ataxic gait, again, as we said, it was just that incoordination. He's going, he's moving, hold on. Incoordination, swaying of the body, poor balance. And they're trying to bring the gait stuff in here, gosh darn it. But it's just really, really unstable. There's another video that shows it right here. I've never seen this video, so I'm just gonna have them. Oh yeah, they do move like this, by the way, as well. And we'll talk about how to kind of fix that in a little bit. I promise it's not even at like 1x speed. They just really move, and I feel so bad because my professor was talking about stabilizing one of these patients once and did it inappropriately and ended up with like a herniated disc or something like that, or I forgot what she said, something about her back, and I'm like, oh my gosh. I wonder if he's gonna walk. Oh, he is. Yeah, this is extreme, but this is what people look like with ataxia, especially severe cases. This is awful. But what happens is that it's just a lack of coordination with the muscles, pretty much. That, as you can imagine, I'm sure you come to see many people walking. We don't need to do the analysis of the gait cycle, but any of this like wonkiness is definitely not normal. And I know it's like a little bit difficult to see, but he has like a very wide base of support. Kind of weird because I feel like he's tandem stancing. I couldn't tell you why. Tandem meaning like one foot in front of the other, but we'll get it all figured out. Hey look, there's Parkinson's. We'll talk about that a little bit later, so we'll just hold off on that. Alright, but yeah, that's ataxia. It is very rough, but yeah. Lack of proper coordination, unsteady gait with potential to stumble and fall. You saw that guy? That guy was gonna fall. That guy should have fell. Not wishing him the worst, I'm just telling him like, oh goodness gracious, that is so unstable. But as you imagine, people who don't have that upright ability or reactive balance, blah 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 blah, they're more frequent to falling episodes. And as you know, falling can lead to a lot of complications, and they can injure themselves, they can fracture something. Like, it does more harm than good. What happens again is that there's lack of proper coordination with the muscles in their legs, and that's why they're having this ambulation difficulty or walking or gait difficulty. Ataxia, the how it can occur is that there has to be some kind of damage or disorder with the cerebellar. I don't even think I'm saying that right. Hold on. Not cerebellar. Give me one moment. Let me hope for the best. Cerebellum. Yeah, wait. Yeah, cerebellum. I don't know. I'm like cerebral. I'm like, no, that doesn't make sense. I'm frying. Anyway, let me get a picture of the cerebellum really quick. One moment. So this is your brain. Yes, your brain. And in the back of this is your cerebellum. What happens is that if there's any damage or anything of the sort, this can be pretty bad, because this whole area of the brain is actually responsible for coordination. It goes, I don't really want to go into the whole spiel of it, but basically there's different ways to test coordination, like heel to shin. So if you bring the heel of your foot and you like rub it against the opposite foot's or opposite leg's shin, you should be able to do that pretty easy, right? Well, people who have some kind of cerebellar disorder, they might not even be able to reach the shin. They may overshoot or undershoot the target, and again, it's all just coordination deficits. So as we saw in the video, that guy was walking very wonky, and we definitely need to figure out what to do. So one of the things that my professor emphasized, and this is also something we learned in class and lab, is how are we going to improve stability and movement accuracy. So one of the things that you would want to do is we need to limit the degrees of freedom. What is that? So your body, the areas in your body have these things called degree of freedom of like how they can move. So your shoulder, trying to remember. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. Huh? Trustgo's adventure? Oh my goodness! Thank you so very much for follow. Welcome to the Cup Club. Welcome. I hope you have a really good adventure. Oh my goodness. So gosh, I'm like so stuck on like degrees of freedom explanation. Your shoulder can do flexion and extension, and it can do abduction and adduction. And it can do internal and external rotation as movements, correct? So that means it has 3 degrees of freedom because it can move in 3 different kind of planes. While trying to find another place. While your knee can also, it only has 2 degrees of freedom because your knee can only flex and extend. Oh wait, no, 1. It only has 1. It can't abduct or adduct, that's your hip, and it can't externally or internally rotate because that's, well, your hip. So like in comparison to your knee where you only have 1. So we're trying to limit the degrees of where your body can move. So limiting the degrees of freedom is going to be super important for people with this ataxic gait, because as we saw in the video, we want to support the trunk and everything like that. And so the assistive device that we would use of choice is a walker. So the walker is going to help decrease the movement of the trunk and allow the lower extremities to just be the main focus in moving. Other things that we can do to improve movement accuracy, this one's a little bit wonky, so I apologize, is that we could stabilize the trunk with distal joints and only have the patients move the proximal joint. What does this mean? I think if I say the example, it would make more sense. So if you saw how shaky the person was, and it's very difficult to bring maybe like a spoon to their mouth because they're shaking so much, why not bring the mouth to the spoon? Why don't we lean our trunk over and eat from that if we're having so many difficulties because we're not able to really limit the degrees of freedom with our upper extremity? So it's kind of making those lifestyle changes of just moving the more proximal or more centered joints rather than the distal. And this is a little iffy, I apologize. Another way to improve the accuracy is to reduce interactive forces that act across the joints. Brother, I'm gonna read it to you. It's gonna be face value. I apologize. Sorry. So, to reduce actional forces that act across joints, we could do movement decomposition. So we can only allow one joint to move at a time. So, to bring the hand to mouth, we kind of, instead of one fluid motion, basically, it's kind of beep boop, robot it sort of thing. Alright, so if we want to bring our hand to mouth because we are so tired of leaning our trunk, we would supinate our hand. So we bring the hand, the palm, up to the ceiling. That motion is supination, while the opposite is pronation. So supinate, palm up, flex the elbow, flex the shoulder, and then adduct the shoulder, so now the spoon is closer to your mouth or closer to that midline of the body where your mouth is located. The second one is perform extremity movement when joint coupling that produce interactional forces that cancel out with each other. I'm not gonna read that. I'm sorry. I really think she just wants us to know the degrees of freedom, and that's about it. So I'm kind of like, but she does also want us to know the gait ataxia clinical presentation. So as I said, people with ataxia want to avoid falling, but they're not really able to control it. So what they're going to have to keep themselves at least somewhat upright is to have a really wide base of support, which means that their legs are going to be a little bit more spread. So think about how you walk, and it's pretty narrow. Now think of someone with a wider gait, like think of like a cowboy who's walking. Something like that. So they have a wide base of support, and here are the other presentations, and we're gonna read it because we might as well know our bases. So with gait ataxia, they're gonna be imbalanced. We saw that, and it's gonna lead to falls backwards or on the same side of wherever they may be imbalanced. Like if they're leaning to the right, they're more likely gonna fall to the right. Very shortened steps. We don't want to take big steps. We want to keep as stable as possible, but we also don't have the coordination to even have big steps. So when you see someone walk short steps, it's going to be slow for the most part, especially if you have the walker. It's going to be much slower. Whatever the guy we saw, that was extreme. Definitely irregular timings. Oh, sorry, my mouse. Unequal step lengths, as seen in that video, and a wide base of support. We could kind of break it down into the gait cycle. And so for swing face, the one we're bringing our knee up, the hip up to do that foot clearance, to kind of step over whatever the heck we have to step over. They're gonna have an overly high step and really just excessive hip flexion and knee flexion. So if I told you cubs who are most likely, again, comfy, sitting in their seats, etc., if I told you to march in place, you are doing hip flexion and knee flexion. Now imagine bringing the knee up as high as you can. That's basically how they're walking. It's overly high for no reason whatsoever other than gait ataxia and something wrong with the cerebellum. For stance control, stance is when we it can be loading the weight onto the body, onto the knee, that mid stance, It's gonna be forceful, uncontrolled lowering of the leg to contact the floor. So it's kind of like a sudden kick out to try to just get in contact with the floor, and then we rinse and repeat. Then we get the excessive knee flexion and hip flexion in the swing phase and keep going. They might have some rearing, so they might kind of lean, and they definitely have some difficulties with turning and stopping, especially when it comes to speed. So yeah, that's gait ataxia in a nutshell. I did write some outcome measures in here that we could briefly talk about, but I don't think she's going to test us on that. But I will talk about it because it is our last thing before we get into multiple sclerosis, or GBS, Guillain-Barré syndrome. So outcome measures, again, we're going to have our survey, and this is again going to determine our baseline. So we have different kind of ataxias depending on how it occurred. So these scales, again, to establish that baseline, go for either one. So ICARES, the International Cooperative Ataxia Rating Scale, that's going to be for progressive and non-progressive ataxias. As you can politely assume, even though assuming makes a booty out of you and me, progressive means that the situation will get worse, and non-progressive means that the situation won't get worse. And spinocerebellar ataxias is with Sarah, scale of assessment of rating of ataxia. This is just because of the specific location of that ataxia. But both are going to quantify the outcome and the performance of them walking. This is just more reliable for this particular progressive, non-progressive, the I cares, while Sarah is for spinocerebellar ataxia. So thank you for coming to my tip talk. Hi Owl, by the way. Hi. Welcome on in. Welcome. He made it just in time for Unit 10. I'm really just curious. Sorry, Cubs. Ignore all of this. Ignore all of this. Ignore all of it. Ignore all of it. Hold on. Ignore all of it. Don't worry. Ignore it. Ignore it. Please. Oh. Alright, we just have to get to 68. That's all. Not even a problem. Dies. not even a problem. We're only on 28. We got 40 more pages to go. Let's go! I'm gonna drink my protein shake. We're gonna be here for a little bit, okay? Alright. MS, GBS. So multiple sclerosis and Guillain-Barré syndrome, yes. They have similarities and they have their differences. So both of these disorders are actually going to be demyelinating disorders. We may have talked about this briefly a stream or two to three streams ago, but demyelinization, remember the myelin sheet? Here, I'm grabbing a photo. Let's do this. Myelin sheath. Alright, I got a good picture. Remember this bad boy? The myelin sheet? And how it sends signals in our brains, the myelin sheet, and the oligodendrocytes for the central nervous system. And we know our central nervous system is the brain and spinal cord, and we've seen this in biology, and yeah. So and our neurons are right here, and the axons and the signals. Anyway, not the point. The point is, this is our myelin sheath, what we're seeing in purple right here, and this is going to help provide a normal conduction of the signals. Yes, sorry, I'm like, ooh. Anyway, so this actually gets demyelinated or kind of broken or destroyed, etc. Because of MS or GBS. And so both of them are going to be demyelinization disease, destroying that myelin sheath, which ruins our conductions, which impairs the signals that get from our brain to our body. It's very unfortunate. We're also going to have some fatigue concerns with both of these disorders. And by the way, this is like a quick overview. We're going to go more about this in detail, but really the differences pretty much sums up what you should be seeing. So the differences for MS is that it's actually demyelinization of the central nervous system, so our brain and spinal cord, while GBS is for our peripheral nervous system, so everything other than our brain and spinal cord is going to get affected. Recall that the thing that helps us with our myelin sheath is going to be the oligodendrocytes for the CNS, while Schwann cells are going to help in the peripheral nervous system. Unfortunately, the onset difference for both disorders, GBS is going to be more rapid, while in multiple sclerosis is going to be slow, and we actually have different subtypes that we're going to be talking about in just like 1 second for everything MS related, okay? But basically, TLDR, the difference between MS and GBS is just the location of where it is. MS is for the central nervous system, GBS peripheral. Bam. Big Brain Tippa, thank you. Hi Virgos, hi. Welcome on in. Welcome. I will be the biggest of brains. Who is she? With the hi. Welcome on in. Hold on. Oh, my mouth clipped. My bad. Welcome. Alright, Star. I gotcha. But anyway, thank you for following. Welcome to the Club. So, different types of multiple sclerosis. This gets so wonky, and you can kind of see from the charts here. So let's Let me do that. Alright, so you have 4 different types of multiple sclerosis. So we have progressive relapsing, secondary progressive, primary progressive, and relapsing remitting. So we'll break it down one by one. We'll talk about the description, if there's an acute attack, and then we have a little image here so then you could be like, wow, that is awful. And I'll be like, yes, it is. So the first type of multiple sclerosis is going to be the progressive relapsing MS. So this is going to be a steady deterioration, so steady over time. So I forget how the graph goes, but basically I think this is the where am I? X, Y? Yes, your y-axis is the severity of the disorder, while the x-axis is your time. So this is going to be a steady deterioration from the onset with attacks, and the attacks are the spikes up. So basically, this is probably the worst kind of MS you can get. Thankfully, it's only affecting 5% of the MS population, but it's the idea that, yeah, you're gonna get worse, and then life throws like an egg on your face and says it actually got worser. Yeah, I couldn't think of the word in English. It got... What? Someone give me a thesaurus. What is the equivalent of worser? You get the idea. So it's really bad. Secondary progressive. So secondary progressive is really interesting because I feel like we should talk about relapsing remitting, but I guess we don't because of the order of the textbook. Sure. Secondary progressive, this is actually an evolution of the relapsing remitting, which we'll talk about in just a moment. But what happens is that they're going to have decline without periods of remission. So there's not going to be any break. This is the idea of like, yeah, you are going to get worse and there's no downtime basically. You may or may not have attacks. Apparently it depends. It really depends on who you are and the luck of the draw, because some people will get attacks while other people's don't. And again, no remissions whatsoever. For primary progressive is just a straight line. There's no attacks whatsoever, and it's just a steady increase in your disability. You're gonna get worse, but hey, at least it's not gonna get worser, but you're kind of stuck with it. But there's no attacks, there's no remissions, you kind of just have it. Alright, and our last type of MS, it's going to be relapsing remitting. So that's going to be unpredictable attacks that can leave with permanent damage, but thankfully you do have some remissions. So as you see here, there are like long breaks with this at least. This is the most common MS that you get. About 85% of the population will get this type of MS, and thankfully during the remissions, by the way, the remissions means that the disorder or the attacks aren't happening and you're not getting worse. It's like the disease, it's like you don't even have the disease, you know? Unfortunately, but when you do have these kind of attacks, there could be some permanent damage, which is why all the other ones suck eggs. Maybe it's the primary progressive, but like the secondary progressive and the progressive relapsing, they suck. But yeah, when you have a remission, there's a potential chance to have a full or partial recovery, which is great. If there's any even hope or slimmer of recovery, you want to take that. And this kind of subtype of MS is going to have the best prognosis, because even if you have MS, there's still a chance of recovery. Yeah, that's pretty much the summary. Recall that MS can affect anyone between the ages of 20 to 50. So I'm sorry it comes up the forever 17-year-old. I wish you all good luck. Assuming my general population is between the ages of 20 to 50. Good luck out there, gamers. But yeah, let's talk about this a little bit more. So we talked about outcome measures and differentiating between them in the ICF model, something we talked about very early at the beginning of the stream when it came to stroke. Now let's talk about the outcome measure for multiple sclerosis. So again, we have our same thing where we're going to divide it between body structure and function, activity, and participation. And we can talk about them a little bit in more detail. I have some copy and pasted notes down below. So, oh my goodness. Bread and butter? I was gonna read your name as Brayden. I'm sorry. I know someone's name like that. Sorry. I was gonna completely butcher it. The bread and butter. Thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the Cup Club. Welcome. Oh my goodness. But yeah, outcome measures for MS, and also, how do you say it? Wait, you're wrong. No! Wait, really? Oh no! Well, let me know whatever you prefer. If you want to be called by your full name, just let me know. I gotcha. I'll put it into my memory, and if it slips, just forgive me because everything I'm cramming in right now is for my finals. Yeah, that's where I got the username from. Oh no! Okay, so Brayden? Smile emoji? Oh my goodness. Welcome on in, welcome. Final cramming, blah blah blah, education, blah blah blah. I'm a gamer, I promise. I just blah 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 blah, worried, blah blah blah, gotta study, blah blah blah. You know how it is. We're all students at one point, and even if we're no longer students, we are still students of life. Let's sigh. Anyway, so outcome measures for both of these. So there is a specific outcome for GPS, so we're gonna actually be focusing on MS really quick. So MS, multiple sclerosis, are for our body structure and function. We're gonna be talking about the fatigue severity scale, and it's just as it says. It's just how severe is your fatigue, how tired are you, how many what can you do, what can't you do, what maybe your triggers to be fatigued, and how many things can you do, basically. Activity, recall that anything in our activity is going to be our INGs, so it can be your walking, your balancing, your anythings, and so we can use the 12-item MS walking scale, which is going to help determine our gait speed or our walking speed. And this is not as specific. Oh no, it is specific, I apologize. This is also specific to MS, which is the timed 25-foot walk test. As you recall, we did have the 10-meter test with stroke. It wasn't a specific outcome measure, the stroke, it just is what it was. But this one is less than 10 meters. This is a little bit shorter because one of the biggest things, and we'll talk about in great detail with both of these disorders, but especially MS, is that you don't want to work to fatigue. But yes, both these activities, both time 25-foot walk and 12-item MS walking scale, are all about gait speed and your participation, about, again, how you are in the community, etc., etc. That's going to be your MS, multiple sclerosis, quality of life. Also abbreviated into this wonky business, but yeah. Yeah, very surprised here in a school lecture. Thank you. I'm just politely regurgitating my notes. I know I'm a bearcat, but every time I do these streams, I'm actually a mama bird going bleh to the cubs, who will politely digest this in some way or another, or at least just keep me emotional support, because it's rough out there. It really is rough out there. But thank you. I'm glad that you like it. It is an interesting strategy. I, again, firm believer, if I could teach it to people who don't have like a foundation for this, I got it. Hi Caleb, hi. Nature's so beautiful. It is. Caleb, Tifa, please send any energy you have left over from your final today. I don't need it tomorrow. I'm sorry, Caleb, I have a final on Thursday too. So if I give back my luck, then, or energy, you have to give it back by Thursday, okay? Welcome, Caleb. Welcome in, my fellow study buddy. If you like education streams, oh brother, do I got you one. Now, they may not always be in English, but it's part of the learning experience. Of being like, oh, I could kind of vaguely make out this word. Welcome on in, welcome. I wish you the absolute best of luck in your final tomorrow. What are you doing? Oh yeah, I can do. You just need it for 3 hours? Okay, got you. I forgot your exams are so long. Oh, good luck, gamer. I'll be sure to send it your way, because I'm not worried about Thursday, Nature is beautiful. You not only just get one sclerosis, you get multiple. Yay! The more the merrier. Yay! Nice. I can't believe it's so true. So true. Again, these are copy and pasted notes, but we could briefly talk about them. Again, this 12-item walking scale is basically self-explanatory. It's how MS affects your walking, and again, it's going to determine your gait speed. A higher score indicates that multiple sclerosis had a greater impact on their walking and their daily life. Time 25 foot walk, 2 trials with or without an assisted device, and knowing the median is 4.4 seconds, while the average healthy individual is 3.7. And then MS quality of life, which is our participation, and basically it's a 54 questionnaire asking so many questions about 12 subcategories: physical function, role limitations, physically and emotionally, pain, emotional well-being, energy, health perception, social function, cognitive function, health distress, overall quality of life, and sexual function. All those are going to be within the quality of life, and again, all into the category of participation. So yay. Alright, now let's talk about this one outcome measure that actually I'm not able to perform. This is something that a neurologist will perform, but it's called the EDSS, Expanded Disability Status Scale. This is technically the gold standard and the classification of disability and people with MS. So this kind of this kind of outcome is a method of quantifying disability and monitoring change over time, created by this guy named whatever. And so sometimes you'll see the scale as this. I'm not going to refer to that. But here's an image of the expanded disability scale. So it goes from 0 to 10, 0 being you're normal, 10 meaning that you're dead. And excuse me, it just kind of goes from a scale of 0 to 10. So I don't know if I had it. No, I didn't. So what happened is that 1 is no disability with minimal signs from MS, all of this multiple sclerosis. 2, minimal. 3, moderate. 4, severe. 5, so severe that it affects your daily activities and you'll probably need an assisted device. 6, assistant required to walk and work. So you need this. Now you can't get away with it. 7 is that you're restricted to a wheelchair. 8, restricted to bed or wheelchair. 9, bedridden and unable to communicate efficiently or eat or swallow. And then 10 is deaf. It's very scary to see that your body kind of just goes out on you, honestly. I wish no one MS. But yeah, here's another image just describing all the outcome measures that we briefly talked about. All these are not specific to MS. Some of these are more general and could be applied to other populations. You may see some repeating. But yeah, that's all MS. So now let's move on to Guillain-Barré Syndrome Disability Scale, which is the specific outcome measure for GBS. So again, what was the difference between MS and GBS? That one is for central nervous system and one is peripheral, and both of those are again demyelinization disorders. So from this outcome measure, we're going to be going from 0 to 6, 0 being healthy, 6 meaning deaf. I know it's a little hard to read, I'm so sorry. Oh, but I have it over here. I apologize. So 0 is healthy. 1 is minor symptoms. 2, able to walk without the support of a cane. 3, able to walk with a cane or any assistive device. 4, confined to the bed or chair bound. 5, requiring assisted ventilation. And 6 is deaf. Might be a French name. Oui. Hi, Marshall. Hi. Welcome on in. Welcome. I'm 6. Me too, gamer. I'm sorry, gamer. Did you rest well? Have you been resting well? Are you good, Santa? Well, I hope you got any kind of rest and have a little bit of, like, I don't know, good feels, good vibes. Welcome on in. Welcome. So, yeah, that's a very particular, the GBS disability scale, the 0 to 6, also known as a huge scale. Huge? Hugs? Huge? Oh, gosh. Anyway, there's other outcome measures that are not specific to GBS, but we can feel free to use it. So you see there's some overlap with the fatigue severity scale from MS. There's the Bartle Index and FIM, which is functional independence measure. Canadian Occupation Performance Measure, Modified Rankin Scale. I haven't heard of half of these. I'm so sorry. Time 25 foot walk test. We heard of that. And the Core Outcome Measure, or the CPG. So what are we going to do with MS? Well, there's a lot we could do with MS, and it just really depends on the approach that we want to take. We can either take a restorative, preventative, compensatory, or maintenance approach, and this is really also depending on where they are on the EDSS, that expanded disability status scale as well. Remember, 0 being, hey, they're healthy, to 10, like, they're dead. So maybe more like 0 to 9. We just have to see what we can do, and I have a more colorful version of this, so we're just going to switch over to that really quick. Santa slept so much, I'm so glad. I'm so glad to hear. Well, come on in. We're almost halfway through the study guide, and we're almost there, gamers. So, for general guidelines, again, depending on how we're going to design our plan of care for people who have multiple sclerosis, we need to consider the stage of disease that they're in, and like, oh goodness gracious, my shoulder blade itches. Hold on, I can't reach it. Okay, got it. Anyway, you can actually have an overlap of 2 of these interventions. Like, you know, it wouldn't hurt to do it. It just, again, really depends on what phase that they're in. So let's talk about restorative measures. So a restorative intervention, it sounds like as it sounds. If you know the word restorative, you're going to go pretty far. But the goal with this kind of intervention is to remediate or improve imbalances, or impairments, to remediate or improve activity limitations or participation restrictions. Our goal is to return to baseline function. Remember, we have those 4 different MS subtypes, which I will recall from memory because I'm trying to be a gamer. We have primary progressive, secondary progressive, we have progressive relapsing, and we have relapsing remitting. I hope those are right. But understand that sometimes you can get to baseline, especially if it's relapsing remitting. You may have a remission. All right, gamer, you have this really affected you. Okay, let's try to see if we can recover that function that you lost because of this acute attack. Let's go. So yeah, with relapsing remitting MS, if they have an acute attack or exasperation, as a result, they may have weakness in bilateral lower extremities that will affect their gait and their balance. You would expect them to improve, and that's why you should have interventions that's going to drive for restorative or a recovery. Sorry, that's all just repeating itself. Prevention or preventative interventions. So our goal here is to minimize complications, impairments, activity limitations as the disease progresses. Yeah, I know it's very easy to get depressed. I know it's kind of like Tipanya. I don't think you should be the mental health spokesperson here. But it's the idea of, like, it's important to have action. If you recognize that you have this disorder, you want to stay as active as you can to slow down that progress of the disorder. So with preventative, we want to promote wellness, fitness, and just healthy habits. We maybe get them into a community program, etc., to kind of preserve that optimal function and prevent the disability, or at least slow it down a little bit. Alright, compensatory intervention. So now we're here, and they're probably a little bit in the later stages at this point. Now our goal for compensatory intervention is to modify the task or the activity or the environment so that the patient can still function to the best of his or her ability despite the existing impairments and limitations. So now they're not able to do what they're able to do before. How can we modify it to make their life easy? So hey, we just talked about, hey, if we're trying to do restorative interventions, they had an attack and now they have this bilateral lower extremity weakness that's going to affect their gait and balance. And we know for a fact that this type of MS that they may have does not have a remission period. Well, we just have to roll with the punches. We have to be like, okay, now you have weakness in here. How can we help you to stay functional and, you know, be effective in your daily life? This is the point where we have to start and compensatory intervention and give them an assisted device such as a cane, a walker, or even a shower chair. We talked about that briefly about not being able to like bathe yourself, etc. That could be for multiple reasons, but for safety reasons, people actually do put a shower chair so they're able to shower more safely. They're able to sit down if necessary. They have something to grab onto. They have something to transfer to. Imagine especially if someone who has MS is maybe in EDS 8 and they're now stuck in a wheelchair. How is someone who's you know, permanently stuck into that wheelchair, like with no sense of progression, gonna shower on a daily basis, you know what I mean? Getting that shower chair and helping them and teaching them how to transfer over, it's gonna help them still keep up to date with their activities of daily living. So it's very important to have these interventions and train them and help them learn from that. How do you call it? And sometimes, and I know this is going to be so opposite of stroke, but for Parkinson's, or sorry, where am I? Multiple sclerosis, you may just have to adapt a different strategy to accomplish a task. So let's say you have an attack and it affects your left arm and now it's too weak or uncoordinated to help with dressing. You might just have to teach the patient, hey, your left side, and you have to say this with tact. You can't just be like, yeah, your left side's not getting any better. But I could tell that to you, Cuts, because we're just trying to learn the material. But yeah, your left side's not getting any better. Well, we will do what we can with what we have. A lot of your activities now have to be with the right arm, and unfortunately, there's nothing we can do about that. We can't do the CIMT therapy, the constraint induced movement therapy, like we did with stroke, because they're not going to have the same outcome with stroke. Stroke is going to have like a motor recovery, while MS is a disorder that can only get worse, unfortunately. There's no getting better. There's really no stopping it unless you have a really long-term remission, you know? So it's really, really sad. And then our last kind of intervention and therapy that we can implement is the maintenance therapy. So that's going to help patients maintain their current level of function. So this is also something we could do with the community and get it set up. So maybe we could do some exercise classes, etc., etc. Get them involved and promote that healthy habit. So maintenance and prevention definitely can be like a small overlap with one another, again, to kind of limit and maintain where they currently are in their disability. So, okay, those were all therapies and interventions we can do. Cool. So what actual interventions can we do? So it really depends what and where they are in the stages of, well, their life in MS. So at the time of diagnosis, it's super duper important to educate them. Yes, MS is a disease that's gonna get worse, but you can still have a pretty good rest of your life with it, you know? So we can address some misunderstandings, we can emphasize the importance of exercise, and understand that, hey, maybe if they were an active individual and they unfortunately got MS, they might not be able to be as active as they are anymore, or they can still continue to be active, but they're gonna have issues with fatigue, and that they have to be super careful with that. Jay! Hi! Welcome on in! Welcome! I hope you're doing super well. Come on in. Ta-dang! I hope you're well. I'm cramming for this exam. Please help me. Oh, anyway, so at the time of diagnosis, we could do a baseline evaluation. So we could remediate any of the impairments, activity limitations, or participation restrictions, and start working on that for now. At the time of the diagnosis, okay, let's start working on this. And again, that can play hand in hand with the interventions and the exercise to keep them active, moving, going, and functional. Following acute exacerbations, again, we want to return them to baseline if possible. Okay, I'm sorry you had bilateral leg weakness because of this exacerbation. Let's start working on that, because if you have weak lower extremity, it's going to impact your gait and your balance, and you're going to get inactive, and that's the last thing we want you to do. So let's keep working and let's get you back to where you were before. Hold on one moment. Let me sip water because I'm like, my throat is so dry. Oh, nice. But you gotta believe. Thank you. I am really hoping for the best. Please, and thank you. But one moment. Dies. Okay. Alright. So the progressive disease, interventions throughout the disease course. As the disease progresses, we have a goal to support, avoid deconditioning, and maintain safety, and maximize health and independent function. Unfortunately, with the progressive types of MS, as we saw, the primary progressive was just like a straight diagonal up. It doesn't have any remissions, unfortunately. We don't have any breaks from our disorder, you know, not getting worse. So, we want, hold on, let me just read this and I'll try to like retranslate it. Functioning declines over time. Those from, okay. This is talking about, remember we had the 4 types of MS. So primary progressive disease, yes, that's straight diagonal line, but don't also forget we have a secondary primary type of MS, which is going to evolve from the relapsing remitting. And unfortunately, again, secondary progressive, primary progressive, because they're both progressive, we're not getting back to a baseline. So we're going to try to maintain independent function as long as possible. That's going to be our goal. And then we're going to do an assessment of current and future mobility aids to, again, get them functioning, get them moving, and whatever that the patient needs to like get them through the day. For advanced MS, really the later that they get in the stages, especially with EDSS, getting towards that like bedbound later on the scale sort of thing, we need to focus on like seated positions, transfers, the strength, the respiratory function, and the equipment needs, because now with advanced MS you have significant disease burden. You saw that scale on 9 where they're basically bedridden, and it's just so awful to think about. They're non-ambulatory, they're probably not moving around, so they're going to be a risk of a lot of secondary health conditions. We talked about multiple things of like being inactive and why exercise is super duper important, but these people who are bedbound are not able to get up and move and walk or anything like that. So how are we going to do this, you know? And again, that's why we're going to work on the transferring. We're going to try to work on their strength even if it's bed mobility, and and then we're also going to have the use of standing devices, because even if they're bedbound, maybe you can have a device to kind of keep them upright, because of the change of position would be super good, especially for the respiratory system, and having them train with the wheelchair. This is helpful with weight bearing. The standing device again is going to help with the weight bearing, the standing up, the postural change, the respiratory, and also it's going to help with stretching and to ease any spasticity, because unfortunately if you don't move they may kind of get stuck in that position too. So it's kind of like, oh. Also, getting up and moving, by the way, it's also really important to improve bowel and bladder, respiratory, as I keep saying, and their speech projection. So instead of speaking like this, you know, maybe they'll have more of a normal tone. As some of you guys may have heard, a lot of patients who are kind of stuck in the hospital and non-mobile, they tend to have issues with constipation or whatever, because movement is lotion for the body, and it's also for your bowels, because getting some kind of movement also helps you with pooping. So fun Bearcat school fact, yay! Hi Poke, hi, welcome on in, welcome. You doing pommel? How do you study? Thank you. But where's the row in there? Where's the row in there? I wish I was doing pomodoro. I'm actually not doing pomodoro. I'm reading my notes until I die or until I'm done with the guide. There unfortunately is no in between. Wait, it's a legit question? Oh, I'm sorry. The kappa made me like think it was a joke. I'm sorry. How do I study? That's a great question. So I study by making these massive Google Doc documents, read until my brain says no more, and then when I'm very desperate, I read it out to you cubs, because I think talking about it really helps out a lot, and it's more socially acceptable to talk to people on stream rather than talking to myself. No, I would not talk to myself about this. But to be completely fair and honest with you, it's just a lot of repetition and rewriting the notes and blah 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 blah, and just dedicating the time to it. You know how many Pomodoro streams I do? Gosh darn it, like way too many. But again, it's just being able to see it and putting the time to it is just the most important thing. But I also try to do active recall as much as I can. Obviously I'm not doing it as much here, which makes me a little sad. I'm trying, but at the same time it's just like we just need to get through the guide really quick, because that's my goal. I feel like I have a really good hand at the first half of the section, but the second half, it's not that it's awful or bad or anything like that. I just But good luck with your finals, cramming. Good luck! But please hear me out. Just because this technique may work for me, I cannot guarantee that it'll work for every cub, so I apologize, but I wish you the best of luck studying and finding a way that works for you, for sure. I'm surprised we don't have a motion and lotion counter at this point, brother. You know how many times I got that repeated at me? That's why I'm like, this. Anyway, let's talk about some clinical challenges and consideration. I'm sorry, this is not as colorful. This is just straight out of the PowerPoint. But when you have multiple sclerosis, some of the things that you have to consider is factors that are exasperating. I've been waiting for this. Con, hi! Welcome on in! Welcome! Hello, friendo. I hope you're doing super well. Welcome, readers. Welcome. My name is Tipanya. It's nice to meet ya. Has the new raid message been cute and catchy? No, but nice to meet ya. Hello. Welcome on in. For those who don't know, I'm a bearcat YouTuber. I do the and it's very nice to meet you. I'm doing some studying for my finals, so I really do apologize, but it truly is what it is during these trying times. But if I can make it through today, I can make it through anything. And I think I said the same thing last semester, so I hope that carries over. I hope your stream was doing super well, and I hope you had a lot of fun. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in. Welcome. Hi, honey. Hi, God. Hi. Welcome. It's the bearcat. It is. Oh my goodness. Hello, bear. Nice to meet you. I'm bearcat. I'm super real animal, by the way. Please Google. Actually, don't Google. Because if you Google, I'm going to charge you $5. You'll just have to take my words that bearcats are real, okay? Okay. Welcome on in. As you see, we're studying. I have a final today. I'm not in med school. I'm just in a graduate program that hates me. No, I'm kidding, but I'm in a graduate program and I hate myself. But it's just a lot of studying and blah. But yeah, I have a final in approximately 4 hours. And so I just have to get through the study guide of what we're just talking and doing all that stuff. But feel free to hang around and lurk. We're just talking about neuromuscular stuff. Right now we're on the topic of multiple sclerosis, where basically it's a condition, a demyelinization condition of the central nervous system. Ooh, your myelin sheets are gone or going! And there's a lot of factors to consider with these kind of population. But yeah. I don't know how long you're streaming, but again, feel free to lurk. But definitely do, if you have to go, definitely eat something super duper yummy. Definitely hydrate, definitely stand up and stretch. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for the raid. But yeah. Thank you. Bear VTubers unite. Let's go. But thank you for that. Cheers. And don't worry, I won't eat you. I actually only started eating like fish more recently. Huh? What causes MS? Well, there's kind of a variety of factors that are more preconditioned. I don't think there's like one exact like trigger for it, or none that I'm aware of, unfortunately. I was telling Cubs that I'm like, yeah, it could affect, you know, the population 20 to 50-year-olds. So I mean, most of us are probably prone to it. So kind of stinky. It kind of just happens. Kind of the luck of the draw situation. To my understanding. So, but the symptoms, well, actually, we're actually kind of talking. There's like some overlap. It really just kind of depends on what type of MS you have too. So, yeah. Question marks. Yeah. Sure. Yeah. You know what? Screw you. Uncheese your myelin. No, not MS. Not multiple sclerosis. But yeah, gamers, that's what I'm up to. But yeah, feel free to join it. Again, I'm halfway through the study guide and it's been 4 hours streaming, so yay. But yeah, let's get to it. So what we were just in right now, or what we were just talking about, is that in multiple sclerosis, there are some clinical challenges and considerations that you need to do, because depending on the subtype, you may have relapses or exacerbations of this disorder, and again, that could include like weakening or flare-ups, etc., etc. And unfortunately, these exacerbations can have new or recurrent multiple sclerosis symptoms that are going to last more than 24 hours. So some exacerbating factors that can trigger like a relapse is stress. So major stressors or minor stressors. Majors like, hey, divorce, death, trauma in your life. Minor stressors are like dehydration, exhaustion, and being sleep deprived. But thinking like even the minor ones are gonna get you to like have your condition to be worse is really kind of spooky. You can have affective disorders such as mood disorders, such as depression, and that can also be an exacerbating factor. Disease of the major organ can cause stress internally, such as asthma and pancreatitis, and that can cause an exacerbation. Viral bacterial infection, UTI, common cold, flu, sinus infection can also cause it. And we also have this thing called pseudo exacerbations. So all those are kind of like more permanent in a sense that they last more than 24 hours, but pseudo exacerbations right here are temporary worsening of symptoms which are going to be less than 24 hours. They're considered episodic. So pseudo exacerbations go hand in hand with this symptom called UTOS. Hope I'm saying that right. But UTOS syndromes are adverse reactions to heat, and the heat can be either internal or external. The effects are normally very immediate, and it actually increases your fatigue and reduces your function. So again, we say internal and external because hot muggy water, hot bath, those things are external. They're raising your temperature, you're overheating, your symptoms are going to worsen. Or you can have a fever, which is going to be more internal, and again the effects are going to be immediate and dramatic, and it's going to reduce your function and increase fatigue. You just don't want it. Thankfully it can resolve within 24 hours because you're cooling off, because you're like, oh shoot, I shouldn't be in this jacuzzi, let me get out. My symptoms are getting better. Or at the end of the fever, which is something unfortunately you can't control. I mean, you can in some extent by taking medications and maybe speeding up the process, but But yeah, even though these are pseudo exacerbations, when your overall health decreases, you're more likely to have a relapse. Even if it's pseudo, it can actually be a real one. So some clinical considerations that you want to do is that basically you just want to avoid overheating. You may want to consider a schedule. So what happens is that in the morning, it's probably more optimal to have a rehab intervention because your body temperatures are lower. You just woke up, you're nice and cool, you're more rested, and you know, fatigue is not going to set in if you slept really well. You definitely want more frequent rest intervals. So I guess we talked a little bit more on the midterm about it, and maybe we have more of it in the guide later, but we have to talk about how often we practice within a session. There's a difference between mass practice and distributed practice, and as you can assume, mass practice is kind of doing it all in one, kind of overworking, it's very high intensity, while distributed is more like, hey, we're gonna take a lot of breaks. Alright, you did this task, congratulations, okay, sit down, let's rest up now. To avoid overheating, by the way, you can use AC. Smart, we got the technology. Fans, a wet neck wrap, so like a wet towel or something like that. You can use spray bottles, cooling suits, or even cooling vests. The exercise that you should prescribe should be a challenge but never a struggle. And yeah, just monitor and ask if they're okay. The progression for these MS, you know how in progression or exercises in general, we're always like, yeah, let's make it harder. Yeah, maybe you don't want to do that with MS. You want to get them active and moving and grooving, but you don't want to make the exercise harder because you might fatigue them, and then they might have symptoms and they might have a relapse, and it's kind of like your fault. But contraindications, so you don't want to exercise to fatigue, and yeah, you don't want to do it during an exasperation either. It just sounds like a bad idea. Alright, some other things to consider, so we could go back into the colorful text because I feel really bad that these are all black and white notes right now. I didn't really do anything. But yeah, beyond PT, you can use aquatic exercises, but you need to make sure it's a cool pool for MS. You need to make sure the temperature of the pool is less than 85 degrees so they don't overheat. You could do some gentle yoga, tai chi, hippotherapy, which on the contrary is not related to hippos whatsoever. It's actually horse therapy. I don't know anything about it, so please do not ask me. But sure, horse therapy. And resistance and aerobic activities can be done, but again, just not to fatigue. Other considerations again is that you need to consider fatigue about sudden and severe sleepiness, excessive tiredness, and sense of weakness. Energy effectiveness strategies, so to make sure that you're kind of keeping up to date and keeping your energy into normal levels, you can have an activity diary. So this is going to help record sleep, your activities, and note for any like basically triggers, you know, that would make the symptoms much worse. Energy conservation techniques, so what can you do to basically not work as hard? I don't remember where I read it. I don't remember. I think maybe it was something in relationships to Parkinson's, but have you guys heard about Nordic walking sticks? And I'm like, what the heck is this? And so I Google it and I'm like, oh, I've always seen people use these. So the Nordic walking sticks are like people who have like the sticks to like walk up mountains, and apparently it's very helpful in decreasing the amount of like weight bearing that you have on your joints, and it propels you to a certain degree. It's like really interesting. I need to look more into it, but that definitely can be an energy conservative technique. Like if you want to walk, hey, this assistive device is helping you out to help propel you and use less energy. Sign me up. Sure. Last EES, or the energy effective strategy you can use, is activity pacing. So basically just balancing the activity with some rest periods. This whole thing and the whole treatment is going to be a team effort for consistency and reinforcement, okay? Alright, so let's talk about GBS now. So all of this now is going to be... Oh, hold on, sorry. Excuse me. So all of this now is going to be about GBS, our Guillain-Barré syndrome. We're going to be talking about the clinical presentation. Excuse me. Some things that you should be working on, the type of exercises, etc. I think the section is relatively short, but I will actually take a little baby break because we did hit the 4 hours, so I'm kind of like... I'm gonna stand up and stretch and get some motivation from baby peas really quick. I should be back in like less than 5 minutes, but I'm just like, ugh. And also, I just want to stop sounding easily, so I'll probably be right back, okay? One moment.
かすかに響き渡る教会のチャイム、
Hi. Alright, cuz. Alright, let's get into it. I chugged some more of my protein shake. I couldn't kiss baby peas on the head because we just had like a stare off. I was like, oh my goodness. And she's just eating her dry food and she's just looking at me and I'm looking at her and I'm like, oh baby peas, I'm not gonna like interrupt your eating, but I'm also like also not gonna squat down right now to like kiss your head. I'll have to say hi baby peas and move on with my life. As much as I want to pet her, I think it's so rude to be like, you're eating? Let me pet ya. Oh, thank you for the hat pat. Thank you. Who won? I did, because she looked away back into her food. Oh my gosh, darn it. She'll get a kiss when she least expects it. She will. She hasn't hung out with me. She's not in my room. She's been sitting in the living room all day. I'm like, baby, I'm here. Hang out with me. I got your bed here. We got the bed here. You can lay on this bin. There's a lot of spaces. Why you want to hang out in the living room? Keep me emotional company. So then you could be in arm's reach and I could just pet you when I get stressed. No, it's fine. It's okay. Baby Peace can live her best life eating dry food. Anyway. So, we last left off with MS, so now we're going to be focusing a lot more on GBS, Guillain-Barré syndrome, which again is a demyelinization disorder of the peripheral nervous system. So again, we're going to have, the acute, subacute, and chronic stages of GBS. So for the acute stages, this is kind of within 10 days. They may be ventilator dependent. They may have complete flaccid paralysis, and remember we were talking about that with stroke earlier, where flaccid is kind of like ragdolling pretty much. And they may have ANS symptoms, so this is affecting, you know, involuntary control such as their heart rate, blood pressure, respiratory, digestion, and sexual arousal. But after 10 days, about 2 to 8 weeks, we have the subacute and chronic stages. So we have the weakness, the fatigue, and functional mobility defects. So really the two main things that you want to keep in check, almost similar to MS, right? But like, you know, kind of translated for GBS. So for MS, we want to make sure we don't fatigue and keep in mind about the subtype of MS that the patient has. But for GBS, we want to consider the stage or condition, whether they're acute, subacute, or chronic, and then we want to see their level of fatigue, because what happens is that their stage of condition GBS may regress if stage GBS may regress. It may get worse if the stage and condition and fatigue is not considered. So we have to prevent overworking the weakness and the fatigue, because sometimes it's like, yeah, just work through it, you know, pain gain or whatever people say. It's like, no, you don't want to do this with this population whatsoever. Wait, hi, thank you so much. Welcome on in. Welcome. Grinders time. Oh brother, you know it. If this doesn't turn into a 6 to 7 hour study stream, is it really a study stream? Anyway, but yeah, so for GBS, some intervention considerations. Well, we could talk about positioning and range of motion. We could talk about pain management. We could talk about ventilation and adaptive equipment management. We could talk about functional retraining and balance training. But really what we're going to be focusing on, more specifically, and I guess we could focus on the other things that we could consider later, is aerobic conditioning and strengthening in this population. Again, we will consider in the following slides, and things that you'll see will show the stage or condition, and we just need to make sure how not to overwork them, especially in each stage that we're in. Yeah, I'm not staying up late. It's 3:21 p.m. in the afternoon. I just spent the majority of my Tuesday studying. What else is new? Wah! My exam is at 7. Wah! So I only have so much time left now, which is actually getting my heart rate a little bit up. Okay, so let's talk about strengthening and aerobic exercise. More consideration. So pretty much the lecture talks about that there's a lack of controlled evidence to show that we can influence the rate of reinnervation of the muscles or regrowth of myelin through active exercise. This goes along some other study excuse me, that says that our nerves can regrow depending on what kind of injury we even got. Nerves can regrow, we can relearn, ba 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 ba. But the issue is well, I guess maybe it's not even an issue. I guess the idea is just that it's gonna grow over time. Whether we exercise or not, time is gonna help regrow it, etc., etc. So, strengthening and aerobic exercise or the conditioning is not gonna influence the growth, but again, it is gonna help in certain other regards. But understand that once we do have that reinnervation, once the time enough has passed, hence the stage of condition, we have the potential to improve strength and aerobic capacity. We just don't really know when that moment occurs, unfortunately. We can't just like go into their body and start measuring their nerves, so it's kind of like, yeah, that's why reassessment is very important. Reinnervation is going to occur once the muscle grade exceeds 3 out of 5. So 3 out of 5 MMT is a manual muscle test. 3 means that they can contract against gravity. So if I told them to like raise their arms up over the head and they're able to do it, they're doing it against gravity. If I told you, Cups, hey, can you lift your knees, can you do a little march, you bring your knees against gravity. Unfortunately, sometimes people are unable to do activities or lift their limbs and contract their muscles against gravity, so they have a below a 3 out of 5 how do you call it, MMT score, unfortunately. So sometimes you have to put them in gravity eliminated position. So like if I told you to put your arm overhead and you were unable to do it, I would have you lay on your side and perform the same exercise, because then gravity would be eliminated in that sense, because you wouldn't be going against it, you would just be kind of cutting through it horizontally in that sideline position. But yeah, it's saying that in addition to MMT, we could bring up the fatigue severity scale and also the Borg Borg rating of perceived exertion scale as well into play for this. But basically it's just the idea of like, we'll talk about it more in strengthening, but basically the demyelinization of the PNS or the peripheral nervous system is going to affect our muscle strength, so we have to wait with time to see if we could go against gravity, so we can kind of train them in a functional manner to get them back to their independence. That's why reassessment is also always going to be really important. Understand that the earlier in recovery, it's important to start doing interventions, but we need to be more conservative with our treatment to make sure we're not overworking this type of population. This is really important because what happens is that if we prescribe strenuous or induced fatigue too early, what happens is that the patient will actually experience temporary loss of function, and that's going to actually further damage the neuromuscular connection rather than increasing the strength or have hypertrophy of the muscle or grow the muscle. That's why overworking can be more bad than good, basically, and that's why we have to monitor it, and we have to make sure, like, patient, hey, are you okay? Don't push yourself, stop when you need to, we could take breaks after this, blah 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 blah. So this is a little bit small, but this is just this rewritten. So let's talk about strengthening. So strengthening, when you're in the acute stage, and they define the acute stage within 10 days, are assistive active range of motion. So assistive means that they're using some kind of device or something like that to get them through the motion. Let me grab a picture because I feel like that might be more... Like, they can use your other arm to lift. But I wanna, let me see. There's this like wand exercise. Yeah. Oh, this is gonna be humongous. Okay, no, it isn't. So, active range of motion, active assistive range of motion, I apologize. This is where maybe you actually don't have the strength. So, let's say, hey, the patient is unable to, by themselves, bring their arm up overhead because they don't have a 3 out of 5 MMT score quite yet. They're not able to bring it against gravity. Well, Let's use this example. You see the lady with her right arm? Her right arm is the one that's affected. Her left arm is the stronger arm. So having this pull to your side and bringing it up to the side, the left arm is propelling the right upper extremity upwards. So it's technically going against gravity, but not on its own. It's active assistant, but we're kind of training that motion and kind of getting that practice in. We want to go into sub-maximal, sub meaning below, maximal meaning, well, max, just to avoid fatigue. And what we want to do is exercise like this about 3 or so days or less a week. We want very low reps and we want frequent rest breaks. We want to monitor for post-exercise weakness, DOMS, which is delayed onset muscle soreness, increased paresthesia, which is like the pins and needles sensation, for 1 to 5 days post-exercise. So we're taking it baby strength. We are not risking it for the biscuit. We are keeping it nice, we are keeping it easy, and we're doing everything in our power to try to help but not fatigue. Subacute, however, this is and we can only get into the stage once the MMT score hits 3 out of 5 or greater. So now we're going to have a greater progression of having like maybe more than one set or more, sorry, of 10 to 15 reps at 60 to 70, or actually no, not one or more. Why would they write it like that then? Hold on. Gradual progression to more than one set of 10 to 15 reps at 60 to 70% of their heart rate. Not heart rate, oh my gosh, one rep max, oh my goodness. We can build up the frequency and we can have it as a solid 2 to 3 weeks rather than 3 days or less, unless it says something otherwise. So I want to make sure I get the numbers correct. I'm so sorry, I'm so paranoid. Anyway, I should say it with confidence at my chest, but I'm just like, oh, let me make sure because this is material that I'm trying to memorize. So the frequency does increase to 2 to 3 times a week instead of maybe 1 to 3. And what happens is that we're going to try to start doing functional task practice and very low resistant band exercises to again accumulate that strength. Once we hit the chronic stage, it's kind of free game. We're gonna follow the ACSM guidelines and just basically make sure to still not overwork them. When strengthening, however, you know how we said eccentric strengthening is really good for stroke patients because it allows crossover and it allows you to work both sides and Well, eccentric training in those with GBS is not recommended whatsoever. I don't really remember the reasoning and I hope I have it written down here. Yeah, I don't think it actually went into detail whatsoever. I think it's just the idea that, hey, LMAO, just don't do it. Okay, say no more. Alright, let's talk about aerobic conditioning then. So aerobic conditioning for the GBS population, again, we're going to break it down to stage of condition of acute, subacute, and chronic. So for acute aerobic conditioning, it's really just not appropriate. If they are within the 10 days of their GBS, do not do it. What we want to do is to monitor their vitals for stability with all mobility and activities. Yes, we are still going to do interventions with them, but we're not going to have them run a treadmill or use like a new step or a bike or whatever like that. We're going to keep it easy. We are going to do maybe little basic baby things, or maybe we're going to work on some strengthening, but we're not doing aerobic exercises. We're monitoring their vitals. We're going to look at their heart rate, their respiratory rate, their blood pressure, and the amount of oxygen that they're getting, and making sure that they're safe for exercise. Recall that this disease can create autonomic dysfunction and thus gradual tolerance to any mobility with close proximity. Close monitoring of vitals is imperative. TLDR, we talked about the autonomic nervous system as being all those things that are involuntary control, like our heart rate, our respiratory rate, etc. Dysfunction can occur basically if our vitals are not monitored appropriately. So within the 10 days or within the acute stage of function, do not do aerobic exercises, basically. Once we get to subacute though, we can actually start doing some low to moderate intensity. So low to moderate being 40 to 60, and we can keep the RPE from 12 to 13. So let me double check something. Yeah, 12 to 13, we're going to keep it somewhere between the somewhat hard range. This is our target range of how we should feel with activity, where it's just like, yeah, that was a little bit of a workout. Excuse me, hold on one moment. Okay. 1 rep max. And this is our heart rate. Okay, so we're keeping a low to moderate, 40 to 60% of our heart rate max, RPE 12 to 13, so somewhat hard exercise. But we just need to keep mindful of this, again, population, again, with its vitals, because apparently they're also predisposed to pulmonary embolsions and cardiac arrhythmias. So again, the arrhythmia is off, the rhythm, the heart is off, might want to check that out. So that's why, again, vital sign stability is critical prior to initiating aerobic conditioning, because we don't want them to get these conditions. The frequency of this exercise is going to be 20 minutes, 3 to 5 times a week, because again, we want to keep it nice and light. 20 minutes, good enough for me, but we got to keep you consistent, so 3 to 5. This time, now we can consider some aerobic conditioning exercises such as walking, a stationary bike, or a UE ergometer, upper extremity. It's like an arm bike, basically. It's just moving the arms 360 on like a bike. But yeah, please monitor your patient's vitals and to avoid fatigue, and then therefore gradual progression is going to be most appropriate. So once again in subacute, now we can move to chronic. So chronic, then we can move to moderate to high intensity exercises. We want it to be not somewhere hard anymore. We want it to be hard at the RPE of 14 to 17, and we want their heart rate max to be about 60 to 80 instead of the 40 to 60, because this was for our low to moderate intensity, and now this is our moderate to high, 60 to 80. Now we can increase the frequency and duration to 30 minutes or greater, and we want this to be 4 to 5 times a week. And the mode of aerobic exercise can vary. They're in the chronic stage right now, so I think it's the idea of just do what they feel happiest with, or like, you know, have the most fun with. But yeah, true aerobic conditioning should not begin until subacute stage, okay? Autonomic dysfunction, again, can appear as bladder urgency frequency, sleep disturbances, depression, anxiety, and apathy. And why it's really important to have some psychosocial considerations for those who may have MS, because they may have PTSD, anxiety, depression, panic disorders, changes in life roles, financial stresses because of this disorder, which is why it's important to be vigilant of patient's awareness, communicate prior to each specific interventions thoroughly, and refer to other healthcare providers if needed, because if they don't have the motivation to attend their sessions because they're like depressed, then they're not going to get better in their condition overall. Right? And so with that, ta-da! That's such a mouthful, but we are done with that, and I think this is our second and last section of section of the study guide. While the last section is kind of apparently reviews and refreshers, this should take us probably like another, let's see, less than 2 hours. So let's do it, okay? So PD. PD is Parkinson's disease. That's how we're going to abbreviate it. And we have some outcome measures again. These we'll go slightly in depth with. So again, we're using the ICF model. We are distributing these outcome measures, or this like surveys, to establish a baseline and establish prognosis through body structure and function, activity, and participation. For body structure and function, we have a gold standard for Parkinson's disease called MDS-UPDRS. I like to say MDS abductors, but it is what it is. This really long abbreviation stands for Movement Disorder Society Unified Parkinson's Disease Rating Scale. Boo, boo, boo. But this is typically created by physicians, so I don't do it, physicians will, but this is a body structure function gold standard in PD that is going to measure motor, non-motor symptoms and measure disease burden over time. So the abductors has 3 parts to it. So it has a non-motor aspect of ADLs, a motor aspect of ADLs, and just a general motor examination of how these people are moving. Oh, I didn't even say what Parkinson's was. I'm so sorry, Cubs. Hold on. Let's grab the video, by the way. Hold on. So I'm like talking about Parkinson's, and it's like, yeah, I have the vaguest idea of that. Parkinson's is very interesting. It's basically a progressive disorder that affects the movement. There's this like mnemonic called TRAP. Like they have tremors, they have rigidity, their gait, the walking is very weird, and they have postural instability. So let me go ahead and grab the other. Hello, Google. Yeah. So, sorry, I was like, huh? Or is it? All right. So this is an example of someone with Parkinson's, apparently. They have, again, look, so part of the trap was the P, the postural instability. So you'll kind of see them in this like flex stoop posture. It kind of takes them a little bit to kind of get started with walking. They kind of have to initiate it, kind of like a car, like vroom, vroom, vroom. They have tremors when they walk. They have very short steps. Yeah. That's pretty much Parkinson's. There's other things that we'll talk about later called fascinations, where sometimes they'll get started and they can't stop, whether that's forward or backwards. They have a really hard time turning. They have these things called freezing episodes, where if they try to turn, they might freeze up, or if they're trying to get through small corridors or doorways or any narrow spaces, they may freeze up and they'll just stop. There's this treatment that you can do called how do you call it? Not treatment, but basically cue them verbally. And what happens is it's called the 4 S's. It's the stop, stand tall, sway, and step long. And then it kind of gets them to initiate again. Huh? Poor guy's running tank controls, honestly. But yeah. It's very difficult, as you see. But yeah, that's Parkinson's. Yay. Right, let me put that away. I know I am a sucker for I am a sucker for rainy jazz music. Oh. Hold on, Caps, one moment. Hold on, one moment. Huh? Sorry, I got distracted. I was happy over, and I want a refund. For whatever reason, there's these people who are making vinyls, and I got sent one because it's like, oh look, they have a Persona 3 portable vinyl, and I'm like, oh, that's really cool. I don't have a record player like that, but I think people who collect vinyls I can respect, you know what I mean? But there's such a horrible price difference. So it's like, oh yeah, here's a Persona 3 vinyl. It apparently comes with a bunch of stuff, I guess, and here you go. It's $400. It's $100. I'm like, it's what? But the portable is like $32. So I'm like, huh? What? Why is there a $70 price difference? What? Anyway, thank you for the refund. I appreciate it. Those 100 bits. Thank you. I needed them. I need them. But thank you for the 100 bits, Karma. I appreciate it. Itty bitty bits. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. And hello as well, of course. But yeah, sorry, that was Parkinson's. It's a niche audience. Yeah, I guess. It's very niche. Gosh darn it. Let's sigh. Anyway, back to Parkinson's. We looked at it. Oh yeah, sorry. So we looked at it. So we're talking about the body structure and function. And so again, non-motor, motor, and motor examinations are the 3 parts for the specific outcome measure. So for the non-motor aspects of ADLs, remember, are activities of daily living. That's going to be your cognitive level, depression, apathy, sleep, urinary, constipation, orthostatic symptoms. All non-motor, but all can affect your ADLs. Excuse me. It's probably because it's harder to make vinyls, so you have to manually put the music on them? Yeah, but not $70 difference for the same game. Tippa will be rich someday and could buy vinyls for fun someday. Ah, yes, when I get my career, that'll put me in over $100,000 in student debt, but I will finally have a career that pays me more than $15 an hour. I'll be really happy. 2 years from now? It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Anyway, so yeah, the second part is motor aspects of ADL. So a lot of your INGs, so your speaking or your speech, swallowing, eating, dressing, hygiene, handwriting, bed mobility, tremors, sit to stands, walking, balance, freezing. And then the last part is just a motor examination. So rigidity, bradykinesia, so the slow walking, tremors, your sit to stands, your balance, your gait, your freezing. All that's going to be looked at in this outcome measure. Let's talk about activities for Parkinson's. So activities is going to be your freezing and gait questionnaire. So again, I'm telling you, when Parkinson patients get into a narrow space or they get stuck, they might start freezing, and then the questionnaire is just asking about how many episodes you have of freezing. We can have the ABC scale, the activity specific balance confidence scale, to see how well they feel with their own balance. Mini BEST test is a mini balance evaluation systems test. This is to test for anticipatory postural adjustments, reactive postural control, sensory orientation, and dynamic gait. All that is saying is that, hey, if someone pushed you, will you be okay? And then the timed up and go is kind of performing a lap of where they sit, they stand, they walk around a cone, and they come back. And then you can implement this with dual tasking, which can be very important in the early stages of Parkinson's to kind of keep them fresh. But the dual tasking could be like anything simple as talking and whatnot, you know? And participation is just a PDQ, Parkinson's disease questionnaire 39 or 38, or sorry, 39 or 8. Those 8 questions are in the 39 item PDQ, but they have 2 separate ones because I guess, you know, short one or more extensive, how many details do you really need kind of our participation scale. There's also the Parkinson's fatigue scale, but to be honest, that's very self-explanatory. So hey, you'll probably pay off your student loans before I do. Oh brother, only if I live like, okay, very small tangent, but I don't know what I want to do when I graduate. I'm kind of waiting to see what I'm doing with my clinical rotations, and to see if I'm happy with them and if I want to work with them. But one of my goals, I got inspired by someone who graduated as a rehab specialist, and they started doing travel therapy. And again, you get extra cash monies for the travel, and you may only have you don't even have to work the whole year, but the stipends make up the amount that you make. And people had said that they've earned easily like over 100,000. I think even I might be making up this number, but they made over 150,000. And not saying I'm greedy or anything like that, but I'm saying the idea of like, oh wow, that's a lot of money, especially when I graduate. And people that I was shadowing a few years back to get my clinical experiences, they're like, yeah, I'm getting paid 60,000. Now the average for my degree is about 80,000, but Bearcat Mountain is kind of cheap, and we'll lowball you 20,000 apparently. I thought it was crazy. But people who travel make a consistent over 100,000. But you also have to have these considerations, because if you want to go into travel therapy, you have to go into an area that's 50 miles away from your home or something like that. Like, you can't just travel to the next town over. It has to be far or out of state at that point. But you still also have to be paying for your own home while also paying for the luxury of being somewhere else. And I don't know, some people have done it, and they've done it in like RVs, and I thought that was really cool, but that's too much, you know what I mean? So I'm kind of like, but I had read like a blog about it, and this person who had lived with their significant other, they did the RV business, and they also did traveling. They're like, yeah, I paid off my student loans, which were over 100,000 in 3 years, and I lived really frugal and blah, 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 blah. I'm like, brother, I could only dream of that. I mean, when I graduate and I have cash monies, there's really nothing that I want. Maybe a car that isn't approaching 15 years. My car's still standing, but my car's a little bit older. So it's okay. My car is gonna make it through until I graduate, thankfully. But with the potential clinical rotation locations I will be at, I have no idea. So getting a new car is kind of on the docket, but it's not an emergency. But it was like, just in case. And I don't know what else I would do with the cash monies other than have financial stability. And I don't know. I don't know. I didn't think I would get that far. So it's like the legitimate, like, yeah, I don't know. Oh my goodness. When you graduate, escape the country, run away from the banks? I will. Financial stability sounds good, right? I can't wait to have a career. And then be like, why did I spend all this time getting a career? I'm not happy. You need someone to push you, Karma? Like, push you emotionally or push you, like, reactive balance? Holy heck. Anyway, sorry, I got off tangent, but that's, I don't know. Anyway. One thing at a time. Neuromuscular exam, here we go. So let's actually talk about something with Parkinson's. So there's actually a scale of Parkinson's disease of how severe the disease is. So for specific impairments and interventions, overall, you do want to emphasize on auditory and visual cues. You want to have high repetition and high intensity for these people. So it's like the complete opposite of what we were just talking about with MS and GBS. We don't want to overwork. We don't want to fatigue anyone. But this one's like, nope, gotta do it. Go, 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 go. Third, fourth stage, large amplitude movement, increased speed to be part of the faster. Okay, let's just talk about the stages really quick. So there's a scale called the Hohenard stages of Parkinson's disease, and so it goes through 5 stages, and you can kind of see it here. But stage 1 is unilateral symptoms, so on one side maybe they're experiencing some cases of Parkinson's. 2, it's bilateral symptoms, but it's without impaired balance. 3, they're starting to like fold over now. There's going to be some postural instabilities, and mild and moderate bilateral symptoms are going to appear, but they can still look pretty independent. They're just kind of, well, flexed over. Stage 4 is severe disability, but they can walk independently. They just may need an assistive device. And stage 5 is when you're pretty much wheelchair bound, and you really just depend on that wheelchair for mobility, and or you might be bedridden unless assisted. So considering these stages, we have to do the same thing as we've been doing before. Consider the stage of condition and what are we going to do. So here's some goals that we have. So Hohenard will divide it between mild early, moderate, and severe/late. There's also some 0.5s that you'll see down below that I saw from another guide and have seen in class, so I just kind of added it. That is going to further emphasize these intervention goals that we'll have, but So stages 1 to 2 is mild and early. So again, let's use our active recall skills. Stage 1 and 2. Stage 1 is going to be unilateral, and stage 2 is going to be bilateral symptoms. Both of them, they don't really have balance defects, so we're going to try to do vigorous exercises. We're going to try to stop the disease as it comes, or like really slow it down, and they can help relearn function. Like even if it's like, oh no, my bilateral symptoms, I have this condition on both sides, nope, we're going to relearn it. We can also do a lot of dual tasking, and so kind of getting that, it's just very intense and very rigorous basically. Why we want to do this vigorous activity is to prevent inactivity, fear of falling, and postural deformities that may occur, as we saw in stage 3. We want to increase physical activity, promote whole body movement. Group therapy and community programs are super good, and support groups and education for Parkinson's very important, because it sucks. Parkinson's is relatively common, so there's definitely a lot of groups, but you know, having a disease or disorder can feel kind of isolating because not everyone else in your group probably has it, or your like immediate family or friends, you know? So why do you have it? And then getting to meet or talk and socialize with other people who are going through the same thing you are, it really helps out mentally. So treating the mind and the body, yay! Let's move on to moderate Hohenard's disorder. So that's going to be stage 3 and 4, more moderate. So this is the part, remember, stage 3 is going to be more moderate symptoms. It's a little bit more aggressive. They start losing their balance a bit more, but they could still be independent, correct? No, I think stage Stage 3 has the postural deficiencies, and stage 4 they're able to be independent. All right. Oh gosh, I have to double check. I'm so sorry. Paranoid. Yeah, mild, moderate symptoms bilaterally, severe disability, postural, can live independently, can walk independently. Okay, maybe that's the difference. Can live, can still walk. All right, so let's do that active recall again. So 3 is for live, 4 is to walk. Both the disabilities are getting really bad. Of course, they're both bilateral, but stage 3 again is the postural and also the balance loss. Excuse me. So what we're going to do is to compensate. So we're going to start cueing a little bit more. We're going to be doing our gait and balance training. We're going to be doing the transfer training to getting them from one surface to the other, from the bed to the chair. Excuse me. We're going to promote sensory cueing. We're going to start using assistive devices, especially when falls become frequent. As you saw, like I was kind of like jutting in the walking video. Yeah, again, they may have this thing called the fascination. So if they get a little too far forward, they might not be able to catch themselves, and the only way they could stop like the little choo-choo train motion is if they hit like a wall or furniture, or if they fall. So getting an assistive device would keep them, you know, up and stable. You might need a wheelchair when walking becomes a little bit too difficult. But once it hits stage 4, you want to avoid dual tasking. It's just not worth it anymore, and it's not because it's not worth it, it's just not efficient use of your time anymore. It's a little bit too late, you know? Bless you. Thank you. I don't know if anyone says anything for hiccups, but I think bless you is probably the most common one. I feel like bless you is more for sneezing, but like, you know, what do I know, you know? Anyway, and then stage 5, again, they're going to be wheelchair bound or bed bound. So what we're going to do is that we're going to emphasize on compensations and safety. We're going to basically be doing everything else prior. Also in the moderate, we're going to be doing the prior as well. We're going to be doing everything plus supportive care. We're going to prevent contractures. We're going to prevent pressure sores. I'm like, I have to say it like when I press like the Google pronunciation. Pressure sores. And pneumonia. You might have to consider a hospital bed so they can, you know, recline and decline wherever they need to do. They have bed railings, etc. Family training is going to be super important, and these people need 24-hour supervision because they really may be bedridden, and there's really nothing that can be done other than having a caretaker on their side. Okay. So with that, here's some other stuff that they had mentioned in another guide, so we'll talk about it briefly. So for mild Hohenard stages from 1 to 2, again, this is being unilateral and bilateral symptoms without the balance loss. We don't want to do functional gait assessments because of a ceiling effect. And the ceiling effect is because they're going to score really good. They're already fine. They're basically okay. You know what I mean? And so in consideration of Parkinson's and consideration to doing like a functional gait assessment to like moderate to mild, they're gonna score high. It's not worth it. Don't do it, you know? Moderate to mild, however, when they start experiencing that loss of balance in stage 3, or I guess when they get to also 2.5 where they're starting to lose balance, all the tests can be used for different purposes, and this could be for, again, testing their exercise tolerance, testing their endurance, and we can test the endurance by using the 6-minute walk test. From stages 2 to 3, apparently, sit-to-stands actually start becoming a little bit more difficult, so we just want to do everything in our power to be like, okay, let's get you up and going. Make sure to do certain things like, hey, it's much easier to get out of the chair if you scoot towards the edge rather than sitting towards the back, having your back rest. Scoot towards the edge, widen your base of support, spread the legs a little bit further apart, shoulder width apart, or maybe even more if you need to. Move the center of balance, so move forward, bend your trunk, flex forward when you sit, so you're moving your center of balance because your center of balance is as something so move that forward. All right, we're gonna cue visually in the mirror. or you can have a tactile cue to like on their hand to help them get up, and then a verbal count can also be a good cue to use for Parkinson's patients. Like, okay, let's do a little bit of rocking too. On the count of 3, we're gonna stand up. Okay, 1, 2, and 3, and then they get up. Even though sit-to-stand exercises do become difficult, we can help strengthen them by strengthening the extensor muscles. We can have them do repeated sit-to-stands, because guess what? How else are you going to get good at sit-to-stands if you don't practice sit-to-stands? Bridging can be an exercise to do, and leg presses. Now, once we get into the severe tests, we're going to need some modifications for some of these tests, but we could do the 5 times sit-to-stand test, which we talked about before, about assessing lower extremity function and strength. 10-meter walk test to test gait speed. We could do functional gait assessment and mini best tests. You could do these, but apparently there's a flooring effect. So these people are no longer really functional. I apologize. I take that whole last section back. Functional gait assessment and mini best tests are basically useless because they're going to have a flooring effect, which is the opposite of the ceiling effect. So the ceiling is like, oh, they're going to have perfect, beautiful, great scores. Flooring effect is like they basically got a 0. You're not able to do it. It's very unfunctional, and just don't do it. And it's like, oh, okay, sure. Here's the same thing. Here's the same thing. So what do we need to know? So let's know a little bit about aerobic training for PD. So let's recall some of the aerobic training for GBS. Remember, GBS is not appropriate to do aerobic training in the acute, but you could do it in the subacute and the chronic stages. In the acute, I think it's 1 to 3 times a day, 40 to 60 heart rate, yeah. And then in the chronic, it's 60 to 80 heart rate at 2 to 3 times a day, and the modes can be whatever, you know? While in the subacute, it could be like cycling or walking or the upper extremity bike. Hi, Atomic. Hi! How's the movie? How's Godzilla? Do you get spooked? No spoiler. Well, I don't know. I don't really know if there's spoilers for Godzilla, but you know. Welcome. Yeah, aerobic training. So that was for GBS. Let's talk about for Parkinson's. So what we're gonna do is that we're gonna have to exercise, or the goal to exercise at least is for 150 minutes a week at moderate intensity. So that's about 30 minutes 5 times a week. Why are we doing this? Well, very easy, because what happens is that if we're getting to become more active and we're halting the disease process, we're encouraging neuroplasticity, which is going to increase the neurotropic growth factors, and we're going to slow reverse some of that neurodegeneration that happens with Parkinson's. We could bike as well. You could consider a 3 bike or like a tricycle for stability for someone with Parkinson's, or we could do forced tandem biking, as you see here. This is what they call a tandem bike, and even if you don't have the motion, your legs kind of go with the person. So maybe you have a person who is a little bit more healthy, who's kind of like pedaling you through, and you would be doing about 80 to 90 RPMs. You can also do walking. You could do some treadmill training with or without body support, and you can have it with an incline or with or without upper extremity usage, and you can also use swimming to for your aerobic training. No matter what you choose and what you do, basically the idea again is 30 minutes 5 times a day. Ba-bam. They also, I'm gonna read it, I promise. They also talk about the high intensity either being 20 minutes 5 times a week, or low intensity for 50 minutes 5 times a week. So maybe like walking around your community, maybe several communities, because 50 minutes is kind of a lot, and 5 times a week. So it just kind of depends on the intensity, but moderate is 30 minutes, high is 20, low is 50, 5 times a week. And we'll look at that in a little bit. Atomic says, honestly kind of spooked. Oh no, and you even got chills in some moments, but overall it was very cool. That's so good. I'm glad that it ended up being a really good movie. Oh, I'm so hyped. I will get the opportunity to peek at the movie even if it's in the comfort of my own home or something. But I feel like everyone's been having a really good theater experience. So maybe I will just go out, watch the movie in the matinee so I don't get spooked, because by the time I leave the theater and it's still like bright daylight outside, can't be spooked out by that. Huh? Karma says 150 minutes a week sounds way more doable than 30 minutes every day. Like, I could definitely do 2.5 hours of treadmill. Yeah. Oh yeah, sure, but wouldn't you be tired? No, just do your 30 minutes. It's good for your mental health. Or something like that. Anyway. So, intervention. So, aerobic training, we just talked about that. Moderate, 5 times a week, 30 minutes, at least 30 minutes for 150 minutes a week. Strengthening is something that's not talked about, but I saw this image and we might as well say it, so maybe it'll stick to my memory. But strengthening 2 to 3 times a week, 1 to 3 sets of exercises, and basically doing just 8 to 12 repetitions max. So maybe you could do 3 sets of 12, 3 sets of 8, etc, etc. Just any kind of exercise that you're able to do. Again, you're going to do it 2 to 3 times a week. Stretching, there was kind of mixed literature about stretching with Parkinson's, so I don't really know again where this image came from. But stretching, pretty good. 3 times a week, I suppose. And balancing 2 to 3 weeks for 30 to 60 minutes. Again, not sure about the strengthening down, but I just read it. Sure, this was in another person's study guide. Sure. Alright. Yay, we're almost done. Oh, but this one's a little Debs, do you mind if I take another break as we hit the 5-hour mark? Can I please? I'm gonna take a little baby Rick really quick. I'm gonna see if I can kiss Peas on the head this time. But Carmen says, oh, 50 minutes is not too much to walk in a community. I once did a program once that told me the fastest route to walk every single street of my community. It's a very regular maze. And it took 1 hour and 22 minutes to do so. Brother, I get like really spooked out because, not to dox my location, but I have a park that's very walkable. And I already get spooked out when it's like, it took me 20 minutes to walk? That park? What? I don't know, it just goes by really fast, I guess. But you wouldn't think about it at all. 1 hour and 22 minutes, that's spooky. But yeah, no, I'm sure it's like very easy to do, but it's just getting the motivation, the time, and hoping that the weather cooperates you to do it. But yeah. Let me politely be your review, okay, Cups? Thank you! 1 moment! Wrong screen. Teehee. Anyway, hi Rakam, I'm back. I hope you took the time to stand up and stretch, hydrate, eat something yummy, make pyramids. No worries. Alright, I am back. I'm renewed. I was still panicking because I was looking for baby peas, but it turns out she was hanging out here in my room. I was like, gosh darn it, where the heck is she? She's not sunbathing. She's not eating dry food again. She's not in her cat tree. She's not under the sofa. She's not stuck behind the laundry machine. Where is she? So she's in my bed. Anyway, I got my 2 cat kisses in. I remember why I struggle. It's for baby peas, so she can live a happy life. So let's get to it because we're almost done with this. We can finish this probably before the 6-hour mark. God, I hope. I'm pretty sure we can do it within 30 minutes, but you know, maybe not. I give myself an hour. So we're almost done with Parkinson's. So how can we treat Parkinson's, by the way? So there's some I don't know how you would say this. It's like a program. I wouldn't say it's a community program, but it's like a treatment that this company has created to help treat people with Parkinson's, and it's called LSVT Big. It's named after someone. I don't really know what else. You know what? Maybe it's important. Maybe that would be a question of like, what does LSVT stand for? And I'll be here like, no, I don't know. LSVT Big. Lee, oh my gosh, my voice went. Lee Silverman voice treatment. Big. I don't think the big stands for anything other than like big as in huge. But anyway, so that is that LSVT. So there's 4 treatment concepts with this program. Okay, so with Parkinson's, we didn't really get to talk about it, but they take small steps. They have trouble freezing. They have troubles with the fascination, the propelling forward or backwards. They have a lot of problems, okay? But how can we combat that? LSVT Big as one of the treatment interventions. So one of the biggest things that we want to emphasize is amplitude. So one of the, how do you say it? Again, the abbreviation of TRAP, T, the tremors, the R, the rigidity, A, the akinesia, and V, postural instability. The akinesia means like the abnormal kinesthetics, the abnormal gait, They tend to do small shuffling steps and gaits, and we want to try to normalize gait, so we're going to emphasize the amplitude. Seeing an LSVT session is kind of funny, but we did it in class, and gosh, that was kind of exhausting, to be honest. But yeah, amplitude. So when we do speed, we're gonna tell them to take big steps, and even if they don't understand that, we're still gonna tell it to them because that's a verbal cue, and we're gonna provide visual cues on the ground. And we're gonna be like, okay, step on this paper, step on this paper, step on this paper, step on this paper. We can make like a little path with stuff like that. We just have to think big, and we have to put them in max amplitude. So we want to have it 8 to 10 on the modified Borg scale. Modified Borg scale? Oh, brother. Modified Borg scale is a different scale that we have not been looking at. You want it to be somewhat difficult. You're short of breath. You could speak, but only about 1 sentence at a time. Okay. Another thing about the LSVT Big is that you want to do sensory recalibration to let patients know that what normal motion to them is actually hypokinetic. They're not moving as much as they want to, so that's why we got to go back to amplitude. The third one is going to be an intensive standardized exercise program. So these are 1-hour sessions 4 times a week for 4 weeks. Do you remember what the CIMT one was? For the constraint-induced movement therapy? That was 3 hours a day. 3-hour treatment sessions. 5 days a week. 2 to 3 times, have the session 2 to 3 times in total. Ta-da! 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 Active recall works, I guess. I don't know. Anyway. So yeah, these sessions are 4 for 4, just like the Wendy's food deal. but they're 1 hour sessions. And really, another big thing, because obviously we're treating the physical aspect, imagine these conditions definitely do affect them emotionally or mentally, so we definitely want to empower them to be like, you don't look like you have Parkinson's. It's actually a really interesting video, actually. Hold on. I wonder if I'll be able to find it. LSBT big. Oh yeah. Oh, this lady is so cute. You guys actually have to see this video, but let me lower the music really quick. Like, we could still have it in the background, but what is rubber ducking? It's just out of curiosity. I'm so lazy. Wow. I'll just do that. So this lady that you're gonna hear, how do you call it? Is she was in the LSVT loud for the speech therapy for Parkinson's disease, because what happens with Parkinson's disease is that they tend to speak very soft too. So we want to do big exercises. So when we're doing the amplitude and we're like, okay, big swing, big swing, big swing. You're gonna also have them be like big, you know, talk as well, and count 1, 2, 3. Da, 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 da. It's really, it's fun, but it's kind of exhausting. But here's like a before and after. And when I saw this video, I was like amazed. Any changes in your... Oh wait, let me reply to. Hey, hi. Hi. Hello. Oh, I can also do this. Hey. But Nox is basically trying to explain whatever it is to an inanimate object. Yeah, it does. And it does help out. I like teaching if I can, I guess. Yeah. Let me share the video really quick, Cups, okay?
Speech or your voice.
Are you able to hear it though?
Would associate with Parkinson's.
Yes, I don't speak loud enough a lot of times.
Anything else?
Hoarse.
Anything else?
I stutter, which I never did before.
Parkinson's?
Do this for me if you would. Take a deep breath and say ah for as long as you can. Good for you. Okay. Would you say Parkinson's disease has caused you to talk less?
Yes.
Because?
Because I stutter and then I can't be heard.
Mm.
If there's noise in the house, like when the kids come over, nobody pays attention to it because they can't hear me. Until I get mad and then yell.
Okay, but look at this. Post treatment. Watch. She goes on for a really long time. Spoiler warning. But in comparison, this was again just 4 weeks. She's still going.
Have you noticed changes in your speech or your voice as a result of the speech therapy?
Oh, yes.
What have you noticed?
I talk louder. I think louder.
She's so happy.
I'm going to sing with the Sons of the Pioneers one of these days with my voice.
Good for you. That's excellent. What practicing do you do at home?
My ahs, my highs, and my lows. And I read out the mail out loud.
Excellent. Do you feel like practicing helps?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Do you feel as though people can understand you all of the time now?
Majority of the time, unless it's my husband, and he'll say, "What? I can't hear you."
Good for you.
But I think he does that just to be cute.
I think he does too.
That gets me always.
Has anyone commented that it's easier to understand you now?
Oh, yes. I set some of our friends back when we went to their house and I talked loud. Lou says, "What the hell happened to you?" My daughter said, "Oh, Ma, that's you?"
Isn't that good? Don't you feel wonderful?
Oh, yeah, because now she can't say, "I didn't understand what you said."
Right. No excuses, right?
Yeah,
That's
no
right.
excuses.
All right. So what do you do when you want to be as easy to understand as possible?
Think loud.
Yeah, and so that's like the selling point of like the treatment, but the speech program, like speaking and da 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 da, all goes a part of that, and then again it gives that idea of also empowerment and blah 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 blah. But that video, it was shown in class, and I thought it was like the sweetest thing. The lady's so funny. Oh wait, let me put the volume back on really quick. Hold on. Oh my goodness! Wait, I put the volume back up. I was like, oh wait. Also, let me check Discord. Oh my goodness! Thank you so much. I had to like voice everything. Merry hecking Christmas! I got a Christmas gift from Fee. Let's go! I got art. Let's go! Hold on. I will just stick it on my head. No, I actually probably shouldn't stick it on my head. Yeah, basically. But in the most part, it's annoying. Wow! I'm sticking it on my laptop. Oh my goodness. It's very cute. Oh, so I should probably keep it up. It's very cute. Oh my goodness. So so cute. Thank you. Wait, you saw my DM. You saw my DM. Thank you. But this time outside of DM. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Thank you. So cute, right? So cute. Thank you. Give me the. Hold on. Let me. Give me the artist's name when you get the chance. I said it so. Sorry. This is like how do you call it? I started doing this thing where when I save art now, it's like artist underscore like artist name. Oh, let me explain that. Oh, it's okay. Thank you. I just save art as art and then artist name here. So I just want to double check. Because sometimes artists don't put like their little signatures, or if they do, I don't know what the signatures mean. Or like their little watermarks. I'm like, huh? What? Who was it who drew me again? No, I don't remember! And so to always give credit, I save the art like that, or like art underscore da 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 da. And I have some absolute bangers in my folders. Anyway, but yeah, thank you for the Christmas gift. Oh my goodness, that's actually a very cute surprise. Oh my goodness. But yeah, sorry. So LSBT big speech therapy kind of goes along with it because Parkinson's can affect people in multiple ways. We talked about, again, amplitude. We talked about the sensory recalibration, letting them know that they're moving a little hypotonic. 4 times, 1 hour sessions 4 times a week for 4 weeks. And then empowerment of like, hey, look, you know, you don't look like you have Parkinson's. It's like, wow, maybe I really don't. So let's talk about things specifically. So maximum daily exercises, because again, we want it high intensity. So sustained movements, each held for 10 seconds, repeated 10 times. Floor to ceiling, side to side. There's some repetitive movements of 10 reps, forward, sideways, backwards, rocking back and forth, rocking and reaching, like the whole treatment sessions is a thing. And we'll do some functional movements. So we'll do rolling, sit the stands, walking with turns, picking up objects, reaching. All that takes the hour. We get to do hierarchy tasks, which is to recreate real world activities that are difficult and just make them variable and progressive. So, you know, we'll mimic an activity of that you're at the restaurant, or maybe at a movie theater, maybe you're doing some chores. Oh gosh, we gotta get you folding that towel again. And some leisure activities. But really overall, it's just sorry, not overall. The last thing is just that those carryover assignments. But overall, it's just again the idea of like repetition, high intensity, making it dynamic, making it relatable to the patient. Having it as a group is really cool because some people really like group exercises. Understanding that the H and Y, the Hohen and Yard stages of Parkinson's, 1 to 3 is going to be the most responsive to these type of treatments or for success, because by the time they hit stage 4 it gets severe, and the later stages, so you might want to consider a different kind of assistive devices. So we have like a four-wheeled walker with brakes. So sorry. So if they get into these fascinations or they start propelling themselves forward, you know, regular walkers, they won't have brakes, but these will have brakes, and then it will just stop them kind of in its tracks, because again, with fascination, they have to hit a wall or furniture or something to stop. U-turn is a different type of assistive device, and the Nordic walking poles are the ones that I was talking about. I'm like, what are those? And I learned, yay. Other treatment you can use for Parkinson's, just in case, is yoga, mindful meditation, dance, Pilates, Tai Chi is the big winner here. The way you said, because some people really like group exercises, that's me. I'm talking about me. I like group exercises. I love knowing that I'm not alone struggling. Power training, balance training, non-boxing contact, group multimodal training, LSVT big. Power is also like a similar thing. Apparently the guy who made this, one of the co-creators or whatever, split off and made their own thing, but they're basically the same. Horse tandem cycling, again 80 and 90 RPMs, and treadmill training. All these are going to be exercises or interventions that we can do to help with Parkinson's. Alright. So now we're done with Parkinson's, and what we're going to end up doing now is that we're going to get to the later part of this intervention. We're going to kind of go by this quick because these are all cumulative factors apparently, and there's apparently 11 questions, so let's get to it, okay? Okay! Stages of motor learning is something definitely not new to us, but definitely maybe new to some, so we'll explain it from the start. So when you're learning a new skill, whether that is for a rehab intervention sort of aspect, or just, I don't know, a skill or a hobby or whatever, we all go through these stages of learning: cognitive, associative, and autonomous. I don't know, sorry. Anyway, so this in particular, again, we're talking about motor learning, and so maybe we're learning a skill like walking, or maybe you're doing a hobby like crocheting, anything of the sort. So it goes from cognitive, of like, what do? You're new to it, you're not really sure how to do it, and the skill requires full attention. Even under the easiest conditions, you're still like, I don't know what I'm doing quite yet. Associative is, again, you're starting to associate it. You're gonna be like, okay, I know what to do, but how do I do it? And autonomous, I feel like I'm saying that completely wrong. Autonomous? Well, anyway, that's when the skill is going to require no attention under even the most difficult conditions. How are we going to succeed? So cognition basically is just like the first stages of getting introduced to some kind of thing, and basically you may have to cue the patient. It's going to be a lot of trial and error because you're just so new to the task. Associative, it's how to do it. We're going to learn how to refine the task and perfect it, and there's going to be less errors, and there's going to be more independent performance. Thankfully, there's going to be less reliance on visual inputs, and they're going to be more consistent at the task. Autonomous? Pronounced like autistic? Wait, it's closed captioning? Getting me wrong? Heck! Anyway, autonomous? Autonomous? How to succeed? That's when you're gonna get more comfortable, it's more independent, you're more focused on perfecting the task because you really have a good idea of how to do it, but how can you like really do it, you know? Mostly error-free performances, the movement becomes automatic, the learner self-evaluates, so if they notice they did something wrong, they will notice, in comparison to cognitive where they're like, I don't even know what's wrong. They're able to dual task, and they're able to perform the task in varied environments, so it could be an open or closed environment. Principles of neuroplasticity! Alright, so here are the 10, and we'll talk about these in greater detail. Sorry. So use it or lose it. It's 1. 2. Use it and improve it. 3. Specificity. Sure. 4. Repetition matters. 5. Intensity matters. 6. Time matters. 7. Salience matters. 8. Age matters. 9. Transference. And 10. Interference. So let's talk about this more into detail, because it's kind of like, huh? What did all that mean, Tippa? I don't understand. And like, me either. So let's go over it. No, I'm just kidding. Excuse me. So for the use it or lose it, self-explanatory. So failure to drive specific brain functions can lead to functional degradation. So that's why we want to use it and improve it. So training that specific brain function can lead to enhancement of that function. Specificity? Yes, sure. It's the nature of the training experience that's going to dictate the nature of the plasticity. So basically, hey, you want to work on walking? Let's work on walking, because if you do anything else other than walking, you're not really working on walking, right? We want like a specific task to work on to dictate the nature of that plasticity and get those neurons firing of like, oh, we're walking? Oh, I know how to walk. Oh, let's, keep improving and working on that. Number 4, repetition matters. You can't do something new once and expect to get it right away. Repetition is going to be super duper important, which is why I repeat my notes 5 billion times. Number 5, intensity matters. If it's too easy, you won't really think about it. Your neurons won't be firing and you won't induce that plasticity. So intensity matters. You need to make it difficult and challenge yourself to get that sufficient training in. 6. Time matters. The earlier the better for anything. The earlier it's like you're a baby, you're young, and you can easily absorb anything, and it'll be more practical, and you won't be, compliant in your condition. So the earlier you get some intervention and try and do something new, the better that you are going to be at it. Salience matters. Salience matters is the training experience must be relevant to the patient. So if you're, not that they can't do both, but if you're a football player and something happened, you got some weird thing and now you need to train and use the principles of neuroplasticity, maybe something along the lines of sports and being active and high level would be much better than something a little bit sedentary, unless that's what the treatment calls for, depending on the severity of it. But you want to do like things that will get you back into football, doing things like sewing and crocheting. Sorry. Creative, crafty hobbies like that is not salient to a football player unless they also have a passion or hobby for it. You know what I mean? Just have it relevant to them, because that's going to help induce plasticity. Kind of make it speak, or have it stick. Sure. Would it help if we read the hard words and send it through recordings? Yeah, sure. Hard words. Sure. I'll just constantly play. I'll be like, oh yes, thank you, quite. Specificity. Sure. I could also get Google's help. It's fine. It's okay. Let's sigh. But anyway, number 8, age matters. So training-induced plasticity occurs more readily in younger brains. So basically, you're more likely to learn and absorb a task much easier than someone who might be much older. Transference is basically the idea that one skill can transfer to another. So like when we do, when we're learning rolling, we might want to do a part task like bridging, and that bridging can help us lift up our hips and get us going to one side to another. Facilitate the rolling process. So yay, transference. It basically means, again, plasticity in response to one training experience that can enhance the acquisition of similar behaviors. Yay. And 10, interference. Plasticity in response to one experience can interfere with the acquisition of other behaviors. I can't think of an example off the top of my head right now, but I think it's the idea of if you learn something but it ends up being bad, it can actually affect how you learn from other things. So, boo. Alright, ISC domains, we'll talk about it very briefly. So you know how we kept saying the outcome measures, the surveys, and then IFC model, body structure, activity, participation? It comes from this model called the ICF model, International Classification of Functioning. Well, it has several categories, so we'll break it down, okay? Okay. So health condition. Health condition is the acute or chronic diseases, disorders, injuries, or circumstances that have impact on an individual functioning. This could be anywhere from cerebral palsy to frozen shoulder syndrome to CVA, aka the stroke we had, or joint pain. Body function and structure. Excuse me. The function is going to be the physiological function of the body, while the structure is the anatomical parts of the body. So anytime we say body function, we're talking about the strength, the range of motion, the proprioception, or maybe even the decreased flexibility, while structure is more the muscle tone, the spasticity, and the capsular mobility. Impairment is reference to the actual loss of integrity of the body function or structure. So maybe we have partial blindness, weakness, or decreased coordination. Activities, again, your INGs, so that's going to be your execution of a task or action by the individual. These are much smaller, more specific tasks such as walking, crawling, jumping, balancing, running, and lifting objects overhead. Activity limitations could be unable to lift objects, unable to go to the bathroom, unable to get out of bed, unable to roll out of bed, unable to walk to the bathroom, etc. Participation, this is like much larger, more broad task. You know, involvement in life situations such as going grocery shopping, maybe having a presentation at work, playing soccer, or taking a test at school. These are all participations more community-based. Participation restrictions might be unable to sit at the table with family, unable to play volleyball with a team, and unable to sing church in a choir. Or unable to sing in a church choir, I apologize. And then our last two is the environmental factors. So this is associated with physical, social, and environments in which people conduct their lives. So hey, environmental factors that are serious. So if someone's having really a hard time walking, hey, it might be really important to note that, hey, I took a really good history and I asked about some of their home environment stuff, and though they live in a single-story home, it takes 4 steps for them to get into their house, and there's no rails. And it's like, oh gosh, okay, guess we have to practice walking stairs for you, as well as, you know, getting your regular gait and walking cycle. So yeah, 4 stairs to enter the house is an environmental. Climbing stairs, lives in the 3rd-story apartment without an elevator. That really actually sucked to my classmate. So he tore his Achilles, so you imagine walking's pretty painful and difficult. He lives on the 3rd floor of his apartment with no elevator, so going upstairs for him and getting down felt so bad. He had to learn very quick how to use an assistive device to get up and down because there was no other way. Some personal factors is going to be your race, your gender, your family background, some coping styles, education, profession, past and current experience, fitness, and physiological assets. So maybe personal factors, hey, maybe you're the caregiver for your mother-in-law. Hey, maybe you smoke cigars. Stop that. And maybe you just have a strong motivation to get better. All those are personal factors. Ta-da! Alright. General intervention strategies including balancing and gait. So, excuse me. So, gait is a doozy, but let's talk about some strategies that are involved. So, when you get pushed, because this is where we'll move on to balance really quick. Balance strategies, you have an ankle, hip, stepping, and grasping strategy. It kind of goes in order of what you should be using. Like, especially if it's like a smaller perturbation or a smaller push. Like, oh, you might kind of do like the moonwalking or the Michael Jackson lean. Like, you know, yeah? Anyway. That's your ankle strategy, where you kind of do a small shift of your center of mass because, oh, you got pushed. Oh, but you're able to keep your balance through just your ankles alone. You got pushed a little forward. All right, just bring yourself back, forehead. Thank you for the inhalation of everything. Thank you. Air. the second strategy you can use is your hip strategy. So your hip strategy, when you have a larger push, so you kind of like whoa, 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 and you like flex at the hip to make sure you don't fall forward. This can also be extending the hip, so you can kind of like thrust forward or thrust back, basically, is the hip strategy. Your stepping strategy is when the center of mass exceeds your balance base of support. So basically what happens is that the push is so big you have to take a step forward. You know, you gotta practice this with your friends. Practice in a safe rubber room and like start pushing each other or something. And recognize what strategies you have. But yeah, everyone has these strategies, but it's just really interesting to see that these are named in this way and it goes in this order. And then the last strategy that we don't really talk about is the grasping strategy, because this is not really a normal strategy. This is kind of like a if everything else fails, we're gonna grab onto whatever we can to make sure that we don't fall flat on our face, you know? Like a mosh pit. I guess. And thank you, Lilac. Thank you. I love me some oxygen time. Got a lot of rubber rooms, Tippa? After this exam? Yeah, probably. Yeah, probably. So, hold on, Cups. It's getting so dark in Bearcat Mountain, and my eyes. I don't wear glasses, but still I get so sensitive to light. So let me turn on the lamp without having my window to open. Window to open? Yeah. That's English. Alright. So how do we train these strategies? Again, we never want to train anyone to fall, but we do want to prevent falls as much as we can. So we could train ankle strategies by putting them on like a half foam roller with the flat side up and kind of just doing gentle perturbations or gentle pushes at the hips and shoulders to activate the ankle. You can also do this on a wobble board, etc., etc. For the hips, you would basically do the same thing, but what happens with this is that we actually flip the foam roller and we do it on the not flat side, and this is where we're going to start pushing as well, and we're going to do moderate perturbations at the hip, so it activates the hip like whoa, 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 I'm going forward, or whoa, 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 I'm going back. And you can also do this on a wobble board. Tandem standing as well can help with the hips from like the side to side. And then the stepping strategy, again, this is something that you need to put a harness on, because you're gonna push them. You're gonna push, and you need a harness for that. Teehee. And they practice their stepping strategies through that. So they talked about the GATE CPGs, the clinical practice guidelines, and again, clinicians, we're gonna come back to this image. For stroke, incomplete spinal cord and brain injury, up to 85% our heart rate for the aerobic intensity, for the moderate to high aerobic intensities for the walking, to train with the gait or the locomotion training that we talked about way earlier in the stream. You could also do walk training with virtual reality. That's really good, but you could also consider maybe, just maybe, doing some strength training at more than 70% 1 rep max, circuit training, cycling or recumbent stepping up to 85% their heart rate max, and balance training with virtual reality. But you should not, I repeat, should not do static or dynamic balance activities including pre-gait, should not do body weight support treadmills with the emphasis of kinematics, or robot assisted gait training, because that's just not applicable, you know? So let's talk about some locomotion stuff. We could briefly talk about the gait cycle, and then we'll move on to balance, okay? We fall so we can get back up stronger. You're so right. So right for that. Hydrate, pal. Thank you so much for being a pal. I've been staring at my protein shake like, damn, I have to finish this. One moment. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Dice. Anyway, buff tip, but thank you. I am the buff. No, I have no muscle. I just thought, hey, I really wanted to try this Vietnamese coffee protein shake flavor, and hey, I could use a little bit more protein in my diet. dies. Anyway, locomotion. Locomotion is just moving, highest level of motor control, highly coordinated movements that are adapted to the task. Gait cycle! So recall the two phases of our gait cycle are swing and stance. 40% of our walking is in swing phase, while our stance is at 60%, with 2 periods of double support, meaning that our feet are contacting, both feet are contacting the ground at the same time. 4 locos? What? Huh? What? Hold on. So swing phase is the portion of when the limb is off the ground, and then your stance phase is when the portion of the limb is on contact with the ground. Double limb support again is both lower extremities are in contact with the ground. We have these phases again, dividing stance and swing. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stance phases, and then 3 in the swing phase. So we have our initial contact, that's like our heel contact. At the beginning of the stance phase, where the lower extremity will make contact with the ground. I'm ignoring the muscles for now. Loading response is when we start shifting some of our weight onto the knee and it starts to bend to prepare for that weight bearing. And it's the initial contact until the contralateral lower extremity leaves the ground. Getting the photos would probably be better. We'll get to that later, if we even have time, because I do want to still go over the Quizlets because it's almost 5 o'clock. Oh, that means I have my exam in 2 hours. Oh, and I've been studying for almost 6 hours. Oh. Anyway. Mid stance, so this is when your torso is in line with your leg. It says begins when contralateral lower extremity leaves the ground and ends with the body directly over supporting the limb. Sorry, I'm just gonna read these. I hope that's okay, Cubs. I'm sorry. Terminal stance, heel rises until the contralateral lower extremity contacts the ground. Pre-swing, initial contact of the contralateral lower extremity to lift off the reference lower extremity. And then we have our swing phases. We have initial, mid, and terminal. Initial swing is the lower extremity leaves the ground for maximum knee flexion. Mid-swing, maximum knee flexion to vertical tibial position. And terminal swing, vertical tibia just prior to initial contact. So we start the cycle all over again with the initial contact, getting that heel on the ground, and then we repeat, and that's how we walk. All right. Balance. There's ways to test balance. You could challenge your visual system, your somatosensory, and your vestibular system, and that's basically what these pictures are saying. If you want to test your visual, you just basically put like a blindfold or you close your eyes. If you want to challenge your somatosensory, it's gonna be through like changing the surface of the ground. So it's gonna be like a foamy board or something like that. Let me think really quick. And the vestibular system doesn't really change, to be honest. It's always in contact. There's really no way to like affect it. But if you're trying to identify what may be wrong with you and you kind of shut off the other systems, but you're still kind of, ooh, you can easily kind of narrow down which system might be the one impacting through this method. Don't worry, with these notes I could take the exam and pass. Thank you, girl. I appreciate it. Maybe, who knows? Okay, hold on. Yes, we're almost done. Alright. So let's talk about some upper extremity intervention considerations. So we could talk about, how do you call it? Shifting weight on our arms. Because again, this is more for like stroke patients, but they might have some type of synergy, and we need to kind of discourage that and start like saying like, hey, you're okay using your arms, it's fine, don't worry. And these are the 3 ways we can do it. There's 3 different positions, and it kind of goes in easiest to hardest. So sitting on the edge of the mat with fingers over the edge laterally along the thigh. So this can help with sit to stand transfers, so up and at 'em. Can be used when patients has muscle tightness which limits their range of motion, or function calls for this position. Sure. 2, you can actually start making the weight bearing a little bit harder, and now you're going to place your hands behind your torso. So sitting on the edge of the mat with hands placed behind or placed back towards the hip joint. So this is going to take the spine out of flexion and provide a little bit more extension. your scapula will adduct, so your shoulder blades will come a little bit closer in contact, and the shoulder's more abducted and externally rotated. And now the most difficult, sorry, my mouse. The most difficult is putting the hands behind the hips. Oh, I'm sorry, so it's towards the hips, and this is completely in the back. This is going to give the most spinal extension and scapular adduction, and that all these bones, the spine, the scapula, and the shoulder are going to need really good mobility to attain this position, because even if you try it now, you have your bed close to you, you try to sit in this position, you can notice like the strain or the amount of weight bearing that's going to be used. Yeah, this is what I wanted to talk about a little bit more. So there's these interventions about building control for the upper extremity, because again, when you're trying to relearn an extremity, you gotta take little baby steps. So this also goes in progressively easier to harder mode. So body on the arm. So the arm is stable, but the body moves. So if you have your arms to your side and you're just shifting your body, that is what body on the arm is. This is for stability purposes. The hand is stable on the surface, and then some part of the body then moves on the arm while the arm stays stable. Again, body on arm is for stability, and this is going to help get us a baseline of tone and improve any of the graded movement that we may need to do. Arm on body is for mobility, so this is motion together. So think about moving a table or a cart forward, or if you have like a towel on like the mat or the mattress or the bed or whatever you want to say, and it's like a smooth surface, and you're moving the torso and the arms together. Arm and body has to be moving together, and this is going to improve mobility. Skill is your arm on the body, where your body is stable but your arms are going to move around. So you could start first with the upper extremity in a weight bearing position on the surface, so any of these basically, and you want to progress to upper functional upper extremity activities with upper extremity movement on the body without distal contact. Sure. Sorry. Alright, interventions to improve upper extremity skills. So, this can be divided into two categories of how we're going to improve our upper extremities or arms. So you could do closed chain motion or open chain motion. Closed chain motion is how it sounds. We're going to perform it in weight bearing positions. So, I can't think of an exercise that is closed chain, but like squats are closed chain exercises because your feet are planted, while single leg raises are open chain. Does that make sense? If you get hiccups, just remember that you're not a fish. Absolutely, I will always do my best to remember. But yeah, that's closed chain motion. So we're performing like a weight bearing position, while open chain is ability to move freely in space, such as reaching. These movements are going to rely on the coordination of the scapula, the shoulder, the elbow, forearm, wrist, hand, and fingers. Some of these tasks are performed with single upper extremity. However, many of the tasks that you should be doing, and many of the tasks that you do in your daily lives, are bimanual and need both upper extremities to function and complete the task successfully. Loss of arm function is one of the biggest long-term effects of neurological pathologies and one of the biggest contributors to disability, because hear me out, we use our arms for a lot of things, and so even if you lose one of your arms, it just sucks. It really sucks. So trying to get intervention, trying to establish that neuroplasticity to get the arm moving, mwah, chef kiss, you can do it, I believe. Huh? Dang, you really got a long look at all the shortcuts your brain does for letting you move easily without thinking about it with these notes? You could lose an eyebrow, no problem? Facial paralysis, it's pretty serious, my dude. No, but yeah, it's kind of crazy about what the body does and how we have to break it down, because once you don't really think about it until you lose it. It's basically the summary of neuromuscular. But we have to think about it, and we have to figure out how do we address the people who have deficits in this, and that's why it's important. And So yeah, PTs often work in conjunctions with OTs to provide effective interventions to improve upper extremity functions. Communication with OT colleagues and understanding their unique contributions is essential for comprehensive interdisciplinary patient management. And last but not least for this is treatment of the hemiparetic upper extremity, or the weak or affected one from the stroke. Is extremely important part of the rehab because of its influence it has on functional movements such as bed mobility, transfers, postural control, standing, walking, etc. You don't realize how often you use your arm to get out of bed, or roll, or when you're walking and you have that pendulum swing of the arms, and if you can't move it, like again, just you don't know it until you lose it. So, other things that I don't know if they're like super excited about, but I just added these in. This was from our upper extremity section of the notes of things that you should avoid if someone has like an upper extremity like deficit, is that you should avoid lifting under the axilla. So if you ever need to lift a patient, don't lift them underneath their armpit if they have an arm issue. Basically, summary. Go! Norbeatsu, thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the Cup Club. Welcome. I'm sorry, I'm going over my study notes. It's finals time. Anyway, you want to avoid traction of the upper extremities. So traction meaning pulling. You do not want to pull on someone's arm, that hurts. This is really important, especially those who might have flaccid or hypotonic, no tone or low tone arms, because you may do more harm than good. Avoid repositioning the patient by placing the hands under the axilla. So don't even touch that guy's armpits, okay? Don't do it. Don't put them in a simple sling. So when you think of a simple sling, it's actually like how we were talking about the stroke stuff earlier about, oh, hold on. Oh, did I change the image? Yeah. So you know how a simple sling is kind of keeping the arm to yourself? It causes internal rotation of the shoulder and adduction. And yeah, those are not where you want to keep your arm at, basically. Many people would assume the sling will like decrease subluxation or like the, you know, the pulling or the dislocation of the shoulder. But what's gonna happen is that, especially with stroke patients, is that it's gonna help reinforce that like bad behavior and possibly increase inferior dislocation. So, blah. And you also want to avoid painful range of motion. If you move someone's arm and they're like, ow, that hurts like a mother hecker, probably don't move them in that direction for now. Move it within a nice pain-free range of motion and work your way up from there, basically, but keep it in that normal pain-free range. So what you want to do instead of a simple sling, by the way, is that you want to apply a give more sling. I'm too lazy to grab a photo. I'm so sorry, Cubs, because of our time constraint. But just know that it allows weight bearing to correct subluxation, and it gives the upper extremity to be in a more neutral position. Because neutral position for us, we're not keeping our arms internally rotated and adducted. We're not basically hugging our torso. We need to keep it more neutral to like the side and, you know, facilitate that. Let's see. During ambulation or standing, it helps. Sitting, not so much. Why did I write lol? And this could be used for spastic or flaccid. You do want to move within a pain-free range of motion. And you do want to perform shoulder flexion and abduction with proper external rotation to, again, get them out of that synergy. So basically just do the opposite motions and try to do bilateral movement with arms, you know? That's pretty much it. Alright, our last thing. Super simple, super easy. Collaboration with other healthcare professionals, and maybe a soap note. She briefly talked about this, that if you're having difficulty with handwriting, you would want to refer to an OT, an occupational therapist. If you're having swallowing or speech issues, speech language pathologist. Hey, you're having mood defects, changes, and crying, you might want to relate the person to a neuropsychologist. Bam! So easy, but we'll talk about all the different things. We'll go over these practice questions and we'll take a little baby break, and then we'll do Quizlets, and then I guess I just do the exam. At this rate, why not? But I definitely cannot do the exam while streaming, sorry, cuz all the lockdown browser mechanics and blah 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 would close out OBS in a heartbeat. But wait, let me read this, hold on. Karma says one day I've already done it at the gym and my arms are stiff. Like this LL. oh, like this? And my friend said, let me check, and pulled on it, and I was like, ah? And then he's like, yeah, you need to stretch the muscle to break the lactic acid on it. Oh, yeah, I'm sure, but don't pull your arm. I'm sure they're just stiff because of whatever you were doing. Sure. I'm not allowed to give advice or anything like that, and I'm not that well into that to even say that, but When they pull your arm, do they hate you? Oh my gosh. Anyway. So, different kind of professions. So we have a physician, very important. They're gonna help manage the medication and rely on important medical information. Pharmacists, prescribing, then they give the drugs out. Occupational therapists really help a lot with the ADLs and basically returning the patient to their normal everyday activity, which can include toileting, bowel and bladder management, dressing, eating, grooming, driving. Nursing can help with possible feeding abnormalities. Especially there's like a lot of tubing and whatnot. They're a very great source, and please keep good relationships with your nurses. Speech language pathologists, again, they're going to help with verbal and nonverbal communication as well as comprehension and swallowing. So they're also really good. Neuropsychologists, this is good because these are people who are going to help individuals return to work or household related functions from a cognitive and behavioral standpoint, because again, if they start crying and they start doing this and they start having like these mood disorders that might be associated with the condition that they have, for example, all these notes are from like the TBI or the traumatic brain injury section, and it's probably really important to be like, hey, I cannot handle that, I am not trained to handle that, I'm going to refer you to a neuropsychologist to see if they can help you out and get this sorted, again, from this cognitive and behavioral standpoint. Respiratory therapists are really good because they can help, because some of your patients might be on a ventilator. Throwback to the acute GBS, the Guillain-Barré syndrome patients. And they might be in a ventilator, so you can't really mess with the ventilator. So you may need the respiratory therapist on hand to be like, hey, I need you to be here, and this is going to be very important because most people who are on a ventilator are probably very fragile because they're in a very acute stage of their condition. And then the last thing we have are our case managers, who are going to coordinate and lead the team meetings to make sure everyone's on the same pace. They will also coordinate the payments to the insurance and other third-party payers. They're also advocates for the patient to obtain certain things, whether that's compensation, counseling, and finding opportunities for support groups. So these are all the people that I, in the future, when I have my career, will get to collaborate with, and just understanding when is it time to refer to someone else, basically, when it's something out of my scope of practice. So we're gonna go over these quizzlets. I'll get it set up after break, but let's answer these questions even though they're in blue. So PD, Parkinson's disease patient and the Hoyne-Yard stage 4. What is the best intervention? Recall that stage 4, that's when the PD, the Parkinson's disease, is getting very severe. They have their postural defects. They're still able to walk independently, but they're not able to live independently. So they're starting to have troubles. They have balance issues too. We saw the walking and the gait and how they have small shuffling steps. So what is the best intervention we can have for someone so severe in their Parkinson's? We're going to start practicing and ambulating or walking short distances, but we're going to provide sensory cues. We're going to be also providing visual cues as well to get them through it and kind of normalize that gait. So, individuals with MS exasperation, what is the best intervention? Well, first of all, you don't want to work during an exasperation. If they're having some kind of relapse or anything like that, or maybe it's a pseudo-exasperation, you want to A, stop treatment, and B, if it's a pseudo one, they might be overheating or maybe fatigued, so you want to cool them down and just stop treatment directly. But after the exasperation, yes, if they have a certain MS that allows them to get back into a remission, or not even a remission, just any of the MS subtypes, there you go. We want to slowly but surely get them back to where they were prior to the exasperation, get them back to their baseline. If their exasperation had weakened their lower extremities, we want to help strengthen their lower extremities, because we know how important the lower extremities are, again, with gait/walking and also balancing. CVA patient, so cerebral accident patient, stroke patient with right HP. What the heck is a right HP? And minimal function movement of right upper extremity and lower extremity. What is the best intervention? Body on arm. Okay, so we just talked about this. Sorry, this was my first time seeing the upper extremity stuff in a while. Body on arm. Body on arm. Oh, that's for stability. Yeah, that's for stability. I'm checking. Yay! Body on arm stability. Arm on body mobility. Wait, arm and body is mobility, and arm on body is skill. Alright, patient with ICP of 30 mmHg. This is something we didn't talk about with traumatic brain injury, but basically it just means intracranial pressure is really high, and you should discontinue therapy because there's something really wrong with them, and they're swelling in their brain most likely. We need to get that addressed, but hey, you're not really trained for that, so we gotta get the nurse, physician, and anyone else treating them to be like, hey guys, this. Let's see. We didn't talk about this either, so I apologize. A stroke patient grabs a toothbrush and brushes their hair with it. What's up with that? Who wrote this? Anyway, we didn't get to talk about this, but we could briefly talk about it. There's ideal motor and ideation apraxia. So if someone is using a toothbrush to brush their hair, they have a vague idea of like, yeah, I need to brush my hair, but because they have this ideation apraxia, they don't have a concept of the items that they have, or they're not recognizing like that is not the correct thing to do with that item, but they don't understand. It's kind of like, well, it gets the job done, so what's wrong with it? And it's like, oh, ooh. Well, ideal motor is the idea that they can do a task, but if you ask them to do the task, they have no idea. But then you'll see them do it later, and you're like, what do you mean you had no idea? You just did it. And it's like, what? Why does it sound like you're gonna sit on my arm? I promise I won't. But Binka says, what's up with that? Has a very hello fellow kids vibes. Sometimes it's so funny to go through the upperclassmen's notes, because one of them was like, who wrote this? And it was like, it was me. Wah ha 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 ha. And I'm like, who wrote this? How old is this that someone's saying wah ha ha? Who's saying that? There's no judgment. This is a judgment-free zone. I'm just curious and nosy. Anyway, last review question before we get into our Quizlet. Parkinson patient displays fascinating gait. What is the best intervention? Stepping over objects on floor placed far apart. Bam. Easy. Got it. No explanation. That's all you got, Cubs. That's all you get. I'm done. We're done with the study guide. The guide is complete. It ends here. We're not looking at anything else. I'm so sorry. Bam. Is there any dyes? Brother, in white text there is, I promise you. Roy says, finally writing the conclusion of my disaster of an essay. We will all defeat college this year. Brother, it needs to end. It needs to end. I'm done. I'm tired. Okay, but no more complaining, Cubs. We still have to kind of keep up with it. What I'm going to do now, though, is that we are going to do Quizlets really quick. Let me just check on something really quick. Am I on the wrong one? No, I'm on the right one. Congrats on making it through, brother. 6 hours later? Thank you. Hold on, I'm getting the Quizlet set up, but I will take a small BRB because of the person that I am. 106! I don't want to review, I just want to do the flashcards. Skip review. No. Gosh darn it, Quizlet changed something, so I'm kind of like, I'm gonna try to get it to that, and then let me do this, and then let me do this. 106 flashcards. I know. Excuse me. We'll get through it. I'm sure. Maybe. Alright, let me politely BRB though, okay? One moment, cubs. Ali, yup. Okay, we're good. Life's great. Sorry, I was doing this like on a smaller screen. So we're gonna be doing some Quizlets now. Yay! 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 We love Quizlets. We love learning. We love reinforcing the knowledge that we just learned into Quizlets. Sorry that well, maybe we'll just keep it this way. Okay. Okay. Anyway, I'm back. We're gonna be going through some Quizlets. How do you call it? We did one again. Let's go, gamer. We're gonna go over the 106 Quizlet right quick. I have 3 different Quizlets that I would like to go over, but gosh darn it, we'll see if we can get to it, okay? We technically still have 2 hours left, so I shouldn't even be panicking, but really I have roughly like an hour left in my mind, so we're gonna just speed through it, okay? Okay! So, BLS and CSP, so this is the Berg Lateral Propulsion Scale and the Scale for Controversial Pushing, considers resistance to passive correction of the body alignment the strongest diagnosis indicator. Yes, because if we're trying to fix the alignment and they're pushing against us, this is going to be present for pusher syndrome, which again was that weird stroke disorder that we talked about, so this is true. The patient who has difficulty swallowing should be referred to a speech therapist. True. What does the Community Integration Questionnaire assess in patients with TBI? So the Community Integration Questionnaire we didn't get to talk about during the review, but the elements of the home, social integration, and productive activities to get them back into the community, aka integrated, will require all 3, so it's going to be B. Thank you. I've also gone through these. Which of the following activities can be assigned to a PTA for a PT that needs gait training? So, again, this is like the differentiation between PT and the assistant. The assistant can do the interventions but cannot reassess gait or do any reassessments or modifications. So this is going to be B, dynamic standing, balance, progressions, and regressions in stride position, because they can at least do that. Thank you. Which of the following is most relevant to the locomotive training CPG recommendations for a PT with CVA? So it's gonna be C. So what happens is that let's actually go through these options really quick. So A says perform walking training at moderate aerobic intensities of 50 heart rate max. It's going to be up to 85% heart rate max, so 50 is incorrect. B, standing balance training interventions with dual task virtual reality. You can do balancing with virtual reality. I don't think standing balance was it though. And then C, avoid static or dynamic balance to improve gait speed or gait endurance. Bam, that's it. You don't want to do that with someone with a CVA, according to clinical practice guidelines, basically. Or incomplete spinal cord, or stroke. Wait, no, we already said stroke. Traumatic brain injury or incomplete spinal cord injury. Ta-da! Good night. Good night. Good night to you. Thank you so much for stopping by. Please have a good night, sweet dreams. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. True or false? Patient ambulates with right lateral trunk lean during stance phase of the right lower extremity due to weak hip abduction. So this goes back to gait and compensation, which I will never understand in my life at this point, which is so unfortunate, but it's okay. So for this one, it's going to be false. When you have a right lateral trunk lean, it will be due to the same side weakness of that hip abductor. So if we're leaning to the right, it's because we have a weak right hip abductor rather than a left one. Which of the following interventions would promote the use of vestibular cues for balance? So this goes back to that drawing that we saw towards the end of the guide. So if we're going to test for vestibular, remember that we have to kind of take out everything else. We have to take visual, we have to take the somatosensory, so we have to get rid of the vision and change the surface. So it's going to be C. We're going to stand on an Eric's pad, which is just a foam pad, and then it's going to be with the eyes closed. Patient presents with severe right upper extremity flexor synergy. So this is the one that keeps it close. They're kind of hugging their torso. Which of the following is the most appropriate intervention? So what we're going to do is we're going to be doing C, closed chain assisted upper extremity weight bearing during sit to stand, because they have severe, we might have to cue them, and having it assisted and then getting that body on arm is for stability, as you recall, so yay. Which of the following interventions best promotes salience? Salience, meaning that it's relevant or pertinent to them? For neuromotor recovery for a hardware house employee. So, sorry, because we're speed running through this. So it's going to be C. It's going to be squatting and picking up boxes off the floor and stacking them. Because again, hardware, you're probably a bunch of boxes and it's relevant to them. A PT requires supervision for ambulation with a four-wheel walker with minimal verbal cues, sure. When changing speeds. What is the motor learning stage? Recall this was towards the end of the study guide as well when we talked about the stages of motor learning, whether it's cognitive, associative, or autonomic. This one is going to be associative because they require supervision to ambulate, so they're not able to fully do it independently, and they still need those minimum verbal cues. So it's the idea if they're familiar with how to ambulate, they can do it, but they may need a reminder here and there. So oops. It's gonna be associative. This is the run. It is. 6 meter walk test. It measures functional tolerance, activity tolerance. I want to say yes. Oh, thank God. So the 6 meters. 6 meters is a long walk, I guess. What was it, like a meter is 3 feet? I'm not doing the math. Anyway, yeah, long walk. All right. LSVT big! How often are we gonna do it? And this is gonna be our Wendy's 4-for-4. We're gonna be doing it 4 times a week for 4 weeks. And so LSVT big exercises focuses on what? And so it's gonna be focusing on movement amplitude and repetition because we want high intensity and high reps. True or false? Increasing gait speed and lower limb coordination through a recovery approach is considered task training specific. Yes, so what it's going to be specific about it is that we're going back to recovery. Just true. Sorry, we're going to skip it. No, they're going to keep hitting me with ads, I forgot. Which of the following tests that performs functional dual tasking? So the dual tasking again is doing two things at once, and that's going to be our tug test, or timed up and go. True or false? Both upper extremity D1 flexion is the best choice and peripheral neural facilitation to correct the posture of PD patient with PD. This is actually false. This is we didn't talk about this. I had an image in there, but I just skipped it because I was like, whatever. So yeah, false. It's D2. So what this is gonna look like, and they say it's this Olympic gold gymnast. Basically, if you put your arms up in a V and you have your palms up to the ceiling, so straight, that is the D2 pattern, and that's going to be, how do you call it, the best choice in correcting the posture of a patient that has that Parkinson's disease, because remember, they have that forward flexion. So yeah. Ice and for hotties. Thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to welcome to the Cup Club. Welcome. Sorry, I'm speedrunning my finals, which are in like an hour and a half, so please forgive me. Which of the following medications would affect your decision in detecting the response of your patient to cardiovascular cardio exercise? So this is going to be beta blockers. They affect the heart, they affect the heart rate, and blah 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 blah. You just have to be super careful with it, okay? True or false? MDS UPDRS is going to assess the body structure and function and activity. Does it do activity? Yeah, right? Because yeah. Sorry, I remembered I only put it in the body structure and function, but remember, this outcome measure had 3 different parts, so yeah. We're only on 19 out of 106 cups. I don't know if we're gonna make it. Let's see where we are in the next 30 minutes, yeah? And then maybe after that, we should be good. I should have done the smaller one. Like, the 49 is okay, right? But I saw there's more people studying for this one, so I got sweaty. I was like, oh, if everyone's studying on this one, 110 studiers, I guess I should get on this too. Anyway, true or false? While training a patient with pusher syndrome on gait or again to walking, therapists should keep the patient's strong side parallel to the wall. This is correct because again, they would want to push to their weaker side, which wouldn't be against the wall because they're so scared of their stronger side because of the pusher syndrome messing up with their cognition of what's truly midline. So yes, this is true. HindMed is the most comprehensive outcome measure to assess dynamic mobility of TBI patients who can walk 100 feet. True. Status post-TBI patients at the Rancho Los Amigos stage 3. So recall, this is the big chart that we saw about the different stages. So we have stage 1 through 8, and we're talking about stage 3 specifically. Stage 3 for Rancho Los Amigos is the minimally conscious state, or the one that responds to localized stimulation. So this is saying what is the most appropriate intervention, and what's going to happen here is that this is actually weird. I wish I got clarification, but I mean all the other ones are a little bit too extreme for it. It's going to be B. Sitting at the edge of bed, working on head writing. And I was like, what the heck is head writing? So when you're a baby, I had to look up the video for this one. It's when you move, but the head stays like centered. Does that make sense? And you do it when you're a baby to test, like, I guess something. I don't know. I haven't got the pediatrics quite yet, but it's to make sure that their head is upright. So it's not like a it's that their head is upright while moving. And apparently that's what you could do with someone who's minimally conscious. So I thought that was interesting. But hey, I don't make the rules. I just follow them. Multiple sclerosis patient experiences blurry vision and weakness associated with sweating following strenuous exercise. This patient has what? This because they work to fatigue and they're sweating and they're overheating. This is going to be an accumulation of the pseudo-exasperation. Pseudo-exasperation, again, is just when they work to fatigue and they're overheating. A patient with Parkinson's disease has difficulty when walking through room doors. This could be due to what? Freezing. What is the appropriate heart rate for a stroke patient with a stable heart condition for moderate intensity cardio program? Moderate, stable. 40 to 59? Okay, thank you. I'm like, oh, I don't remember. Oh. The white boxes on the Ranchos Los Amigos gait analysis form indicate minor deviation. False. We didn't talk about this, but this is for major ones. True or false? Exercise weight shifting to the strong side is usually more noted compared to the weak side during gait cycle with a patient with stroke. True, because remember, stroke patients really rely on their stronger side and don't want to do anything with their weaker side. That's why we have to discourage them and try to say like, hey, try to use your affected side as well, because you know, the use it or lose it mentality. True or false? Gluteus minimus muscle plays an important role in body support in mid-stance. True. True. It helps with the everything. Well, it helps with the mid-stance. Which of the following deviations can be seen in swing phase with stroke survivors? Foot drag, because what happens is that they're unable to have, like, how do you call it? They're unable to lift the foot because of the weakness. But who do we said had excessive hip? Oh, ataxia is the excessive hip and knee flexion that we talked about earlier. I was like, ooh, I don't know, I'm so sorry. Oh. Hi, welcome on in, welcome. Bearcat hack to you, welcome. I'm speedrunning some Quizlet cards, so yeah. Well, tip a long stream. I've been at this since 11 AM my time. I didn't even have a cute talking segment. I almost went straight into it. No, I'm just kidding. I had a talking segment, but that was only like for 20 minutes. I'm like, ah! But yeah, only a little bit longer. Thank you for the hydrate though, Gala. Thank you. I'm almost out of water. Anyway. So yeah, foot drag. Add. I'm gonna lose it. In which phase can we see the max knee flexion and gait cycle? So you're gonna see the max knee flexion because we want to do that foot clearance when we're walking, so it's gonna be for the initial swing. Yay! Peak activity of the tibialis anterior is gonna happen during initial contact. That's gonna help you with your plantar flexing. No, dorsiflexing, which is bringing the toes up. We may see all the following gait deviation in mid-stance except what? Oh, I forgot. Let's see. Mid-stance is when the torso kind of like aligns with the it does align with the knees, so you're kind of like straight up. Mid-stance, middle stance. I'm sure you'll see hyperextended. It's not a loading response, so would you see a bent knee or would you not see a bent knee? Anterior lean of the trunk? Hip hikes. Why would you hip hike? I don't know. D. Alright! Yay! Alright, all the following are functional tasks of gait except pelvic rotation. Which of the following standardized outcome to quantify gait speed? So to quantify gait speed, we would use the 10-meter walk test. So A. Brainstem strokes affects the same side of the face and the body. I think this is false. Yeah. Brainstem strokes does not affect the same side of the body. Yep. Cortical strokes affect the same side of the body. I think yes. Okay. The best intervention to reduce tremors in PT with Parkinson's disease, according to LSVT, is to do, this is something I didn't talk about, so I apologize, but hand flicking is the answer. The best intervention to improve foot clearance in PT with hemiplegia is to step over 2-inch obstacles. This is correct, true. Which of the following gait disorders would you expect to see mid-stance with patient with hemiplegia? Hemiplegia, stroke, half their side is weak. D. Hyperextension due to quad weakness. Yay. Which of the following is the highest level of weight shifting for patients with right hemiplegia? It's gonna be C. My memory's so good with these things. I'm so sorry, Cubs. I'm really zooming through it. But it's the idea that that's gonna be the most difficulty, hence the highest level. It's not, oh, foot forward, foot back. It's, excuse me, shifting your weight onto the left, onto the right by stepping, taking that like leap of faith or step of faith, and stepping over that 6-inch step. Excuse me. Which of the following techniques would be the most helpful facilitating TA and gait? So this is again going to help with our dorsiflexion, and this is a technique that hasn't really been introduced in excuse me, the study guide, but we did it in lab. But it's really cool. But you can use an ACE bandage to help facilitate dorsiflexion or bringing the toes up. It's kind of like a rubber band effect, I suppose, or like a very tactile cue. Huh? Can MS be cured? Nope. Gold standard for MS? D. EDD or EDSS. Da-dang. MS patients usually present with signs and symptoms of lower motor neuron lesions? Nope. Upper end motor. Da-dang. Okay, we're at 45 out of 106. I think getting done by 6 o'clock, by me just doing quizzes by myself in silence and zooming through them might be beneficial, and hopefully everything will be good. I at this point feel that if I somehow do not reach the score that I'm in after almost 7 hours of studying, and studying for the past week almost every day, 2 to 3 hours, or yeah, 2 to 3 hours dedicated to this, I will cry. I will legitimately cry. Alright, the exacerbations of signs and symptoms following exercises in MS patients is known as Utah syndrome. Thank you for the head pet. Thank you. Yes, this is known as the symptoms. Yep. You got this. Don't worry. Don't worry. Okay, I'll try not to worry. I will also try to believe. Oh my goodness. But no, I don't know. It's not even like doubting. And I wish I was one of those people who are like, oh, Tip, you studied so hard. You're one of those people who are so worried, but you didn't even have to study and you were gonna get an A. Like, no, I am not one of those people. Not at all. Not at all. Please. I'm studying because I don't know it. Wait, this is slightly cut off. I got it. Alright, we should provide challenging and rigorous exercises to MS patients to improve strength, balance, and fitness. No, because we don't want to fatigue MS patients and overheat them and make their symptoms worse. MS type that a patient has attacks without improvement is known as... Okay, they have attacks without improvement, so it's not relapsing remitting. Primary doesn't have attacks, so secondary progressive. What? Oh, wait. They don't have attacks though. Hold on. Primary progressive. They don't have attacks. I'm suing. For the emotional distress that has caused me. Primary progressive doesn't have attacks, they go straight up, and I know you can't see it, but just imagine a straight diagonal line up. Secondary progressive would have attacks. I mean, maybe, but they don't have improvement, I guess, is maybe the go-to. Without improvement would be primary progressive. MS affects the CNS. MS is all the above. It's an autoimmune disease. It's neurodegenerative, and it's also a progressive disease, as we saw from the subtypes earlier. Hohenn-Yard scale assesses Parkinson's disease. List the stages of whole yard scale. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1 is for unilateral symptoms. 2 is for bilateral symptoms. 3 is for mild and moderate symptoms with some balance loss and postural instability. 4 is for severe disability more, and that they're able to still walk independently but may need an assistive device. And 5 means that they're wheelchair or bedbound. 0 means no disease. Yep, looked right to me. 4 cardiac signs of Parkinson's disease is tremors, rigidity, akinesia, postural instability. Ba-dang. This, what does it stand for? What does it stand for? Unified Parkinson's Disease Rating Scale. Modified Disease, I don't know what MDS means. Movement Disorder Society. Okay, Movement Disorder Society, Unified PD Rating Scale. Movement Disorder Society, Movement Disorder. Duh, easy, 100%. We just need to know that we live in a society. What test recommended outcome measure for fear of falling? ABC scale, the Activities Balance Confidence Scale. Activity Specific Balance Confidence Scale. Yes. It is an activity and it's about their confidence and balance in walking. What test is recommended outcome measure for fatigue? This is going to be the Parkinson's Fatigue Scale. Da-dan! It's going to be for participation. Oh, okay. All the following are outcome measures used to assess patient with PD, body structure, and function, except which one? So the Movement Disorder Society United Parkinson's Disease Rating Scale has 3 parts again. And with this in mind, we need to figure out which one is in relationship to body structure and function, except this. 1 is non-motor activities of daily living. Part 2 is motor, and 3, so 1, 2, dice. Activity assessment. Oh, you're so right. You're so right. Thank you, Chris. I appreciate it. I've seen the errors of my ways, but now I will still politely look at MDS. Alright, so part 1 is what? Non-motor aspects of ADLs, so cognitive, depression, apathy, sleep, urinary, constipation, orthostatic symptoms. Motor aspects of ADLs, but these are more activities because these are all your INGs. And you're doing it actually. And the actual doing is the motor examination for all the cardinal signs of Parkinson's. So when the question, again, what did the question even ask? Everything that is body structure except this and this. Okay, because 2 is activity. Okay, got it. Into mind, into memory, into whatever. Outcome measure for PD, or a patient with PD, Parkinson's, assesses participation. It's going to be C, PDQ-8. Also, PDQ-39 also works. Burke's lateral pulsion scale is the best one because it has the most sensitivity to detect pusher syndromes. 6 different or 5 different ways to assess it because of these techniques, and you need a 2 or higher to be diagnosed with pushers. I'm not reading all that. I'm not. Just believe me when I say it. But look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes, the supine, the sitting, the standing, the transferring, and walking. Da-dang! Alright. Thank you, Ad. We're at 60. Time 25 walk test is an activity scale used for people with MS. Oh, it's body function and structure? No way. Hold on. Time 25. Time 25. No, I have it as activity. This also has it as activity. Maybe there's some overlap, but I will definitely pick activity because it is walking, which again is our INGs. Clap? Thank you! My self-esteem is rising. Oh, the Sarah is good for spinocerebellar ataxias. Outcome measure, gait, TBI, body structure and function. Assesses ataxia, but can also be used for gait status in ADLs. Okay. DeVito! Hi! Hi! Welcome on in! Welcome! I wave at you, but my hands are glued onto this desk. Hi! Don't mind me, I'm really cramming for the exam that's starting in an hour and 20 minutes. Functional independence measure, we didn't talk about this, but basically it's the idea of, are they able to do tasks by themselves? Do they need a level of assistance, minimal, moderate, maximal? Do they need standby assistance? Is it supervision? Are they independent? But yeah, assesses the disability and caregiver burden level associated with specific tasks. So yay. Rancho's Los Amigos scales, again, it's going to determine the level of functioning with a patient that has TBI or the traumatic brain injury. Oh, I should probably try. Okay, we already know 1, 2, 3. 4 is Gal Gal! Good luck with finals, thank you so much. And thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the Cup Club. Welcome. I appreciate it. I need all the luck that I can get because gosh darn it. Anyway, 4 is confused and agitated. 5 is confused and inappropriate. 6 is confused and appropriate. 7 is confused and autonomic. And 8 is purposeful. Oh. I got them wrong. But the last 3 are appropriate. Once you're done being inappropriate, you're just appropriate. So confused, automatic, purposeful. Purposeful is the last one. And automatic. Okay. Constraint induced therapy. Oh, we know that. Sorry, I should probably flip it over. So constrained, this is the one with the patients who have a stroke and they put a mitt over. And so this therapy session for the regular version is going to be 3 hours a day of therapy, 5 days a week for 2 to 3 weeks, and they have to wear the mitt for 90% of their waking hours. The prerequisites is that you need shoulder extension and abduction, I think, for 45 degrees, minimum 45 degrees for the range of motion, 20 degrees for elbow extension, and then wrist and fingers 10 degrees. I'm just gonna modified though. However, this was 30 minutes a day, 3 days a week for 10 weeks, and they wear it for 5 hours a day. Sorry, these are the hard ones. Pusher syndrome, again, they're just pushing to their affected side. Resolved in 6 months. Therapy goals for pushers, have them not push. We never learned that, but I should probably look at it. The tiniest patches. Wallenberg syndrome is something that was not discussed, but they go sideways without pushing. Okay? They go away. They go wayside. I don't know. That's how I'll try to remember it if it's even mentioned on the test. And dynamic a test. What? Okay, that's backwards or contralateral without pushing, so retropulsion. Dynamic backwards wall side. Okay. Vestibular cortex stroke. She's not gonna ask that. It's fine. And if I get it wrong, then heck, you know? What condition is a differential diagnosis for Pusher syndrome? All the above. Thank you. What is this? Oh, scenarios. Holy heck. I don't want to really read it. Sitting balance training to electric wheelchair training. Okay. A 45-year-old patient, secondary progressive MS, diagnosed with MS 20 years ago. Patient needs moderate assistance, so they use 50% and need 50% help, and bed mobility and sit from supine. He also needs minimum to moderate assist to maintain sitting balance. Patient is able to stand with maximum assistance times 2, so that it means that it needs 2 people to help him up. Gross strength, both upper extremities are 3+ out of 5, so that means that it's able to do against gravity with some resistance. And right lower extremity is a 2+ out of 5, so it can do only in the gravity eliminated. While the LLE, lower left extremity, so both of them actually can't do it against gravity because 3- is actually below 3. I know, it's kind of like, what? Patient goal is to be able to walk again. What is the best intervention for them to be functional? Yeah, this guy can't get up. He cannot use his legs and he cannot walk because he cannot bring his legs against gravity. That is why he has to use the wheelchair. His arms are good, so why are we doing the electric wheelchair? But sitting balance training, yeah, that guy needs some help. Sitting balance training, why electric? The world may never know, I'm sorry. I'm not reading that. I'm sorry. I'll skip the scenarios. I'll take the L in the scenarios because I can think about them during the test, but I only have 15 minutes according to my deadline. Most common type of MS. Relapsing remitting. C. Yeah, I'm like, where is it? Where is it? Golden standard of classified disability in MS patients, that's going to be the EDSS. PT changes the natures of the MS disorder? Heck no, it doesn't. It could help change the course of the disorder, but does not change the overall nature. Ta-dang! Is it safe to exercise individuals who are relapsing remitting during exacerbations? No! Don't do it! List ways? Gosh. To change your base of support, you could put the feet together so it's more narrow, so you have to be like, whoa! Tandem stance, so one foot in front of the other. Single leg stance and changing the hip near ankle angles. That's all going to change your base of support. What can you do to alter the GFR, the ground force reaction? You could change the surface, yep, so we could change it to a softer, more pliable surface. Not reading that, not reading that, not reading that, not reading that. We talked about, I guess we didn't. This is the one, again, the FMI with the level of assistance with the caregiver of how much assistance needs to be provided, and it goes from level 1 to 7, 1 being total assist where the patient can only give away or give about 25% or less of their help. Max assist is 25 to 49, moderate is 50 to 74, min is 75 to 99. Supervision means that the patient is able to do 100%. Modified independence is for the assistive device, and complete independence they don't need even an AD. So fast? I know, I had to speed through it, I'm sorry. Sorry, I don't need to know that. I remember I don't need to know, whatever the heck it's saying. These are arbitrary numbers. Percentage of stroke survivors develop pusher syndrome. 10? Thank you. Percentage of patients with right CVA develop pusher syndrome. I think it's A as well. No, it's 17. Hold on. Okay, so bring me back. So if 10% of stroke survivors get pusher syndrome, then within that 10%, it depends on the left and right CVA. If you have a right CVA, there's a 17.4% chance of developing pushers. Okay. Left CVA is the 9.4. This is on the test. I hate memorizing arbitrary statistics like that. That could change very, very easy. Anyway, how many stroke survivors develop pusher syndromes after 1 week? 62? Anyway, why do you transfer to the strong side for a patient with pusher syndromes? Because you want to get them to be more comfortable being on that side. Yes, to get rid of their fear of falling. When guarding a patient with pusher syndrome, you push back, you never push back. Not reading that. I guess I can read that. What intervention would be the most appropriate for gait training for a patient with left hemiplegia? Patient scored 2 in walking using the Berg balance scale. So they have pusher syndrome, so if they have left hemiplegia, that means their left side is weak, so we want to protect the left side, so the therapist will be on the left side and the wall should be on their right. So see. Okay. Not reading it. Not reading it. Bobath. This couple made NDTs, which is kind of like that correction of like, oh, you're slouching? Let me press on these areas, and then with your or it's like pressing areas to help facilitate motion. So if you're like slouching, all right, I'm gonna press on like your sternum, your collarbones, and we're gonna up you go. What muscles are we trying to facilitate for anterior lower trunk weight shift above the PSIS? Glutes? No, wait. Oh, above the PSIS. Paraspinals. Okay, sorry, I'm almost done. Facilitate for posterior lower trunk weight shift with the hands on the hips, and this is gonna be your glutes. Abdominals? Nah! I'm gonna take the L on these questions really quick as I stare at them in a little bit. Main muscles involved in terminal stance? Oh. Whatever. Plantar flexors, because they're gonna help pulse you through these terminal stance because you're getting off, I think that's like toe off? Yeah, toe off, and then you go into swing phase, and that's when you have like the max hip, hip and knee flexion. 3 more questions! Oh, yay! Which sensory component responds to gravity acting on the head, stabilizes gaze during movement of the head, provides input of the labyrinth writing reaction of the head, trunk limbs, and contributes to upright head positions? Vestibular. Okay, 2 more questions. Essential component for PT for fatigue. Energy effectiveness strategy. Bam. Oh, sorry, I didn't even do that. Sorry, I didn't even flip it over. I just believed. Bam. And second to last question. 4 S's for freezing gait. So when someone has freezing gait, especially in Parkinson's, you tell them to stop, stand still, stand tall, sorry, sway, and then you have them step long. Ta-da! But if they have fascinating gait, you basically tell them to do all that, but you don't sway. Okay, let's get out of here. let's get out of here, Cubs. Let's. I'm tired. And when I mean I'm tired, I mean we did so much. We got through all the notes and everything that I wanted and da 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 da. So we're just gonna. I'm actually gonna just do this really quick. We're done. No more questions. Yay! Bachi. And honestly, streaming at 11, good time. I'm glad I didn't push anything further because I'm not gonna lie to you, Cubs. I didn't know if I was gonna make it through that. Way to go, gamer. Thank you, gamer. I appreciate it. Thank you. From one gamer to another, I appreciate it. Thank you, every Cub, for joining me today. I know today was kind of like a heck. kind of went to heck because of the finals and everything like that. But listen, if I can get through today, I think we're gonna be really, really good. So I'm very excited, and I am gonna be so relieved to get this over with because gosh darn it. I'm tired, Grandpa. But that's okay. We're gonna go find someone to raid, but really do appreciate you Cubs hanging around. The emotional support is always greatly appreciated. But Babinka! Oh no! Thank you so very much for the tier 1 subscription. Welcome to the Sugar Bear community. Welcome. Enjoy the emotes. Good job. Good luck with your final. Thank you. I will do my absolute very best. As much as I would love to do like a little baby break, this might not be it, Chief. We gotta just get someone to raid and call it a day. You know what I mean? Alright, let's see who we can raid. I do have a handful of people I've just like opened tabs for, so let me see what they're up to. Thank you for stream. Good luck with everything. Thank you. You got this tip, I believe. Thank you. I will politely do my best. There's someone playing Fortnite. They got sponsored. Oh, never mind. It's a thing that they're sponsored for. But they'll be back in 10 minutes. I don't have that time. You know what? I'm gonna meet a friend of Dingus. That's who I raid because I see them in my recommended and I realize I never followed them, so now I feel like a fake fan. Are you cubs familiar with Jumi? They look like a gesture, or they have like the gesture hat on, and I've seen them with Dingus from time to time. And ba 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 ba. So I guess we're gonna go right into them. They're playing Lies of P, so that's definitely a different change of pace in education. But let's give them our support. I don't get to see them stream, but I guess I also never followed them until now. So oh, pick and choose our battles. Anyway, thank you guys, I appreciate it. Thank you. Hey cuz, even though I have my final and I'm really stressing out, don't forget tonight we're having anime night at 8:30 p.m. EST. Might be a little bit later in case I take 500 years somehow to finish my final, because my final is at 7. I don't remember how much time I have, but I'm pretty sure it'll be more than enough. Twitter, feel free to check out my pin scheduled. I'm back tomorrow with more Pomodoro focus streaming, because I do have a final on Thursday that I have not even looked at, but I will look at it as soon as I'm done with this exam. But not really, because I'm going to be focused on anime, so I guess I'll look at it when I'm going to bed, and then I'll look at it tomorrow, and then we'll just cram tomorrow and Thursday for it. So easy! But yeah, let's go ahead and raid Jumi, okay? Okay, before my stream dies, because I see it's in the red. Hello, stream? How many hours from that is now? What, anime night? Anime night's at 8:30 p.m. EST, so it is 2.5 hours from now. It's not EU friendly whatsoever. I'm so sorry. This is when I had another different schedule and blah 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 blah. I've contemplated moving anime night up sometimes, but sometimes they also squeeze in a few Fortnite games, so I don't know, gamers. So we got the Discord, we got the Twitter, we got the socials. Let's go ahead and get the raid message. I think this person's gonna go into like a boss battle, and that makes me so sad, so I guess I have to wait for them to die. Gosh darn it. Gosh darn it, they just went into a boss battle! That's fine. It's okay. I'll still raid them. It's fine. But yeah, thank you every cub. Again, tonight, 8:30 p.m. at EST Anime Night, we're watching the Elf anime. We're also watching Jujutsu Kaisen, and most likely going to be playing some catch-up with the Spy Family. Yeah. So please look forward to it. But thank you guys for supporting. Thank you, fans. I appreciate it. Hopefully catch you tomorrow sometime this week. But hopefully definitely catch you Friday, because we're going to be celebrating, because finals will be over and I will be free from all my responsibilities of education for the remainder of the year. And I mean, there's only so many days left in the year, but who cares? Anyway, it looks like Jumi died. Thank goodness. Sorry, Jumi, if you look at this VOD, I promise it's not me praying for your downfall. I just need a raid. But yeah, if you're not subscribed, absolutely no hacking worries. Feel free to use the Gao raid with the berry emojis. And if you're subscribed, use the Tipanya with the Gao raid. She just went back into it. Die again. Oh, it looks like she might. Come on, let's go, gamer. Die. Anyway, I will procrastinate the raid a little bit longer into the starting or the raid screen, so or until the counter says a LMAO. So yeah, lots of love to you guys. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Please have a good one. Bye.